Keep me waiting, keep me guessing. I know you can blow my mind. I'm clear-headed, so upgraded. Every moment feels like I'm high. They say less is more, it's true. Only one I need is you. I just wanna give my best. I'm sorry if I fail with that. Could it be love? 'Cause we can do anything. Could it be trust? Shivers onto my skin. I can close my eyes, but I got peace in my mind. Could it be love? Could it be us? Keeping me up all night. Keeping me up all night. Keeping me up all night. Could it be love? Could it be us? I walked through hell, got out of breath. Then I found you must be God's sign. Nothing goes bad under your spell. Kinda feels like I'll never die. If you keep me waiting, I'm not moving, I'm here. Keep me waiting. I got trust in you, dear. They say less is more, it's true. Only one I need is you. I just wanna give my best. I'm sorry if I fail with that. Could it be
What is up? It is time. Hello, and happy Tuesday, everyone. Apologies, we were not live yesterday. I was not well, so decided to rest up my throat, rest up my vocal cords, and who knows, maybe we'll have a bloody long stream today because we're definitely going to have a lot of fun along the way. We've organized some more show matches. That's right. We've got 4 well-known and talented individuals. We've got some Voldemar. There he is, right there, straight away. We've got Corvinus, Anatan, and Sassy that are going to play some best of 5s into a best of 7 grand finals on completely new maps, which means they haven't thoroughly been tested. I mean, one of them has. Skarsgård has been included in the map pool, but it is not alone. It is joined by 5 other new maps, which I'll show you guys in the in-game UI to kind of explain through quickly. The lads should be getting ready to draft soon. I think I left them the links so they can start dropping them in. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Anatan. Yeah, Anatan is already setting his up. So, interesting format as well. I've done something a little bit different here. And that's that we've created a format where there are 6 maps available, but only 3 of them will be used in the series. So there is a home field map, which for this one is going to be a map called Hallowed Spring. And then each player will ban 1 map and pick 1 map, and then we'll rotate through. So for example, if a series is longer than 3 games, it will reset, but the maps will not change. So you'll still continue through your draft, but you'll have to pick from what there is in terms of maps. It's very interesting, actually, because I think it's a very different style of draft approach that you have to concern yourself with once you get to that reset. But let's have a little look quick in-game so that you guys have a look at the kind of maps you can get your hands on yourself. We've got, hold on a sec, because I switched over Ice War still. We've got some really cool ones here. So Skarsgård is indeed going to be still in, but I wanted to thicken it out a little bit. So we've got some really cool additions here. Hallowed Spring is going to be the home field map for this event. We're looking to do these more regularly, by the way, and I've got some cool things to talk about that as we get a little bit deeper into the broadcast. But this is like, in a tournament when Dry Arabia starts, this is how we're going to treat this. This is going to be the first map of every series. Hallowed Spring, which is Kayu's most recent creation. I was curious about this one. It looked reasonable to kind of kick off. Not expecting these to be balanced perfect, but this is also a great way for devs to get that balanced feedback. I know that Avali in particular did benefit a lot from the feedback on the show matches we done just a few days ago. Speaking of which, Avali's map Skarsgård is going to be one of the selectables. We've also got Atoll, another map by Kayu. This is inspired by a bug spawn of Socotra. It does have some fish to play with in the center, so it is going to be a water map. This is also why I gave 2 bans, so that realistically the 2 water maps can be taken out, because the other water map we're going to have here is Sand Reef. Sand Reef, another one of Kayu's creations. I know, we might as well call this the Kayu show match. So this one, kind of intriguingly different, right? There's definitely a short route conflict, but I think there's also some land grabs that are potentially going to come into the picture there. The other ones we did go for, if I just go down, I think we should be able to find them here without needing to skim by. We were going to do Pigeon's View. Pigeon's View is making a return because I want more sample games on that to see just how Chef's Kiss it is. This is a balanced version of High View, a much better balanced version. Outside that, we did also decide to add in mini-map Dry Arabia, which is going to feel a little bit like mountain clearing, but I think with a little bit more option and variety to it in terms of what you can do and how you can execute here. And then the final one, we went Atoll, Hallowed Spring, mini-map Dry Arabia, Pigeon's View, Sand Reef, Skarsgård. Okay, yeah, that's all 6. So those are the 6 that are actually possible here. We're just waiting for Anatan's opponent to arrive, so it should be Sassy. Oh. Let me just explain the rules to the boys. In the draft. Ban.
The only place to buy your new Mercedes-Benz is direct from Mercedes-Benz. The A200 AMG line executive hatchback is now available.
And screw you, ads.
A month rent.
Um, Sorry, guys. I'm just quickly explaining it to the boys. Because it is a different format. It's definitely not your typical. So Hell Spring, Skarsgård, and then. All right, there we go. Sorry, I'm just explaining the things to the boys. You guys can actually see this conversation going on as well, actually, because if you check the Discord, we've started to set up new channels. There's a lot of cool stuff coming. It's going to be a fun one, though. Like, I'm excited for this, man. So, obviously, I haven't seen these in competitive action at all. They just haven't been utilized, which is criminal, by the way. I think, you know, Averley, we toot his horn a lot, and he is going to obviously be involved in this, but someone we don't toot the horn enough of is Caillou. He goes out of his way. Caillou, a.k.a. Kvayu. He's made so many maps. If I just go ahead and do this right now, you'll see what I mean. Right? And he even actually adds proper images, which is why I give him the time of day he deserves. But I am really excited, especially to see mini map Dry Arabia here, just because it is going to feel like a bit of a mountain clearing, just maybe with some more options on the flanks, which I think is very different. By the way, guys, big reminder that we are once again partnering with Protein Works. That's right. For another month, they've come back. This is the banana sundae smoothie, which I have also banana something sundae. I'm terrible remembering the name of this. It's banana. I got some. Oh my god, that is very, dude. That's like having a banana milkshake. I'm impressed with that. No, they delivered on that. I hadn't tried that yet. That was good. So loving that. We will be showing off all the goodies they sent us this month a little bit later, and I have a cool idea, an announcement to make around more show matches coming. So definitely stay tuned for that. But I think the boys are looking to get set up now. Apologies to the lads for maybe making that a bit confusing, because basically I have a draft link, but I may have added springs in there by default by accident. But yeah, this is going to be wild. I think it's Phoebic. Dude, they're discovering the map quickly because, like, Voldemar's, like, you know how Voldemar is. He's got to be the nerd about it. He's got to check out the map ahead of time. He's, like, curious. I'm fine with them taking a few minutes, so maybe we were, like, 5 minutes till we go. There's going to be no stream delay, so we will hop into the games very quickly once they are rearing and ready to go. But I think Anatand is in the draft lobby. I'm just checking if we've got a Sassy at all. Yeah, I think he's been added, so we'll see. I think he's probably rushing to the PC, maybe got the time wrong. So, the idea here, by the way, best of fives into best of sevens. And then we'll see where the day takes us afterwards. Who knows? Maybe I'll try to see if we've got any players around afterwards for more impromptu show matches. But, guys, the idea is to have a bunch of show matches upcoming in the next week. I'm excited by this. This one in particular is going to be a $50 show match, but it's going to be part of kind of a more frequent occurrence as I'm going to mix in different maps and test the grounds for a lot of upcoming tournaments because I just don't think there's enough freshness there, so we need to fix that. What is up, Mr. Baltunage? How's it going, buddy? And also, oh, thank you very much, Fatplop, for the gifted sub. Appropriate as well, because a big happy birthday, of course, to Arkleave, as he just told us it's his birthday. Apparently, he's chosen to watch us to celebrate. It's an interesting choice, but I'm not one to judge a man. I wouldn't watch myself for my birthday, but that's probably good. That sounds kind of narcissistic, but you're welcome to. You saw Skarsgård with the Voldemar Chinese game? Yeah, that game was absolutely wild. That little dirty corner camper. How did my grass not look horrible on Pixelated in AV4? Isn't that, like, wouldn't lower settings help with that? Like, actually, I feel like a lot of the performance issues people have is because of the trees and the grass in the game more than anything else. It's actually wild how much that impacts performance, I've noticed. All right, so we got our boys in the draft now. In fact, let me just switch over and we can screen cap so you guys can see that unfolding. And then, of course, we'll load that in to our UI afterwards. So, boom. Way this works, we've done a system where, apologies for me putting in there, boys. Just ignore Hallowed Spring. But they're both going to ban one map, and then they're going to pick one map each. And the way this is going to work is that you will go through that circulation of free maps in a series, but then if the series isn't over, for example, definitely won't be in a BO7, but in a BO5, let's say you're going to a game 4, all 3 maps will open up again, and the loser will pick. So there's a very different dynamic here about how you approach your draft from the Civ perspective, because you might get the ace up your sleeve of, oh my god, this Civ is broken on Sand Reef, but then Sand Reef might come up again. So if you don't pad yourself for that, you're going to trip over. And of course, on top of it, because it wouldn't be KP's Midweek Madness if it wasn't Insanity, they haven't experienced these maps yet. Mini Dry Arabia has only really been played in like team and free-for-all formats. We have Skarsgård, which has been played, but the rest have not. And yeah, look at that straight away. Anatan does not want to play on my Pigeons view. I'm heartbroken. And Sassy doesn't want the memery of Mini Dry Arabia. So it's going to be Sand Reef. Apologies. I need to talk to someone who knows how to upload images here. But Sand Reef is the one where you have a lot of water circular around a central island and you start in the corners. So you have a long route on land to reach your opponent, or you play the water side. So going to be an interesting one there. And Atoll, dude. Okay, I love this. So we've actually got... So I done a system that was designed to allow them to get away from water maps, right? I wanted to give them that option because I think that's nice to have. Not everyone wants to play water maps. They both chose the water maps. So Atoll is Socotra with fishing in the center of it because it's got like... It's a croissant-shaped thing. And then Sand Reef. So I can run you guys through these quickly. I'll show you the in-game UIs. So this is Sand Reef. This is going to be one of the maps we see, but we will be opening the series on this one here, Hallowed Spring. So Hallowed Spring will be the first one to open up, and this one is more of a land map, right, with a little bit of water in the center, but it isn't the primary feature. But they chose Atoll, which does have fishing in the center here, even has trade posts on the edge there, and Sand Reef. So they basically chose an entire water series here, which is kind of crazy. I wasn't expecting that getting into this. But let's have a look and see what they're going to be doing on the Civ draft, because we are using the Elite Classic 2 Best of 5 Civ draft. It's one of my favorite Civ drafts we've had. I think it's one of the most effective ones. I love the idea of always giving people one more option at least than what they what they can actually play, so that it gives a little bit of breadth, because I think these systems where you play out all civs, if the series goes the whole distance, suck, right? So our best of 7 is going to have a reset after the 4th game, I think we'll do. And I'll just actually list that as well for the boys. Didn't you wait, did Voldemort ban the default map? No, he didn't. No. Oh, wait. Oh, maybe he did. Okay, sorry. The other series, Voldemort. So Voldemort and Corvinus are playing on the other side, and we've got the Anatan Sassy one we're going to cover here. Depending, like, what we'll probably do is we'll go back and catch the Voldemort, like, Corvinus series after the fact, which will be fun to check out. But yeah, this is going to be sick. I'm excited for this, man. Dude, like, I'm hoping we can make this a more regular thing as well. I got inspired after last week. That was hype. If you guys do want to actually contribute towards these type of things, having prize pools, by the way, I said before, that's, like, Coffee is going to be dedicated to prize pooling. Patreon is going to be, money that, like, I can utilize for different things, like, to improve the wider, stream and whatnot. What is up, Pope Diaz? Thank you very much for the resub. I just moved that down, so I didn't want to rob you of your moment. So... wondering actually what we're going to get here then. Like, Zhuji's got to be highly coveted, right? I think Zhuji in this series is probably going to be the primary ban. Outside that, and reminder folks, bans aren't global, hence why they have 4 each. I don't know, I'm thinking outside that we're probably... Wait, why are we waiting for... Okay, waiting for them to get ready. It's a short map as well. That's the tricky thing. I think Marlians might be really impressive here. Potentially Delhi, I could see working because those two sacred sites in the center are really tight and close together. So maybe you try to play archer ships and defend it. I am curious to see how effective or annoying Hallowed Spring is going to be, right? Because we haven't had any tests on it. When I looked at it first, I was like, there is a slight risk that you get something equivocal to was it marshes or wetland? I can't remember the name of the map. The one where it was like majority is water, but there's no fishing, and people just built boats. This is a bit different though, in that there's like practically nowhere that you can exploit that on a wider scheme. But I do think Delhi in particular on Hallowed Spring might be a bit too good, and even on Atoll might prove to be too effective, right? So honestly, I think Delhi is probably worth banning here in the opening phase. But we'll have to see. Looks like they are now getting underway. HRE is probably just a safe one overall. Like, they can play water reasonably well. But remember, folks, we are basically playing a water series there. These two decided they wanted to hop in the paddling pool ad infinitum. Oh, wow. Look at that. Arcleave has got all those incredible flag emotes. How did you get them, buddy? Look at me just shilling myself. Let me open up the combined chat as well so I can see YouTube and Twitch. Fantastic. Okay, so HRE ban, English ban. Looks like actually English Byzantines got through for the other player. Japan's going to be the first pick coming in here. Hey, look, there's that Protein Works link. It's going to pop up in chat. Click it, guys. It helps me out. I recommend highly the banana Sunday diet meal replacements. They're actually insane. I didn't expect that much banana. So English is actually a really good pick here. English on water has been growing in popularity. We've even seen some players religiously live by it, like Kiljadi on Holy Island. I agree with it. You know, I remember Marino a long time ago kind of hit on this, like, English seems OP on water, and the more I'm seeing it, the more I am actually convinced as well. Japan's kind of an intriguing choice, though. Like, Anatan, definitely a comfort pick. I know he loves these Japanese. He has some really cool builds around the Uma Bannerman in the Second Age. So maybe we're going to see him try to apply the pressure there. But against the English with water in the equation, I think it might prove a bit more difficult than you'd expect. Are these new maps going to be included on tournaments? No guarantee, but I do have the ear of the wizard, and they are always watching. So if they prove to work with the players and the players also start saying they want to see them, yeah, I think you'll see them crop up. Mongols as well. Okay, so Sassy, pretty strong pick here. There's the Delhi. Yeah, I legit think Delhi is going to be insane on this map draft from the two. A reminder of what they got here is they've got the Sand Reef and the Atoll, which are two water maps, and then they are going to be defaulting on Hallow Spring, which has that little water area in the center with the double sacred site. So really smart there by Anatan. He's probably going to be saving Delhi for the Hallowed Spring. But reminder, once again, we are thinking about the first wave here. There are only 3 maps these players are going to circulate on. So although these opening picks are good, you now have to be conscious of how you address a second phase if it occurs, right? So you can't become too front-loaded with the idea of, like, I'm locking this in free. I love the confidence, but if the second half of your draft doesn't play well on a repeat of those maps, you're in trouble. Love the Chinese pick. I don't know if he's listening, and I probably shouldn't give tips, but I had a look quickly, at the Sand Reef map, and I thought about the fish location, and immediately my thought was someone's going to Chinese barbican. So keep an eye out for that. I think that might be what Anatan is considering here. I'll show you what I mean with the map. Look at that. Look at that position right there, right? You come across here and you just drop a barbican there. It's going to block the 2 safe fish and mess with these ones as well, potentially. Like, if you get the right spawn, you can drop between the 2. So obviously, I might be wrong about that. It might not be as clean or as dominant as I'm thinking, but this is the beauty of the early days of new maps. I love the idea of, like, players discovering the cheesy methods, right? Just trying to break each other down. New patch alpha notes? What's this? Are there patch notes? I haven't seen those. Rogan? There's no Civ picker. Oh, there we go. Good guy Anatan is covering me. Thank you, Anno. Dude, Anno's so wonderful. He's drafting and he's also, like, helping the others find their draft. Yeah, it should have been... Oh, yeah. Sorry, that one. Yeah, just use the standard one. 1 second, I'm just messaging through for Corv. Saz is like, I just looked at the maps, they're all crazy. Damn right they are, baby. So let's dissect this a little bit. Following up, we've got Ottomans coming out. Pretty cool. I think Ottomans can be good in the right circumstance if you think there's going to be kind of a shared water. Maybe on a toll, the plan here is to Spearman Rush. Ibid's also not too bad at playing those cheap docks and then still trying to castle up. Love the Order of the Dragon pick, though. I think Order of the Dragon's usually at the end. I don't know. I like Anatan's opening half, and I really like Sassy's closing half, right? But with English and Mongols on the front end, I do kind of like Sassa's draft a bit more for the maps we're going to be looking at here. On paper, by the way, Anatan is the favored player. So we've tried to be fair about this because these are going to have, like, you know, ELO tournament impacts. That's going to affect the ranking system, because this is another reason why I want to start doing this, is giving players a way of kind of farming or changing the outcomes of the ELO system so they can rank different for bigger tournaments. And this one is the more drastic one, in like Anatan is the highest rank, Sassy is the lowest rank. So kind of an intriguing detail there. Voldemar and Corvinus are a little bit tighter in the center. But you know, I like that we're able to find these. We'll see how people feel about the experimental map format for that. So far, players seemed kind of okay with it because the results for the Skarsgård one was also reported in to Sanesh. So, looks like they're all getting ready. I think our boys are in lobby. I'm going to stop saying words like that. So, Anatan and Sash should be getting lobby now. First game is going to be... Let me just drop it down on this map here, Hallowed Spring. I think he might just pull out the Delhi on an opener. So, like, Sassy, does he have a good counter to an opening of Delhi? You're probably... I think... Do you... Okay, it's kind of wild because I don't think they're that strong here, but Zhuji would be a good solid solution to that. You could play Mongols, right? Actually, like, yeah, dude, I think Sass is going to play Mongols and Anatan is going to play Delhi to open this series. Just going to pull up the entire thing so you guys can actually see what we're dealing with here in terms of draft selection. Oh my god, dude, these scenes are so cursed. I forgot to talk to Cal about this. I don't have an easy solution to this right now is the problem. So we might just have to suck it up. It doesn't look that cursed, right, guys? Like, it's kind of cursed, but you can still mostly see what's happening. Order of the Dragon's a myth. It probably won't get picked, so it doesn't matter that you can't see it there. But I'll have to harass Cal on that one, and we'll try to figure that one out. So, what other ways could you go here? Opening on a Hallowed Spring. You could try for... Maybe China. Nah, I don't think you want China, right? The other thing I like about the Chinese pick is it's kind of a blocker. It protects your draft, right? Because Delhi tends to have a hard day when China comes out. And I've just been told I need to redeem a tie. Why? Why are you doing this to me? I mean, it is kind of a collared shirt, but not really that kind of collared shirt. Oh, and it also is going to be overly snug. There's a bug in a row. Why did you guys redeem? I'm going to have to inflate the cost of these things again, you know. I feel abused. How do Mongols counter Delhi? I thought it was a good matchup for Delhi. Not since the changes. I think with the changes around Deerstone, the Mongols do a lot better. I actually favor Mongols now. Because of the extra range and plus Yam, you can just kite out mass archables with your own archers while gunning them down. I think, like, that matchup has now pivoted towards the Mongols with that detail. Oh. Even more so when you consider the early water play potential, right? So you can just open... Oh, God. This looks ugly, right? I just realized I've got pattern on pattern. It looks really bad. But, yeah, this... I think now with the changes they've made around the movement speed plus range, you can essentially just kite out a Delhi player. What's going to be intriguing is whether the Delhi's fishing boats are too OP for the water opening, or the Spearman spam can actually break him down. But let me double check. Have we got a delay here? Oh, there we go. It's Delhi French. Oh, wow. Okay, so Sass... I guess he's just going to ignore the water and play aggro into land. Because one thing about Hallowed Spring, guys, is it's got this water in the center that seems like it's high value, high priority. You've got to contest it, try and block it. Because the sacred sites, right? Like a Delhi player should realistically be getting like some boats out to guard there, easy peasy. But what I find very intriguing and why I loved using Hallowed Spring as the default map in these series is the base area is more like playing on Himeyama, right? It in some ways, Hallowed Spring feels like Himeyama, and you guys will see what I mean when we get into it. Because one of the kind of rough experiences you're going to have here is that your tree lines, the ones that are near your base at least, are very thin. In a lot of ways, it kind of reminds me of the traditional King of the Hill, if you guys remember, before they completely revamped it, where you had these very small wood stacks, and then in the corner is fat. Difference here is like, imagine those small wood stacks are like double the size, so it's not as brutal, but it's still a raid point for a civ like the French. Guys, it looks like we are getting ready to get into the game. So let me go ahead and make sure, everything's toggled on, everything is set right. It's time to kick off. I think we settled on no delay as well. They were all happy with that. Shout out to the players. It's time for KP's Midweek Madness. That's right, one and all, welcome back to a new competitive format here. Midweek tournaments on brand spanking new maps. We kick off this best of 5 single elimination series with My Insanity's Anatan on the Delhi going up against SAS on the French in the red on a brand new map. One and all, welcome to Hallowed Spring. You get a bit of fish on the shoreline, a fat stack of gold in the center that I think you can semi-access, but not entirely. It's kind of a weird one here, but a really fun map nonetheless. Big shout out to Kvayu is the other name he goes by, who created a lot of these maps we're going to be featuring in this tournament, in fact. And this is the default map for this very interesting format. Of course, have to have money on the line to entice the players. $50 up for grabs. Anatan, SAS, Corvinus, and Voldemar all looking to grab the lion's share of that prize pool. And only the top 2 will get anything. So let's have a look at this map, and you'll see what I was talking about with this Himeyama-esque elements. You start off with very little safe wood near your base. In fact, you basically get a small small wood cluster and then have to move further out. So I like this idea from SAS. Anatan draft the Delhi, and this was kind of to be expected, right? There's shoreline fish here. Your boats are able to attack back against any spinner rushes. It also sets you up for a very quick cap on the sacred sites in the center, because now, in this dock, your scholar's already where he needs to be. I think Delhi are likely to be S tier or close to S tier on this map. But what you've got Sassy doing is very intriguing as well. He isn't going to contest water, because that's insanity. What he's going to do instead is play a civ that gets access to some dominant knights in the early phase of the game, right? So his goal here is going to be a quicker feudal timing and pressure onto Anno's base while Anno takes a greedy approach. And, part of this is also just Sassy playing his most comfortable civ. I'd say French at this point, alongside Ottomans, is where he feels most at home. But at the same time, when you consider the lack of safe wood here, this is a really smart pick. I think he wholly anticipated the Delhi on this first map. Can you put a big Malian pit mine on the top of this? I never thought to try that. It's funny because I saw this and it's not the first time Kavayu's done something like this. So he has another map, I forget the name of it, where there's 2 giant hills in the center and they are completely surrounded by the gold. Like almost all the gold on the map is in the center to entice you. This one is different in that I think it's more aesthetic. There's no real expectations or intent, but it's fun nonetheless. Oh, I just remembered. We can do predictions. You guys love predictions, right? Little gambas. So let me get that set up. By the way, we will be looking to do a lot more of these in the future, I think. I was so happy with the Scarguard Invitational that we ran last week. There's going to be a lot more tournament action coming on this channel. So Moss being dropped at home might seem a bit crazy, but this is because he needs to start getting the techs. Like, yes, his win condition is double Sacred Site, but it doesn't work if you don't actually have a Moss to start researching into that with. Same time, though, that's expensive. And remember, because he dropped the dock already, the mosque isn't going to offer up an extra scholar for free. It's just 100 would burn. School of Cavalry about to complete, so Sass going to get a very scary timing here with the first knight. The nice thing is, at least, like, you know, you're not going to get attacked on the dock at all. So in a weird way, although Anatan's base is not going to be safe, his fishing is. And the reason is that in the early stages of Feudal Age, it's only going to be knights, right? And knights trying to contest fishing boats will die to them because these fishing boats got buffed, right? Remember, they used to attack for 7 damage, and you might be wondering how I figure that as a buff. They can't miss now. So although a knight does have good armor resistance, right? Free ranged armor. He's still going to take 3 damage from each boat every time he comes nearby. And that's cool, man. Sass, he's going for professional scouts. Remember, the French get a lofty discount on this. It's one of the perks of playing as this Civ. So you don't have to pay that like a lot insane, was it 350 resource, I think it is. Instead, you just throw out about 100 and 230 rather. So pretty cool play here. And there is in total 14 for each player, right? So 28 deer on the map. And you know the Delhi player is not going to be coming for any time soon. In fact, the Delhi player doesn't want to come out at all. Dome of Faith is coming, so this is going to be a hunker and tech build. No extended feudal, I don't think. Okay, guys. Be honest, is this the first time you've seen someone wood wall in a wood line this small? Like, we're not used to it, right? Because typically you get the fat stacks, a traditional kind of dry Arabia spawn like that. This is baby levels of wood to work with. Knight now coming in. Scout at least does see it. Walls are already up, and the spearmen are starting to come out. But keep in mind, military efficiency isn't there yet. So you haven't got that double production coming through at this moment, which is going to make the spear spam a little bit slower. At least initially. Knight is not going to ride over. Ah, he was looking for the villager. Yeah, see what I mean? You don't want to be here. The fishing boats do hurt. So we'll just be him running by to see if there is actually a villager anywhere in the neighborhood. And now the circling begins. Yeah, it's kind of ironic that you've got Anatan over here on the water, but it's Shark circling his base on land. And I hope they rework wolves to be useful in some form. These are kind of wacky in the gold, by the way, but Malians are still viable considering you have got gold still spawning towards the center, right? I think you have like 3, you have your Stein gold and then at least 2 extra safe golds for a Malian player and then the big golds. So it's not going to be one of those maps that ultra griefs them. Like, I'd say this map probably griefs Malians less than Cliffside. And sometimes you just kind of forget the cool little details the devs put in, and we sometimes have to appreciate that, right? You heard that. Whenever you're in Stealth Forest, they whisper when you select them. I often forget about this. It's kind of cool to have those details. I remember when people first discovered that the dialect of the civs changed as you aged up. There was a lot of love, I think, that went into this game that is kind of subtle and nuanced. So Knight count up to 4. Sass has a lot of safe food at home. I don't know if it was necessary, per se. The thing is that maybe Sass was expecting Ghazi Raiders, but Anatan's read on this feels kind of right. I mean, say that, he has now got the stables coming down, so maybe Sassy did just have the good game sense here. And yeah, he is going to try to play the Age, so Ghazi now getting added in here. I guess you can't just rush the tech up for free, right? The Knight threat is going to become uncontrollable at a certain degree, and nice attempt to raid in there. Oh man, that is wild. The tree line just disappears so quickly in these situations. And this is why he's going Ghazi. As expected, the French player doesn't just want to spam knights. It is going to be a switch over now onto the archers. I do believe that this is going to be the king map for the Delhi. And like, this should be the best map. It is cool to see French as a potential blocker to it, though. And Blacksmiths has been dropped already by Antan. And remember, because he's scaling the scholars super cheap, only paying 65 gold per, it's going to allow for some quick tech unlocks in this game. So Sass kind of needs to strike fast. He's not ready to try and play into Blacksmiths himself yet. You want around 10 archers before it's really justified. You know the ripples when units walk in water? Now, I think one of my favorite didn't get resolved is when a unit dies in shallow water, it just disappears. Just sinks. Same with relics, actually. When a monk like dies holding a relic, he just looks like he's skipped arm day. Like he can't hold it anymore. So knights are going to have to do the dance here, spin the chasing. And it is a lot of spears. Now, the one thing that kind of scares me is we've actually seen plenty of games where archers are losing the spearmen recently. If you guys remember, we even have a few uploaded on YouTube where longbows get destroyed by spears. There is a risk of that if SAS plays too aggressive. It doesn't feel good, but to a certain degree, you have to chill. There isn't much in the way of fish left, right? I think this spawns with 6 in total. But now with the Sacred Site captures coming in, it's going to force Sassy for that condensed fight. I love how everyone's like, can you gather from the center mine? I haven't tested this. I didn't get enough time, but I think you can at least drop off villagers here to gather. There probably is just enough room to stand there. But of course, there's no room for a mining camp. Kind of crazy, though, you know, like scraping the bottom of the barrel, if that could actually be a play. So Ghazi just trying to poke in. Not a single villager lost on either side. Oh my god. You know, this is surprisingly efficient. It costs more than walling off like a standard sacred site, but the cost of walling this map is probably going to be comparative to the cost of walling around free sacred sites. How did you guys vote in the end as well? I'm kind of curious. So 69, nice. 69% of the votes went to Anatand. I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, you look at this map and it does just feel like a Delhi dominance. SAS doesn't want to be discredited here. Nice, easy decap there. And you have to remember, although there's an eco leap for the time being for Anatan, that's limited in value. Once the shoreline fish are gone, so is that economy, of which he's got 4. Meanwhile, SAS is playing French, so given time, he will outscale here. And yeah, I was actually kind of shocked we didn't see any galley play. But I think the reason you're not seeing Anatan play galleys is because he needs mass on land due to night raids. Once he walls up, it's viable. But at this stage, if he wasted resources on archer ships, he'd get screwed on land. So more deer being brought back. Meanwhile, it's going to dive in. Ghazi able to intercept the archer mass. Great strike in here. Anatan, look at the military difference now. And now the villager SAS. He isn't reacting right now. So busy raiding in, looking for a target, but he's diving into mass spears, which isn't going to work. So at the end of it all, it's 3 villagers down, a big chunk of the archers lost, and Anatan really not giving over anything of value in return. I mean, a few of the Ghazi go down, but a lot of them still alive here, right? And when you go for this Dome of Faith build, you have the ability to heal them, and that is it. Game 1, a win for Anatan. SAS lost track of that woodline for just a second. Thought he'd be able to get a favorable trade, and he was dead wrong here. Delhi definitely off to an insanely good-looking start on this brand spanking new map, Hallowed Spring. Ooh, that was cool. Well played. Great patience by Anatan. You know, a lot of players will try to rush into the Ghazi quicker, but I don't think you can in the French matchup. You have to open spears. And things got uncomfortable with that tree line, man. But like, not losing a single villager against French is not easy in maps like that. But Anatan is on another level, right? There's a reason he's our top-seeded player in this show match, and he proves it right there. I mean, I've said before, Anatan is just shy of being like a podium finish type player, so definitely an uphill battle for SAS, but something that will help him is the fact that he can't pick French anymore. Man, I don't know why I got to throw so much shade at French. It is a hard civ to make work, man. I love that players are bringing it out on these new maps. We saw that with Scarguard as well, and for good reason, actually, if you think about it. I've always been a big believer that being the aggressor on a new map is better, right? Because people don't know what to do yet. So I love that Sassy came in with this thought process of not only it being a solution to the Delhi, but also because it's a brand new map and he'd be the aggro party there, it would give him an advantage. But Anatan execute cleanly. Which buildings can you build on shallow waters? Outposts. I think it's defensive buildings. If I remember correctly, it's all defensive buildings can be built on shallow waters. And I think that might be it. And docks, of course. The map name is Hallowed Spring. He won already? Yeah, dude. Sass didn't want to try to contest that any longer. He couldn't contest the Sacred Sites. He lost way too many archers. It was a sick opening game, though. So I think they are getting ready to draft for the next one. Let me have a look and see where they're going to be taking us. They're going to Atoll. So Atoll is next, and... Ooh, Atoll. I think Sass is probably going to go English here. It's really cool because English can win the water against a lot of these civs, but then they can also rush on land. Only risk is like China maybe just tries to Barbican rush you. Japan can be intriguing with the cheaper fishing boats, but I wonder if you just save that for a more pure water map because they do have Sand Reef as well. So Ottomans, but Ottomans is intriguing, but like you're still going to be trying to rush a dock that's close to the enemy base and the short bows. So I don't think Anatan wants any of these cheesy rush civs. He can't go Chinese with Barbican because of English. I think it's either Japanese, Rus or Iabids. Most likely Iabids, I think, fits. I think Anatan was one of the players that did have some games on Socotra with Iabids, and this is kind of half of a Socotra. What about Gur from Mongols? What about the Gur? Oh, can it pack? I'd have to double check, but I think so. I think maybe it can. Actually, no, it can't, because like, you can't put mills on shallows, right? You still have to put them on the edge. And it should follow the same logic as that. Are pop release notes out? I don't know. Are they? I mean, if someone has a link to something, let me know. But I think the boys are getting ready, so they're getting in lobby now. What else can he do here? Yeah, okay, Hey, man, it's almost like I cast a lot of Age of Empires 4. It's Ibid's English. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense here, right? Like, English has the potential to rush early, but they also counter these cheesy rushes. Iabids get a very, very aggressive tech-up timing that not many civs can contest. So, you know, Sassy's okay with the idea of a longer feudal because that gets you into things like Admiralty that are broken, whereas I think Anatan's going to be playing very hard and fast. Wouldn't be surprised if we even see some sort of fast castle-type build just to try and circumvent the issue. The only problem there is if you're going fast castle but use advancement wing to go feudal, you're not going to be fast castling whatsoever. It's going to be quite slow. But let's get ready for game number 2. Dude, look at the... Can we just agree? Can we just agree that Caillou has the sickest map splash screens for loading screens? This looks incredible. One and all, welcome back to the competitive Age of Empires 4 action. It's time for game number 2 between Anatan and Sass. We head into Socotra on a diet. Socotra, after it clearly used our strong protein works to lose a lot of its fat boy weight in the center, because this is based on a bugged spawn of a Socotra map from a certain biome. We've got a toll to see who is going to take a big advantage here, because I think like these civs on both sides have a lot of credence here. English from Sass is really cool on this map just because of how short it is and how dominant they can be on water. But remember, the water side, no deep water fish, just a hell of a lot of shoreline fish. So you don't get that same spike in terms of gathering that you're used to seeing on pure water maps. Man, big shout out to Caillou though. This guy works so hard, so consistently. And thank you very much, Kazi Johan, for resubbing the channel. Welcome back to Swarm, bud. So, how are we expecting this to play out? Well, considering it's not the best in terms of food income, I am curious as to whether players are going to play into boats at all. I think one thing that's going to matter is gold spawns, and I'm noticing gold spawns that are fairly inland, but maybe close enough to the shores that Sass would benefit from maybe Admiralty. Okay, no, scrap that. I was about to say Admiralty would have been sick for archer ships to hit land, but this gold is sadly, for Sassy, a bit too safe for Anatan. But what do we think of this map, by the way? I think this is really cool. I love also just how quickly Caillou works on these things. There was a Reddit post that went up about this particular map. It was a bug spawn. I can't remember the biome, but when you played Socotra on a certain spawn, you got this. And within like a week, maybe 2 maximum, Caillou had made a map. So let me pay out the previous prediction. I'm going to put up a new prediction for you guys to see who you think is going to win this second game. Just think about the TC locations as well. This map does have two sacred sites. They're, interestingly enough, leaning really far into the north. The other thing that might incentivize you to go water, by the way, is the trade posts. I'm not entirely convinced it's worth it, though. I feel like in most of the games I see, water trade is a bit of a bait. And you know what? We're going to do mid-game production here. You ready? Ready for this? Ugh, this is going to look so scuffed as I do it. Map name. And it is going to be Atoll in very big letters. Let's put it down here. Look at that, guys. On-the-fly production. I think there is a way to do that on my UI. I just haven't looked into it yet. So maybe we'll do that later. Then if I choose a sexier font. Oh, man. Choosing fonts is so annoying. Right. So, looks like we're getting ready for the age ups here. It should be just kind of Council Hall versus, what, maybe Advancement? Yeah, Advancement's already on the way. So, not surprised by this at all. The reason you go Advancement is you're able to dominate water. It gives you such a fierce and aggressive timing that you typically have your first archer ship out when your opponent can't contest. Meanwhile, Sassy will have a way of contesting. Archers can poke from the shoreline as long as they play it right without getting struck in return. But this is going to be about land aggro. Unfortunately for Sass, Anatan had 2 gold options, as you often will on this map. You can see both players did. He chose the retracted one. So much safer, much harder to reach here, especially considering the TC almost fully protects on both sides here. Stonewall's very strong here. That is intriguing, but remember in pro play, you can't build Stonewalls into a Castle Age. This isn't your pub games. It's gorge, but different. Oh, what, on a Toll in team games? That's kind of intriguing. I haven't seen that so far. And love the walls coming up. Yeah, Anatan is kind of trying to ruin the plan here for Sass. But, guys, this is the cool thing about the water here. It's actually why I love Socotra as well. Walling doesn't actually counter someone as hard as you think for going mass archers. Because they can build transport ships. And also, those ships are cheaper for the English. Meanwhile, what did you get in return? Just advancement, so quicker tech timing. But if we're being real about the timing, they are more or less aligned, right? Anatan's going to have about a 6 to 7 second advantage maximum here. Fishing boat count is going to be higher as a result, right? Because he spent less resources on this. He teched up still. He had villagers working the whole time. So he does have a fishing advantage. But let's see how much is going to pay off in the early phases of this game. Kind of intriguing, actually. The tree lines aren't... That might be something maybe it has to be worked on a little bit now that I'm looking at it, because they are drastically different, I feel like. But I do love that we're able to start showing off these new maps. Kind of seeing them in action, right? Because I think one thing that kind of gets slept on is there are a lot of talented map creators in the past. But one, they're kind of bad at marketing themselves in some cases, where they just don't have map icons for their mod uploads. The other thing, though, is there's just nowhere testing these things, right? The only way you usually get tested is if every once in a while EGC's like, yeah, let's just try this new map. So, love to have these type of situations. Archer ship is going to be moving in. It looks like we already got a sinker here as one of the fishing boats gets taken down. And Springwell ship reaction now coming out from Sass. Yeah, villagers in an uncomfortable position, by the way. Sass just about moving away before it becomes a real problem. Double docks. One of the big edges of the Irobids at the very start of this feudal age is their ability to scale docks more quickly. Remember, not only if the advancement wing costs less to tech up than a standard techer, not only do you not have to invest villagers to do it, but then when you're scaling these docks, you only pay 75 wood instead of 150. Demo ship already primed as well. I mean, Anatan is in a really good position here. These archers aren't cheap either, remember, right? Like, if you think about it, it's 90 resources each, so almost the cost of a galley. Meanwhile, Scout is already checking north side. A little bit paranoid that maybe the longbows are moving, but as we can see, Sass is holding them at home. I guess he's worried there might be horsemen coming on land. If only he knew. Right now, this is a full sea aggro. I did get baited, by the way, because I'm pretty sure there was a previous version that Caillou created this map that had deep water fish here. I actually like that he removed it. Water still matters, but the other thing that I loved about the idea of Socotra is there's some niche strategies around using water, but the cost of losing just one boat is hard felt, right? Because when you're playing a full water map, you just fish, you don't care, you build 50 springles. There's only shoreline fish here, so every boat feels truly taxing on your economy. Demo ship's gonna come in. Fishing boat and Dow should be going down here if the target fire comes in, but it looks like actually Fishing's going to survive. Dow is removed. And Sass, a really good trade there. Anatan is hoarding a lot of resources. I think he was looking for a cheap way to Castle Age. And now it might become an expensive way. Villagers shoved onto the gold line. Shoreline Fish is still safe, so he's now gambling that Sass is not going to aggro him here. But we can already see the archers moving north side. And if you forfeit too much water control here, your opponent can short the route for the longbows to arrive with a transport play. Dive coming in. An idle in effect here. Anasand, please tell me you have sheep. Because I'm pretty sure that not that many sheep spawn on this map. I mean, he has at least got the deer kind of safely behind the wall, but if you start clawing for this territory and Lombos arrive, you're pretty much dead. So, Anno was clearly trying to go towards Castle Age. Now he's going to be forced back into a longer feudal. And there's the transport ship. Ah, you love to see it. Well, not if you're Anatan in this game. He's getting ready to ferry them across. Anatan is making the correct reaction and building more vessels to defend against this potential threat. He has also got a stables drop coming in, so horsemen on the way, and we've even got a... What? We've got a back dock! He's going for trade! Anatan is wild, man. In a position like this, he's trying to trade. Demos in the meantime. Gonna be able to connect here. Bagler and Dow give me to hold this back for a little bit, but Sass has got a bunch of Lombos on the way. 8 inside and ready to party. And they are going to head straight south side onto this tree line. Lombo drop comes in. Horseman count is only at 1 right now, though. Bagler at least gives an early warning and does some damage, so well played there by Anatan. But now the villagers have to migrate the area. And guys, this has an added risk to it now. Because if they see the back dock, Sassy should know what this is. He hasn't been transport ship rushed. The only thing it could be is a trade ship play. Horsemen are buying time here. I think he needs to buy more here. I'm kind of surprised Anatan backed up. Sure, you're going to lose the horseman, but if you kill 2 more Lombos in return, it makes Sassy lose the fight. Instead, he gets the info. He now knows about this back dock. Lombo's still diving in as well, finding some eco kills. Anatan in a shaky position in this game. The eco is now going to start to favor Sassy here. The fishing boats are the deceptive thing keeping Anatan ahead in conjunction with the now functional trade ship. Lombos finally are going to get mopped up. Waterside is still looking good for the Turk, though. Double archer ship, double springle ship. Anatan, that one demo trying to play out. Did we get the tech yet? No. So, no extra range coming in just yet on the English ships, but if the lead continues to extend on water, Sass will get a lot of value out of Admiralty. Fish boats to the front side. Oof. I think at this point, you just try to hit the fishing boats to make it worthwhile. Sass is kind of getting away with robbery on the front side with these fishing boat repairs. He's going to have to pull back now. More Dows on the way, more explosive boats coming through. In fact, a counterattack here. No archer ships available. Anatan! He may have overextended. Smart choice as well. Sassy realizes he can only get 1 of these, so takes out the west side Bagler. Double demo ship now coming in return from Anatan. Oh no. Guys, he... Oh no. Demo does at least connect. Return fire coming in. Nice backstab there to get rid of him. It looks like Anatan is starting to get back in this. Fleet has been decimated. Sass caught with his hand in the cookie jar in the middle of a men-at-arms switch. And finally, Anatan found it. I was so worried, man. So remember, you have to scout these first, and they are truly on the edge of the map. But Anatan, in the end, does see it. And now it's going to be a 50 wood, 50 gold trade route. Admittedly, not as efficient as you'd like because you have to now wrap around the west side, but it's still an extra form of scaling economy. That being said, we Brits, we like to bring up Normandy a lot, and I think that's what we're heading towards here. Sass is scaling into men-at-arms. They are only feudal age, though, although he does have the ranged armor, and that's pretty smart, actually. Anatan had no reason to go blacksmiths here, so he doesn't have the extra pierce damage. The TC is not going to be that much of a deterrent. which means these guys can just keep on diving. Even if there's an archer ship protecting your eco line, a lot of the damage is now going to be offset by this blacksmith's play out of SAS. Damn, what a play, man. I can't believe we're 12 minutes into the game, and Admiralty still hasn't been taken, by the way. Like, usually by now, we see players trying to sneak it. But after that big loss in the last naval engagement, I guess you can't really afford it anymore. I see SAS being a sneaky git. He's gone for the dock as well, but for very different reasons. Archer ship now creeping on the south side. Transport ship. He's going to see the trade. So SAS should now know that trade is happening. In fact, with this route, he'll see both. The only negative of this is Anatan will now know that there's a transport ship coming. And he should know quite early. To be quick to catch it. This is kind of the other awkward thing, right? It's like when you're red on a water map, you're going to be seen much more easily than blue. Naval side, we've got a dot creep coming in from SAS. I don't see this doing enough damage from Anno, though. SAS should be able to hold. I mean, Eco's situation on land is a slight lead for the English, but the fishing has been reboomed here alongside the trade for Anno. And arms get dropped off, though. They're making their moves. And the villagers immediately have to shuffle away. He does at least see it immediately. Meanwhile, Demo going in at the speed of light there. Not quite able to get it, but the follow-up could be big! Missed opportunity, SAS! Detonated a little bit too late there. Gets one instead of two. But the men-at-arms are the real big problem here. Villagers are in trouble now. A little bit distracted, so he's A-clicking onto buildings instead of going after villagers. Explosive Doubt is trying to move in, but the man sails should be able to get him away here. So difficult to now shove into this to do any real damage for Anatan. He's trying to scale into Horseman, which is a great solution to these men-at-arms if you can get the numbers together. That does take time, though. SAS now looking for that economy. An economy that might not be protected here. It looks like we might have an overchop through the tree line. Demo. Get the connection again. Another Bagler goes down here. Anatan might start having the answer on land. Maybe a risk on water, though. Good follow-ups, however. Able to trade it out here. Not much left of the fleet for Sassy. Double Archer ship is going to poke into him here. In fact, the Hulk will lose to this. So all boats down. Only aggro on the south side now. Looks like the trade ships are at least going to get torched. Anatan, he's starting to get the answer, guys. He has Horseman coming, which is going to solve for the men-at-arms, but it also solves for a longbow threat. And keep in mind, Anatan is the only player in this game to have walled. Isn't Desert Raider better versus men-at-arms? Yes. But it takes longer to scale, right? It's 30 seconds versus 23. So, and also a higher cost. I think he just wanted to bulk numbers. And also, the only issue with going Desert Raider here is your opponent already has shoe longbows, right? So if you go Desert Raiders, longbows counter that quite well. So Trade is still alive, but not in good shape for Anatan. And he does have a slight eco lead, but I wouldn't say it's drastic at this stage. And now we are at least getting the Desert Raiders added in, but at this point, Spearmen are starting to be added into the format. Another wave of Men-at-Arms is on the way. I think Anatan could go double stables here, and he'd be able to get the answers pretty quick. Damn, this is rough. You have to remember, guys, both of these players have never played this map before. They've never really played this circumstance. It's a very uniquely designed map. Right? Because unlike Socotra, which is the closest comparative, it has water that you're going to be present on. It has a little bit of economy, but not a lot there. So it's a completely different ball game we're looking at here. Yes, it discounts Socotra in terms of look, but not in terms of style. Ships still without the Admiralty. So the transport ships are getting ready for a drop-off, but he's going to think twice. Good read there. He did see the Horseman. It would just be a death sentence to pop these guys onto land. It would be a death sentence it is. Guys, these aren't Englishmen anymore. These are the Australians. Only in this storyline, I think they should end up losing. Archership will at least give them a bit of breathing room, but as they dive in here, this should be a fight that Anatan can easily win. Love that as well. Min-max is it. If they're going to dive the TC, don't fight them with melee. Just garrison inside. This game is actually wild. See, this is what I mean by Navy can be fun, right? Like, Navy can sometimes feel epic with big demos, but watching, like, this giant Navy ball fight each other can sometimes be trivial. This is Navy in its good form. All these pocketed engagements, splits across the map. This is beautiful. And the demo ship coming out. That's actually valuable there. Remember, these men-at-arms are 120 each. You only spend 160 for an explosive ship. And you've almost killed off 4 men-at-arms plus. So actually a really smart idea there by Anno. He's got another demo coming. Unfortunately... Not unfortunately. Perfectly timed there. Right at the end, it does get the men-at-arms kills. Galley is alive with just 21 HP left over. Trade ship is going to have to readjust. This game is still nowhere near over. Or is it? I forgot. Capture Rage doesn't like to work. But Anatan works hard for his victories. He's on his way to age 3. He's been so efficient in these trades, and it makes sense when you think about it. Like Sass, that was his second group of men-at-arms to get wiped. He's lost about 14, 16 men-at-arms in total so far, 120 a pop. Adds up. Adds up perfectly for what a Castle Age would cost. Men-at-arms now creeping out to try it again here. However, we have got Berry Gather in the north side, so Anatan is going to be pretty much guaranteed safe here. I don't think Sass is ever going to look up there for that. Trade ship is now just going through the center to hell with it, right? I mean, a Spiral ship is not going to kill you quickly here. And now, Age 3 versus Age 2. What does Sassy do here? He has to go, and he has to go fast. Men-at-arms, Spearman, Lombo's pushing. And this Camel Lance is getting queued up. We need more production buildings coming, and Anatan already aware of that. It's going to be triple racks on the backside here. Archer ship does clip, but without Admiralty cannot get kills. Absolutely wild game. Absolutely wild series, right? Like, that game 1 was really cool, though it became very snowbally almost immediately. This one has been back and forth. This map is sick. This is exactly why I do things like this, okay? How else would this map have gotten discovered for competitive play? Let's be real. It wouldn't have. It would have been a cool map that 5 people played and then no one remembered. And that, to me, is sinful. Let's look at positives for Sassy. He does at least have the farm transition going, while Anatan is only on Shoreline Fish, and that's limited over time. But he's got enough berries to kind of pad him for the moment. He's going to need to reclaim this area onto the deer and the berry patch, though. And yeah, I'm a big fan of Golem Switch as well. This is a good map for it because this map is kind of smaller than others, right? So you reach the enemy base quicker. They can't just evade you. I really like Golems in these type of situations, but even more so when it's on maps that are A, funneled, or B, short. Because then it feels a lot better than Camel Lances. And this is a lot of Golems coming. You know it's a bad sign for you when he breaks the wall like that. He says it's party time. He knows Sassy is saving for a tech up. You can tell by the size of the army. Sassy needs to get home fast. Horseman riding through the demo. Oh no, not able to do anything there. A cute idea. Doesn't work out, though. White Tower now on the way to secure the 8k gold. But here's a better question, Sassy. Who's going to secure your base? Awesome riding in at the time on the farms. Golden Wave has now arrived in the base. Now, Sass cannot fight this directly. The only way he'd be able to do so is with boats. 33 villagers now rushing up that White Tower. Looks like we have got a blockade. Springholes and Archer ships have found him. Anatan might have an eco lead, but not for long. 23 villagers in trouble. No reaction out of Anatan. He's too busy diving a White Tower. Oh my god, he still hasn't realized. Finally, he starts to pull back, but damage surely done here. Demo ship able to get another good trade out. Food is now blocked. And in this game, there is not much left safe. Instead, Anatan has to cringe and begin a farm transition as the Ivids. Always the worst experience with this Civ. Golems. I'm not sure if they were quick enough here. Got the double ranged upgrade at least, but this still hurts to dive. He's starting to torture into some of the buildings. Has at least idled out the farm, so Sass should be in a similarly starved position here. But remember, he still has the deer and the berries on the north side if push comes to shove. That's fine. Sturdy holding the choke point though. And oh my god, we don't have the upgrades coming. Sass didn't bother to actually upgrade the men at arms at all, so they're actually getting tattered and battered here in these fights, even with the attack speed aura. I mean, that white tower is his only safe position, right? I get why he done it on the backside. He couldn't have done it on the forward. It was too late for that. And he wanted to secure some gold, but now you pretty much have here and nowhere else being safe. Nanatan, with that, as chat definitely identifying, he can now move back onto these resources. So all of a sudden, the pressure's relieved. And for a moment there, it looked like Sass may have done enough to start to come back into this. But I think it's undeniable now. Anatan has relics coming home. He has an eco lead that isn't going to be shorted. He's up against White Tower, so there's no second TC for the English. I'm not really sure what Sass is meant to do here. This really feels like Anatan's game to lose. I mean, if you can get enough crossbows together, maybe you buy yourself the necessary time, but it's so many Golems. No, I think he's waiting for a reason to make a switch. Doesn't see one, so continues the Golem spam. More farms just getting torched down, more infrastructure removed. And we do have a sneak out over here, but guess what? Papa Wololo has arrived. He has to get the short bows out to answer, though. Never, ever try to Wololo the English. We're too stubborn in our ways. And an immediate monastery drop reaction. Sassy says, I don't mind if I do, mate. Navy side has been now lost by Sassy, so this food isn't necessarily safe. The deer are quite close to the edge. The spring ships might be able to cause some problems there. And a second TC and a keep drop in the center of the map. Oh, this is chef's kiss, man. This is beautiful. I know we got Voldemort playing the other series, but this is this is like a Voldemort move because this feels like a GG keep. Farms resume for the time being, but not for long. The funny thing is, if Anatan had just waited, I don't think Sassy realized there was a castle being dropped on his farms. Somehow. Now, guys, remember, in the event that he keeps getting pressed, Sassy can always just run all the way over here. I kind of love that we're heading towards that, but sadly for him, the Baglers are there to block him. GG comes out. Another game going to Anatan. Oh, what a sick series this is turning into. I mean, it's one-sided on the score, but the game's been incredible so far. This map is 3 times better than Socotra. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. I kind of would love to see a version where there's no fish as well to see how that plays out. Because I like the idea of maps where there's no fish but water like units are useful, you know what I mean? But that one, yeah, that one is a banger. I think that it's so much better. What do I call that one for upload, man? I'm trying to think. Best map of 2024, dude. I don't know if that's an overstatement, but that was so much fun. That was such a sick map. I love that, man. I actually love that. So much about that was so well done by Cavallo. It's interesting as well, because like sometimes Cavallo's map designs almost seem like they're more team-oriented intentionally, but that was sick. Oh, so 2 games down, still potentially 3 to go. I mean, chill Anatan. You know, I know I'm not paying you guys by the hour, but I like to get my good bang for buck. So we've had Ibis now, and English. So let me just add those to the confirmed use list. And that means we're now heading into Sand Reef, which is another water map. Atoll's great in teams as well. Yeah, I'm going to have to check that out, man. That's sick. Is there another AOM event in the near future by any chance? Yep. There was already one announced by EGC for end of October. Okay, so I think we're just getting ready to see how these two are going to draft. Let me have a look. So, knowing we're going to Sand Reef, and remember Sand Reef is the one where there's a lot of water, but not too many deep water fish, and you spawn right in a corner, but like the center of the map is all water, and an island in the center of that. It's kind of like the moving out map from Kaivayu in reverse, but you can't rush on land because basically it's like U-shaped. There's water between you, and then there's like a land walk on the outskirts. Here, I'll just show you the picture. It makes it easier. So, we switch over. Sand Reef. So, like this. So there's a few deep water fish, but not anything too crazy, right? So like you are quite capped in just how much you can safely get on one location. So I don't know. I could see some like transport ship play outpost rush potential here. Maybe some spearman based civs and whatnot could be really good for this particular map. In fact, because we know we're going there, I'm going to update the name now. I think Anno's going to go Chinese. I think this is going to be a Chinese pick. And Sassy's probably going to go Zhuji. Which is good for him because Zhuji beats Chinese. However, the slight caveat about this map is going to be the fact that you can Barbican rush the central island. Oh, wow. Okay, I was wrong. So I thought maybe Mongols when I said Chinese. I should have known. Sassy loves his Mongols. Is his comfort civ, right? It's Japanese Mongols. Which, on a traditional setting, on a land map, favors the Mongols. On water, I'm not so convinced. Because there's no outpost rush potential. Maybe if you transport ship play to the central island, that would be sick. The upside, at least... Wait, I'm going to have to see when we're in game. But I was going to say the upside, at least, is that the Japanese shinobi can't reach you. But here's the thing, guys. I'm pretty sure the gap is big enough between your shore and the central island. But if it's not... No, it's going to be big enough. So, for reference, the distance you can blink with Shinobi is the width of Canal. So, if you guys remember the competitive map Canal, on Canal, you could actually Shinobi Shunshin from one side to the other. No one ever realized it, actually. Like, no one even used it remotely, even though they could have used it multiple times in competitive. So, I don't think anyone clocked it. But it required you to very specifically micro to the edge and then Shunshin, but it would work. You could actually blink to the other side of a canal. I promise you don't like playing water, but I think this is reasonable the way you play water, though, because it's not like an immediate scaling of a million ships. They were trying, but you saw how small the fleets remained, and that's because there's no deep water fish. It's because the style enables that particular situation. Okay, so I think we are ready to get into game, guys. Dude. We can agree he's outdone himself every time. He's done it again. Like, honestly, he's done it again. That map splash is absolutely stunning. One and all, welcome back to KP's Midweek Madness. We've got more fun on brand spanking new maps. We are now going to be on Sand Reef, that apparently is just too big of a word for me to fit, so let me slot that across. With Anatan of My Insanity playing as the Japanese in the blue, going up against Sass as the Mongols in the red. This is a water map, a very interesting water map, though. Check the U-shaped approach on land. You're gonna likely have to fight on the water. A land rush is not easy to achieve, which makes me wonder, what's the plan here out of Sass? Kind of an interesting map as well. So there is some deep water fish, quite a lot of shoreline fish. I think one feedback I give for this one, based on the spawns I've done and now what I'm seeing here, probably a bit too much shoreline fish. I like that there's limited deep water, though, and it's in predictable, repeatable positions that it spawns on the map. So you've got these midway contested ones. You got two safe near you. Honestly, I'd say just do away with the shoreline entirely. And I think you've got a chef kisser right here. But I thought we might be seeing something like a Chinese pick here and a Zhuji pick, just because it is water pure enough for that. And also, weirdly enough, although in that matchup Zhuji normally win, I actually think China wins in this one because of the Barbican rush opportunity on the central island. And yeah, just to confirm, this gap is too big for a ninja to blink across. We'd have problems if it wasn't. You'd like it if this map had 0 fish? No, I don't mind a few fish, just not too many, right? It's just difficult when you add too many fishing spots. Like, maybe it'd be cool if there was just deep water fish here and deep water fish here, right? So it's not an immediate safe play. Then again, the cool thing about this map is although it looks like the TCs are spawning close to the edge, as you can see, they don't. Which means that your dock play isn't protected in any real way by the TC. Japanese traders would be great here? I think you mean Mongol, sir. Don't get me wrong, I know Japanese traders look cool, but you don't really want to be building them. So, oh, I almost forgot. We've got to do predictions, right? So let's do the payout here. I've got a feeling you're all just going to be biased towards Anatan. But guys, I want you to remember that this is actually Sass on one of his signature civs, right? French and Mongols is kind of what he's known for, the bread and butter nowadays. Ottomans he tries, but of course not as dominant as they once were. Notice that he's not going for an Uvu at all. You can't afford to. Like, this is a tricky thing. You could basically tell straight away this wasn't going to be an outpost rush because he didn't open with the Uvu. I'm curious to see how he's going to play this, though. Because, like, on a land map now, I don't mind Mongols' chances. I've seen that plenty of times in this matchup. Like, Mongols actually do really well up against the Japanese because you just spam Keshiks to mirror Mad Samurai. But on a water map, you kind of have to lean Japan, right? Usually because of the cheaper fishing and the Shinobi. I don't think the Shinobi are going to be as much of a factor here because it's just too far. Part of me wants to say I'd prefer to see him go for the Kura storehouse, actually. Because you know your opponent's TC is going to be well insulated on the tree line. So, like, wood isn't going to be vulnerable. Blocking one dock's not going to work when he's probably likely to go 3 or 4 quickly. The only thing you really get here, I think, is harassment on the gold and forcing, like, an outpost to be built. So, and considering your opponent's probably going to go for Deerstone here, that makes it very difficult to accomplish. That being said, because of those trade posts, Silver Tree would be kind of sick. Yeah. And I think that's why Anatan is going Koka as well. Because Koka, even if he can't hit the gold here, if your opponent now does go Silver Tree, you can just sit here. Damn, this is going to be a wild one. By the way, Koka did get buffed, remember? It used to be 120 resources, now it's 100. And it's bloody strong. Japanese would be faster because of the conversion to ship. Probably not. Oh, wait, what do you mean? Oh, you're talking about going for, yeah, the tier 4 landmark. That's far off. And to be honest, like, you don't need... So a little tip for people who are playing late game Japanese, when you go for the Castle of the Crow, you don't need to drop it, like, here and trade here. You could drop it here and trade here, and you pretty much get the maximum resources. It only requires about a quarter of the map. So Silver Tree is going to be the choice then. This means that Sassy needs to drop a stables first then. Or just not trade. Because if you now go for aggro boats instead of an opening Keshik play, you're just going to lose your traders to this. Shinobi already on the way. Remember, these guys got buffed on multiple angles. Not just the cost that I mentioned earlier. They used to take 23 seconds. Now it's only 20. Second dot coming in. Okay, so Sass is just going to neglect to guard the trade on land. We're probably looking at a delayed trade play then. I'm not expecting him to rush towards it here. Usually when you see someone drop double dock while going Silver Tree like this, it means there's no extra resources to go for the greed, which makes sense. Like, you know, if you're not going to guard it with land units, you shouldn't be doing it in the first place. If you're wondering, oh my god, why is Japan taking up first so broken? Remember, they spend less on their fishing boats, which really adds up, right? We're at 8 at this point, where you save 30 per, so that ends up being a pretty lofty 240 resources less. Hence the bad timing, hence the pain now. And I think that's also why Sassy went for the double docks here. guarantees that he can protect all of the boats, and I love this follow-up play. Naval arrow slits. He's utilizing the Uvu stone to get him the defense, and that's cool because usually Japan are the civ that do this so well. We've seen it on Holy Island where they're able to get these naval arrow slits because they accrue gold when they gather stone, and vice versa. I don't know if it's just like, because it's new maps, and that's what it is itself, or it's the way the two players are playing. But my brain is constantly flipping off at like, flipping was the wrong word. It's constantly triggering a, wow, this is a cool map situation. And thank you for reminding me. Apologies on that. Let me flip the score. It's Anatan on match point, folks. See, I'm getting too excited. I'm not even keeping track of that. Sparrows immediately get queued up as well. Archer ship already comes out to try to be annoying here, but the scout's able to dodge out. And the Khan is trying to keep an eye on this. The Shinobi has actually slowly been getting killed off, and we can see there's no extra resources committed into additional ninjas. Nice fishing boat pull. So Anasan is taking a very slow siege-free approach here. This isn't going to work very long. I think he just wants to confirm that Sass is indeed going to play water. And he's about to get a rude alert on that. Spring ship comes out. Should be able to push him away. The demo ship is on the way, but remember, guys, there's still a light junk here. So this is a difficult dive. I'd love to see Anatan wait and get a second explosive junk and wrap it around the back. Because this is another map that I think is going to be as fun to watch as the last one at all, because of the 360 motion of water here. I think Anno's just trying to creep castle, right? Maybe not. Double explosive junk just got queued up. Just maybe a bit of a mismacro here because a lot of food is being held in reserve. Oh my god, he's actually just going to brute force it. That's kind of wild. I didn't expect him to take this approach. Villagers are trying to dive in to deal with this, but unable to do so. And immediately junk does get queued up, so Sassy is trying to get the demo ship out to shove this away. That will create the space. Villagers now being pulled keep the static defense online, but double demo timing! Anatan read this perfectly! Counter demo coming through. Archer ship is able to protect it though. So trade that I'd say definitely favors Anatan. A little bit expensive, but worth it. The other time as well, these villagers are not working. Without wheelbarrow, it means it's going to take a while to get back, and because he doesn't have Deerstone, they're not going to be able to rush back either. And Sass is now going Mangadai. Kind of a cool idea here, right? If this is ninja spam, it blocks it. The dangerous and scary part of this is because you're playing against fishing, your opponent's going to have a lot of food, and that surplus food can be used for a quick transition into Horseman. So I like the idea from Sass. I don't want to see him overinvest in it, though, right? Like maybe 2 to 3 Mangadai maximum to go get kills. In fact, it looks like he might be stopping at 1. How did you guys gamble on this one? I'm curious. 53% for Sass, so a lot tighter of a game. And I agree, man. There's some really cool ideas with Mongols in Feudal Age ever since the changes. I mean, he admittedly didn't go Deerstone, so some of them are cut off from him. But Magadai got tweaked quite a bit, actually. You're in a map where you start with an 8k vein in your base, and Magadai now costs more gold than food. And Mongols have not gone piracy, which is kind of surprising, actually. It's a lot cheaper now at 175. Also, it's a perfect counter to Anatan's play. Piracy is a direct counter to demo ships. Because when your opponent tries to kill your demo ships, as long as you touch that boat once, you get paid out for piracy. Right? So let's say this explosive junk with 145 HP detonates with 144 HP, because I hit it for 1 damage somehow. I'm still getting 50 resources. And oh my god, Anatan creeping out for the other deep water. Well, Magadai is going to intercept that, but the good news, at least for Anatan, is Magadai can't do anything about the dock. And it does give him the early warning, so a villager loss is rough here. In fact, that is the second worker kill. One was fishing boat, one was villager. But it buys ample time for this reaction, which means the Magadai... Wait a second, he has to cancel the outpost. Oh no, Anatan. Well, the walls are going to go up, and this outpost should be good enough to keep the Magadai at bay, guys. Because remember, they have very baby range here with just the 3.5. I think this would have been cool if Sass was like pushing on water as well, but he just doesn't feel comfortable with how big of a threat Anatan potentially is. If he knew Anno was just rushing castle, I think he would have rushed his base by now. You can tell he doesn't realize that because he's very hunkered down here instead of probing. It would have been a hard fight either way, but I think Anatan is just kind of starting to creep away with this. Sass, he's going for that big one-punch man moment though. Massing out on demo ships, which is a quick and clean way to try and clear up this water. And I love this approach. He's going to start north side. The reason this is good is you know your opponent's extending on the eco here. So you want to take that away. And then you can converge with a push from the south and the north on the primary docks. Cool idea. Also, a play into the mid-map. Uvu being dropped. We have got archery ranges in the center now. The trade has begun, folks. So Flown Gate's on the way. It's going to be a bit tricky, though. I'm wondering, actually, if the best, most viable play here isn't to go for stables. I think the best play is to go racks. And here's why. Normandy. Build a transport ship, drop off in the enemy main, and hit this. It's so much more impactful than walking all the way around. Fishing economy is going to be idled on the north side. That's another thing as well, with like some of your eco being lost here, right? Playing into racks is much more efficient than going stables, as you'll get 2 samurai for every 1 mounted samurai. Almost time for the moment of truth. Dock drops now coming in from Sass as he looks to extend a bit deeper into the map. And his hand. Looking to strain this, but Sass is up to 14 demos. Oh my god. He knows the town center isn't on the shoreline, right? Like, he can't kill landmarks with this. Dear God. We'll have to see what the choice is going to be. It's the stables. Okay, so we're getting the normie choice here. I'm not as big of a fan. I guess against Mangonite, it fares a bit better than Samurai as well, because you can't just get infinitely kited. But demos now moving in. Not great value to begin with. The sandwich here is a little bit late. It wasn't that perfect simulated one from an advertisement where you just have the 2 smushed together. Someone flopped a piece of toast and they flopped another piece on top. He's going to have to try again. He's got a second sandwich that he can start to rear up. More of these demos being queued. This has to pinch him. Demos in return. They see him. He knows. No! Sass! 10 demos get spotted out. Oh my god. And they're not getting away from this either. You can see Anatan intentionally moves even deeper. All demos are going to be lost here. Not worth. Sass down to just 5 demo ships now. Starts to push out. Piracy is there. Kind of makes you wish Anatan was the one doing mass demo, but that is going to be it. It gets called. A cool idea by Sass, but no way could he sneak it by the always watching Anatan. A 3-0 victory in another amazing map. I'm looking forward to more of these. Sam Reef, definitely a cool one. Only 1 game seen, but you just see how drastically different your approach to the maps can be. Oh man, these are sick. All right, so congrats to Anatan. He's the first player to qualify through to the Grand Finals. So let me check in on the other series because we've got Voldemar versus Corvinus going on as well. And we need a victor from that before we can get into our best of 7 Grand Finals. So let me check on what those 2 are doing. I think they're in game right now, so we can hop in. I think Corvinus is also on match point. Whew. And we're heading into Skargard for a Mongol Abbasid matchup, which is kind of wild. Sass had shoreline fish in the middle of the water? Wait, what? No. Oh, Sass, buddy, if you're there, commiserations. Be sure to let Caillou know about that. He's really quick to fix these things. Was that on Sand Reef, right? Oh, sorry, buddy. I mean, this is the thing. We know that they're not going to be perfect, but I think we can agree that these were all fun. I feel like the opening one was definitely the most like, oh, okay, I tried to experiment, didn't work. But overall, those were fun. All right, guys. Let's hop across into another one here. Oh, wait. Is Corv on his main? I need to remind him to be on his main in future if he's not. But let's get ready to go. All right, this is a familiar sight. We've cast so much this map, and I'm always happy to cast more. Welcome back to Scarguard, Avali's latest and greatest creation here. Voldemar versus Corvinus, game number 3 of this best-of-5 single elimination. Corvinus in condition 0 on the Abbasids, going up against Voldemar on the Lethal Mongols. Reminder, this map, there is only 5 sheep on the map, which means Mongols are OP because they can spawn more sheep. No, it's a good selection, though. I really like Mongols here because this map is designed to force people out of their base quite quickly. You get 5 sheep and then 5 safe deer, which equates to a total of 1,750 from the deer and then 1,000 from the sheep. So 2,750 food. Sounds like a lot, but it's really not because you're going to spend, in terms of on tech, 1,600 alone to get to Castle Age. And then you have to remember every minute you're spending 150 on villages. So cool design of a map. Always interesting to see Abbasids here. I remember we had one series on this for show matches where one of the players decided to just kind of spam out berry civs. They went Iabids, Delhi, Abbasids. Delhi made sense, but Iabids, Abbasids not so much because the berries on this map spawn in pockets of 2. Well, it looks like we're going to have good old Corv trying to make sense of it a different way. He's playing into the eco-wing play. Against Mongols, I don't think this is going to be Camel Archer spam, right? I don't think you do that. What's his fort here? We're on 2 times, by the way, just to catch up live, as I think we are just about 1 minute away from being live here. So it's going to be 2 TC. I imagine you look to drop it, like, maybe... You can't do fort against Mongols. That sounds insane. Maybe on the east side, like, bridge the gap here. It's kind of tough, because I'm looking at the spawn, and if you were Corvinus, you wish you had this spawn. You actually wish you had Voldemar's side of the map. So instead, he's just going to settle at home. It is going to be 2 TC condensed. We're going to be looking at a fast farm transition. I've seen a few Abbasid players try this. It feels sort of hit or miss. We had that really incredible game between Voldemar and Core, in fact, with the Rus Abbasid matchup, where Voldemar tried for the farm transition. Easier said than done, though, even with the discounts. Remember, with the Fertile Crescent effect, you're going to get a healthy discount here. Only 49 wood per farm. I think we're about to hit live in a second. Voldemar, in the meantime, is going into the Keshiks. This should be a Rax rush, no? He's only now scouting it. So, wait, no, he sees the archer range. Oh my god, no. This is a catastrophic start to the game for Corvinus. We're going to slow down to the 1-time speed now. Voldemar has the pristine opening then. The Keshiks are the best situation for him to find himself in here because there's no immediate reaction into Rax. Instead, we're actually going to get Camel Archers. I mean, kind of makes sense, right? Because you built an archer range, but like archers are kind of useless here. So going Camel Archer at least gives you the debuff. And this is intriguing because I remember seeing this a lot. If you guys remember the Abbasid Mirror days, it was basically mass horsemen and 1 Camel Archer. The whole idea is apply the buff, win the fight. It's kind of similar here in a weird way in that Keshiks, they're all base damage. So that 20% from the Camel Archer is effective on the unease. It's also a high base damage unit to penetrate against armored units. And then when you consider these horsemen, their base damage is much lower, more than 20% lower, right? Like these Keshiks are going to hit for 12 damage. The horsemen are going to hit for 9. But then Blacksmith Tech will benefit them more. On top of that, though, we're talking about almost a 2-to-1 scaling point, as Keshiks cost 200 resources, and Horsemen only cost 120. And how are you able to afford this over a long period of time? Your fresh foodstuffs, your Fertile Crescent, you can afford a farm transition. It's pretty crafty, man. So Voldemar has to play with a lot of tempo here. This matchup is defined by speed for the Mongols now. I've seen this build a lot of times for the Abbasids, and it relies on failed assaults because you can't scale Camel Archers quickly. They take 35 seconds each. I'm sure Keshiks take 30, but you can double produce them. He's going to park himself here. Voldemar did go Deerstone, by the way. I'd love to see him just move this to the front side and build an outpost back at home. That aura's going to be important, but great start here. Moves in, able to snipe on the villagers, almost gets a second. So 1-for-1 exchange so far, but he's going to need a lot more than that if he wants to start to stave off what's coming his way. Spearman transition also coming in is kind of intriguing here, especially considering Voldemar's already been bulking up on archers. What? Is this due to a lack of food? Yeah, I think this is due to a lack of food. So until he's got maybe 12 farms plus, scaling a horseman is not great. You haven't got the pacing for it, right? So kind of having to go for maybe a kind of subpar comp here because spearmen are going to be cheaper. Voldemar adding in the Magadai. Wait, no, that's the Khan Hunter, right? No, that is actually a Magadai. Huh? Khan Hunter I'd expect. He has 13 archers. Actually, Khan Hunter is just gigaed at this point. But the Magadai is kind of peculiar. Maybe he wants to scout out for it. Most likely it was just a misclick. I'm hoping it wasn't a misclick of the type I'm thinking, which is that he thought he'd queued a Khan Hunter. Because that would be a big problem here. Like, being missing a Khan Hunter when you're going this many archers. Because you can just kite your opponent. Right? Even against the Horseman, it gives you an earlier reaction point. Because you have that extra 0.5 tile range. Star being prepped. And Voldemar doesn't go for his own. Instead, he's going for the Rams. This is one hell of a timing attack. It makes sense as well, right? Your opponent's got mass farms, so you can actually just farm those up the Rams, worst case scenario. Love this. And because your opponent went mass Camel Archers, he doesn't actually have much torch damage or melee damage to deal with these Rams. This is a cool idea. Camel Archer counting out to 5. Undermesh as a priority is kind of intriguing here. But he wants it for the dive, right? Because then he can send in not just the Rams, but the Keshiks as well. He's going to start knocking. Looks like Rack's going to be brought down pretty quick here. Scout and Falcon in means he sees all. I love this. This is, I think, what kind of got slept on for a while with Mongols is on this initial tree line, you can just do so much damage due to the Falcons. It's kind of finicky to utilize, but ever since the arrival of the Khan Hunter aura, I think it's much easier with that 0.5 plus range. You're almost at the point where you just say, imagine if javelins could see over a tree line. A lot of forward infrastructure being lost here. More being prepped behind, but this is still going to slow down the rate of scaling for Corvinus in this game. Stables doesn't even bother to finish off. I love that read. Because the new Horseman came out, there's no point finishing it off with an extra ram shot. Just deal with the archery range. You might even be able to prevent an additional camel coming out. So we'll be able to get out nonetheless. Outpost coming up on the forward. So kind of surprised, like, sacrificing a villager production here is kind of awkward because your opponent is playing 2TC. I think the Deerstone could have definitely been packed up and moved across, but you know, it feels even worse because he's gone for superior mobility now, right? Like, if he hadn't done this at all, I kind of understand just choosing the outpost on its own. Nice thing, at least, is you can now repair that ram, though. So I guess it makes it worthwhile due to the villager having a second duty here. Okay, so this is looking really good for Voldemar. I don't think that Corvinus is out of the woods yet. Like, 8 Camel Archers is a lot. They did get the base health increased by 10 on the last patch. But you are still up against Mass Archer here, right? And they outrange you. They don't quite have the movement speed to kite you perfectly, but they can keep skirting the range when you go to attack. I think this is going to be all houses targeted. Kind of a tricky situation. Like, sometimes a 2TC play is a downfall for you here because of the pop cap absorption, right? Like, a lot of your space in the early phases is going to be in villages. Means every house really does count. Dive now comes in. We're going to fight up against this. Archers need to be tugging down those spears, though. Keshiks are going to start jumping in. Spearman mass has pretty much been evaporated. Only a few left on the line. Mostly mass horsemen now come around the back. The Keshiks aren't guarding there. Few spearmen kept in reserve to hold that back, though. Rams looking to break that TC. Is it enough to break Corvinus? The question, though. The Camel Archer count still looking good at 6. An activation of the attack speed arrow comes out, but the Horsemen will not break. They will not bow. The town center is down, but Voldemar's army will not be getting out of here. He tries for a clown car, but it's simply not going to work. Ram's not able to escape. Army's escape route now cut off. And you may have actually killed that town center, but it's still Corvinus with a 10+ eco lead and now a military advantage. Yeah, this looks over. Tough game. Voldemar, a cool idea here. Maybe just... I think the awkward part in that fight was he kind of just tanked with the Keshiks as well as the spears on the front line on the west side. And I think the better course of action there would have been to peel the Keshiks back and body block the Horsemen. The reality here is you're kind of sticking your front line into a comp that semi-counters them or counters them while exposing your rear. So I think that definitely hurt him a lot there. And now an awkward situation here, right? Like Voldemar is not in a healthy position. He's playing flank resources out on the map, as you often do when you try to take control of the map here, because the alternative is setting up pastures, and that's just not viable. He's nowhere near a tech up. His archer mass has to start from scratch. And it's going to be running into a massive cavalry already coming his way. Horseman now riding in. Only one spearman. I'm wondering, is this just it? I feel like it might be. I mean, Voldemar, you can't afford a single eco loss this far down already. And yet it's still more loss. Dive comes through. Triple pasture is at least there. But that is going to be it. Another 3-0 in the first KP's Midweek Madness. Means we have our finalists. It's going to be a showdown, a hoedown, a best of 7 between Anasand and Corvinus. Oi, oi, oi. Well played, lads. Golf clappers all around. That was a cool one. So, let me get everything reset and whatnot. And we'll get ready for our grand finals. So, all right, so just to explain the format now. So the way this is going to work, guys, is we are going to have a map draft, which is going to be the free maps, and we will cycle through those maps. Because I'm trying to balance like getting feedback for the devs on these maps through iterations, and I think if you play a map one off, the players probably afterwards going, oh, I now know how it works. So the way this format works, we didn't get to see it here because they were 3-0-3-0, but the way it's going to play out is that you're going to have 3 games play. And because we're in a best of 7, we're definitely going deeper than 3 games. But after that 3rd game, the map pool is going to reset in that all 3 maps will be available again. And the loser will pick which map you go to. But we won't redraft maps. So the 3 maps you're going to see here are going to be the 3 maps that you see for the series. I don't know if people like this format more than other ones. It does mean we're not necessarily going to see all 6 maps that we have available here, which is kind of a shame. But I'm smiling. I really actually hope we get a toll again. I think a toll was really cool to see. Are these official maps? No. These are custom maps. There we go. Dude, good guy, Anatan. He's right into it. I love how like positive and quick and everything he is on getting things set up. So, I mean, in fairness, he did finish first. So let me have a look here, and I'll get these opened up. Okay, so we have got... I think we're going to have like a 2 or 3 minute break. Oh, I'll run ads now so you guys don't have to worry about them afterwards. And I'll also respond to anyone on Twitch and YouTube, so it gives us a second to chat. Let me run... We're on 90 seconds ads now. Or subscribe, and then you can still talk to me. Best of both worlds. By the way, guys, perfect opportunity to show something off. I mentioned that we partner with Protein Works again. And boy, did they come in big! Holy cannoli. Are you guys seeing this? One sec. I'm stacked. I got the goodies, man. Yo, check this. So we've got the meal replacements that we do a lot of. We've got salted caramel bandit, which sounds incredible. We are currently drinking the banana smooth sundae, which I wholly recommend. It is incredible. I love it. And I'm looking forward to this as well. Chocolate bueno, which I think is meant to taste like Kinder Buenos. Then, another thing I had this morning, these are called the Ultimate Diet Breakfast Shake. So these ones are meant to be drank within half an hour being made. They're for the morning on an empty stomach. Highly recommend vanilla creme. That was sick. I'm looking forward to trying banana cake. Dude, I've gone crazy for bananas. The bananas pop. And then I also have overnight oats to try. I'm not sure if I'm going to like oats. We'll find out. But I've got the dark chocolate raspberry. Those were actually pretty cheap as well. 7 servings in there. And then I got more of my matcha latte coffee cooler, which tells you how much I love this. This stuff is good. This is liquid gold. I love this stuff. One of my favorites. So definitely wholly recommend getting your hands on that. And then finally, we are going to enjoy some pancakes at some point. We've got more of the protein pancakes. We've got the milk chocolate chip this time, which I'm definitely going to top with some of their peanut butter, which they sent me before, and chop up some bananas. And then, we ain't done there. We've also got our hands on another savory meal. We've got the mac and cheese. Looking forward to trying the mac and cheese, actually. I didn't think I was a fan of mac and cheese, and then I tried it once. I was like, oh, this isn't too bad. So, always excited to see that. And then I decided I wanted to include you vegan people. So I asked them to send me some of their triple chocolate brownie protein bars, the vegan versions. So we're going to be trying those out. I know those definitely are available in the American store as well. So 100% excited for that. And thank you, big shout out to Okoloko for subscribing to the Prime. So yeah, they came in big, guys. I also got an additional shaker because I want to drink multiple things at once. But I can already wholly recommend, based on tasting them today, really like the vanilla creme ultimate diet breakfast shake. Vanilla, what's not to like? And then I'm a really big fan of the banana smooth sundae, which we are drinking currently. They are incredible. Definitely check them out. If you guys want to take advantage of it, they usually have sales of like 60, 70, 80% off. And then on top of that, if you use the code KILLERPIGEON, you'll get yourself another 10% off on top of that. Insane deal. And these work out at, I think it's like £1.50 a meal, if not less. And they're really healthy. Low calorie, good protein intake. Like this, one of these shakes has like 20 to 24 grams of protein in it, which is sick. I even got my hands on some whey protein in one of my last packages, which I'm going to start using for climbing. But I know that they deliver all across Europe. They also deliver to the States. Not sure about SEA and whatnot, but I'll check in on that. But I know it has scaling delivery costs, so it gets cheaper as you spend more. So big shout out to Protein Works for sponsoring us again. Be sure to check them out using my link.
Now
okay. Thank you, Corvinus. Are you sure, Corv? Because I could always organize maybe a third place match between Voldy and Sassy for a smaller purse. It's up to you though. If you're not sure how long it's going to be, we can just do Voldemar versus Anatan then. Or would it be fairer to have Sass and Voldemar play like a BO1? Guys, basically someone's come up for Corvinus, and hello all the Corva Knights who came across. Thank you. Alright, no problem, buddy. I'll tell you what, Corvinus, you'll be first on the list to be in some additional ones in the future, okay? Hope everything works out, buddy. So, guys, I think what we do now, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, Anatan, because I know you're waiting in the finals. I'll let the two decide. Voldemar, Sassy, are you both here? If not, I'll message them on there. My thoughts is there's two options here. We either do like a coin flip to decide which one of them is going to face off against Anatan. Or we do... Okay, so... I'm going to message them because I'm not getting a response. To duck out. Two choices. Coin flip for which faces Anatan. Or best of one /3 I say best of 1, yeah. I'll let them choose. All right, give me a sec, guys. Sorry, unexpected. It does happen sometimes, though. I'll look to prioritize, invite you to the next one. So let me see what they're up for here. Where's Sassy? Sassy may have ran off, so it might be Voldemort by default. Okay. Give me a sec. Sorry about this, guys. But yeah, once again, like 100% check out Protein Works. And here's why. So I've been thinking about this, guys, and I want to reward you guys for supporting me and supporting Protein Works. So I came up with a plan, a smart plan here. I'm always big on people I sponsor, people who sponsor me rather, feeling like they got good value out of the integration, and that's why I always look to have them feed the info back to me. What was the sales like? How do we do? Right? Because at the end of the day, businesses are looking to make money. Makes sense. So here's what I'm going to do. If at the end of this integration, which should end about 2 weeks into October, I have had 10 sales from this integration via Protein Works, I pledge $200 to additional show matches. That's what I'm looking to do to reward you guys back. Because I can't be like, yeah, I'm going to give some of you money back away. Like, for a start, that's an illegal lottery. This is fine, though. This is a cool way to give back to the scene. It allows me to get more of the content that I want to do. It allows the players to have more games to grind for ATR as well as get some money, and it provides you guys with more entertainment. So, if you were on the fence, you're like, I don't know, should I try some Protein Works? I hope that's enough incentive for you guys. Not only is it indirectly going to support me because they'll look to responsor, but on top of that, it will get additional esports for Age of Empires 4. So, exclamation mark Protein Works. Use that link. Make a purchase. Give it a try. I know that if you're in the UK and you go above like £60 or £75, one of the two, it's free delivery entirely. Other places, it scales. So, once you go past like €50, €100, it's a lower cost to deliver. And there's plenty of good things. I highly recommend the diet meal replacements. The nootropics are sick as well. I think a lot of you guys will like those. They're like energy drinks. Love the coffee coolers. The protein pancakes were really impressive as well. I'm not a pancake person, but I actually like them. So 100% check them out. Highly recommend it. And once again, really big shout out to them for sponsoring us for like the 4th month, I think this is now. Crazy. Hey, sup, Yellow BYQ. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. Appreciate all the bits, buddy. Much love. Okay, so I'm not getting a response. And the reason I'm not going to, like, it's up to Corvinus what he shares and whatnot. Something's come up. We don't know how long the timeline is until he's available. What I'll probably look to do is maybe there'll be, like, an additional, like, direct just showdown between, like, Corv and Anatan that I tried to organize as a make up for him. Probably will be a slightly smaller prize pool than the $50 we got here. But we'll figure that out. But I'm going to give Sass like 2 minutes to respond. If he doesn't, we'll go ahead with Voldemar versus Anatan. So basically, like what it's looking at is I either need him to respond and say he wants to do a BO1. If I lose, do I get money? Yes. Thank you, Leaf. Ugh. So, I've got a feeling that Sassy is not here. So we might have to just move forward with Voldemar. Yep. I'm going to do Voldemar. What do you mean, what about the set? Sorry. It's gonna be you and turned best of 7. Alright. Sorry, guys. This is probably why I should have it happen. But yeah, we're figuring it out in the background now. But we should have a grand finals. It's looking like it's going to be Voldemort versus Anatand in the BO7. While we wait, have you seen Tiny Glade? I think I've played Tiny Glade. Okay. Yeah, bless Voldemort. He's like, what's the HER implications? Basically, so a big part of why we're starting to do these in the midweek is we want to start providing players a way of increasing, decreasing, whatever needs to happen to their ELO, the tournament ELOs, which matter for seeding for larger tournaments. So these type of things I think are very helpful for that. It's also why, for example, we had Anatan versus Sass and Voldemort versus Corvinus, because on paper, like, those matchups make sense in that Anatan is the highest seed, Sass was the lower seed, and then higher seed versus lower seed continue through sort of thing, which is the fairest way to do those. So So Corvinus is, so as a result of that, like, I'm going to make the call now. Corvinus's, like, ATR results will just be invalidated for this one because he had to step out, and I think he'll be absolutely fine with that. Yeah. I'm with Anatan on this. I'm like, yeah. Fight down. I freaking love Anatan. I'm in the same pick. I'm like, Voldemort, there's a time and place. It's all good, buddy. Get your dumb little ass in here. All right? The kid needs to see if he's going to be doing the spanking or receiving it today. Freaking love Anatan. He's so eager. Also, what's all this stuff about patch notes people were talking about? Has there been, is there some news I'm missing for AoE 4? Or, oh, okay, so people just speculating? Because of something they saw on Steam? Oh, no. Okay. They have actually said, get a sneak peek of AoE 4's Season 9 with the pup. Cool. But there's no patch notes, right? I'm pretty sure I haven't seen any patch notes anywhere. Alright, anyway. Let's get ready. It looks like they are into the draft. So, let's see which maps we're going to get. The 3 maps that are going to make up this series. Remember, the first one is guaranteed, always going to be us heading over into Hallowed Spring, which I keep wanting to call Hallowed Mire, which I think is a different map. So we're going to have Hallowed Spring, guaranteed. And it's going to be Scarguard and Atoll. Yes! I mean, I've already got a lot of Scarguard games. Maybe I shouldn't have put it in there again. Would have been kind of cool to have seen, like, what would I love to have seen? There's another map I'm forgetting about here. It would have been Pigeon's View. Yeah, dude, no one likes Pigeon's View. Big Sarge. I mean, I get it. Like, people aren't crazy. Like, you know, I think people have had a lot of bad experiences with Stealth Forest. I personally think it's one of the best mechanics, just maybe not leveraged the best way. But I get it. So that's why I kind of like, you know, I didn't want to force it on them this week. Maybe I'll force it on them another week and be like, yeah, the starting map is Pigeon's View. Suck it up, suckers. But for now, it's going to be Scarguard, Atoll, and Hallowed Spring. So we have a water element with the Hallowed. We have a heavy water map with Atoll, and then we have a land map with Scarguard that has a water element that's designed in a very interesting way. For those that haven't seen it, the way that Scarguard works is that early game, water doesn't matter, but it does in the mid game. It is a very peculiar and unique situation, one that many people would not have seen anywhere before. And by the way, I can see all you YouTubers. I'm keeping an eye on you. By the way, on YouTube side, I did add in a bunch of them. So, ban-wise, what are we expecting to see here? I think Delhi's really good. I just don't think it's first ban wave material. You're probably going to be seeing the obvious one's going to be what? HRE? Yeah, there we go. English Byzantines. So they split the difference. Pretty atypical what you'd expect to see here. So now that opens up, like, English, I like as a beginner pick. I don't like Byzantines as a first phase pick. I think you just hold it there now and basically say to your opponent, you now have to ban, right? You have to ban this away from me. So opening Delhi, yep, makes a lot of sense. Anatan already show how powerful this is on Hallowed. I really believe this is close to S tier there. And then on top of that, it's actually not a bad Civ to pick onto Skarsgård as well, because they're actually pretty scary to deal with there. Reminded, by the way, that although we have a best of 7 here, the way we're gonna do this is after the 4th game, there will be a redraft. So if it's not a 4-0 stomp, we will get to see a redraft and a different approach out of the players. And Chinese as a beginner is no surprise. I mean, Voldemar had that absolutely ludicrous game on Skarsgård up against Core. If you guys remember, the Grand Finals decider, where he was able to hunker down in the corner. So probably feeling pretty cozy about that. It's not that great on Hallowed, in my opinion. I don't really see the value, but maybe he feels like it's a good blocker to the Delhi because you can Barbican drop one of the Sacred Sites, and it means Anatan can't rush end the game. Outside that, the other map is Atoll. I don't think China's going to be crazy in Atoll. I think Delhi has some substance there. You covering the pup today? I will definitely be looking at the pup today. Of course I'll be looking at the pup. I mean, it's coming today, right? I think they even gave an exact time. Yeah, 9 a.m. PT. So we'll be reading through those notes and we'll be going over it. And then maybe we'll be able to catch a few people straight away. Maybe we'll actually have 1 or 2 players lingering around that we can have an impromptu show match with. That would be pretty cool. So follow-ups, Mongol, Rus. Rus, I'm not crazy about. They're a bit funky. I think they can work on Skarsgård because there is like 48 deer in total on that map. Their access. Sorry, if it's 55 total, 10 of which is underneath TCs. So there's 45 deer to collect on that map, which is almost double what you'll get on a standard map design. So it's actually not a bad idea. Mongols is pretty cool, though. We saw what Voldemar tried to do with them on Skarsgård. I think that's quite viable in general. Could see them being pretty intriguing to pick onto Hallowed after the redraft. Then again, he already has Delhi, so maybe he doesn't even need to wait for a redraft. Ottomans as a pick is really cool as well, like on these maps like Atoll, because you have that cheap rack, so you can just rush across and burn down the opponent's docks. No surprise that for that reason, Anatan went into the Ibids. No surprise that both of them actually banned Abbasid as well, because I think Abbasid works phenomenally well on a few of these maps. You can play them nicely into Skarsgård with condensed space. They do function really well on Atoll because of the multiple docks approaches on both sides and scaling into potentially trade. And then finally, the other really nice thing on that is that you can just rush with Rams to shut down your opponent with military wing. Outside that, even on Hallowed, I quite like them on Hallowed because on Hallowed Spring, you can just rush a dock in the center for 75 resources. It's really, really cost efficient. So, rounding out the draft, though, usually coming through. I don't think they're going to be a good Civ on Atoll, personally. Maybe I missed something, though. Maybe there's insanely valuable meditation gardens for it. Zone Dark is intriguing. I think a lot of these maps leave you a little bit exposed. Like, in particular, I really like Trench Zone for Hallowed. I think that's where they're going to be best because that map, you don't have much safe tree lines, so you're quite exposed quickly. So expect them to be coveted for that pick there. I wonder if we get the same that we did in the Sassy series and that it turns into Delhi and French as an opener between these two because we are going to be beginning on Hallowed Spring, as is always the case in this tournament. So let me get everything updated and ready on the score overlay, and we can flip over into the full draft scene. Sorry, guys. I have no quick solution for that. At Cal. Just at Cal. Okay, so getting ready for first pick. Does he just Delhi? Is there anything that threatens the Delhi? Actually, there's Zhone this time. So that's really crafty at the end by Voldemar. I don't think you want Delhi when Zhone's there. So you're more likely to go probably Mongols? Japanese could work as well because you have got the fishing. And then you kind of just fast castle, right? Is Japan in peril against any of these picks in particular? Juji. But I don't really feel like Voldemar is going to open this series with Juji. So, like, Anatan picking Japanese is pretty crafty. And would be somewhat unexpected here. Now you're my What's up, Jones? Thank you very much for the raid, buddy. Appreciate you. Looks like Anton's already decided. Voldemar, Voldemar, Voldemar. Where do we go here? Has to be Zhone. Maybe China? I mean, China kind of pads you in some cases. No problem, Sassy Man. Obviously, we couldn't hold it back, but appreciate it all the same. Yeah, Corvinus had an issue, so he had to like back out. Don't worry though, buddy. There'll be more of these. So, it is French from Voldemar. He didn't want to risk Zhone, which is surprising. And maybe it works out here because it's not Delhi. Anatan has picked Order of the Dragon. That's cool. It's all for fun? Oh, awesome. Wait, you mean I don't have to pay you guys? Whoa! Glad you had fun though, buddy. So, Order of the Dragon French. I want to say that's good for Order of the Dragon. Zhone's kind of different. I think Zhone is good for Dragon, if I remember correctly. And what is up, Mr. Camage? Thank you very much. Appreciate the Prime sub. Remember, guys, if you got the Prime subs, I do appreciate them. Drop them here. Then you don't have to worry about ads, as we are going to have plenty of fun in the coming days. Pub dropping in just a few hours. So I think the boys are getting ready to get in the lobby here. And in fact, that means I can start setting up the predictions of who will win. Is it going to be Anatan or Voldemar? I guess I'll put... Yeah, I'll hold it for the second. I won't pump it straight away. Oh, and what was that? I think Farman was asking earlier, like, where's the YouTube chat? It's not combined yet. I need to find a nice tool to combine it. I basically have a UI that lets me see YouTube chat and Twitch chat for myself, but I haven't found a way to just stack that into CSS yet from StreamerBot, so it's a bit weird. There are bots that do that? Yeah, this one's meant to talk through to the other ones, but it's not. Yo! Thank you, as always, Sailors. Appreciate you, buddy. Welcome back to Swarm. But yeah, this one is meant to be talking into the other chats. It's just not for some reason. It's kind of weird. So I'm going to have to find another one, probably. All right, let's go. It's time, guys. Oh, let me update the map name as well, because we are on Hallowed Spring. It's such a long name, actually. Wait, do I maybe... Ooh, you know what I can do? Do that. I think that probably works better. Wait, why is it off by one? Sorry, guys. Done it. Hey, thank you, Type Aerodubs. All right, let's get to it. It's grand finals time in the KP's Midweek Madness. One and all, welcome back. We've got an exciting one, a fun one here, and I'm buzzing for it. Did I just see farms that got cancelled? I think I might have, or a weird graphical effect. We've got My Insanity's Anatan in the blue, opening this series with Order of the Dragon, going up against the Kid Voldemar in the yellow, playing as the French. An exciting one here, actually, folks, as we have got a best of 7 kicking off on Hallowed Spring. If you guys are unfamiliar with what we're doing right now, we're running show matches, non-stop pumping them, baby, on brand spanking new maps. We're looking to build the channel, bring in sponsors, get additional revenue so that we can put more of these bad boys on. An absolute pleasure to have so many well-known players to kick this one off. So Order the Dragon on this map. Kind of curious. I wasn't sure if he was going to go for fishing straight away. He does. And this is a little bit dangerous. For those who haven't seen Hallowed Spring, to just give a little bit of context, it's a little bit like Himeyama, but actually also quite different. It has the Himeyama type effects, and what I mean by that, for example, is the fact that you've got this pond in the center that happens to have, I think it's 6 fishing instead of 4. You also have this wild kind of gold plus sacred site spawn around the center, so it gives like Delhi a really good timing. And the Himeyama-esque element elsewhere is the limited woodlines. You don't feel very safe here, which is why Voldemar went for French. Aggro civs are going to have a good time here, and because this is a brand spanking new map that the players have not practiced on before, they've actually, both of them played 1 game each collectively. The other cool thing is being the attacker is a powerful tool. When people don't know how to deal with things, being the attacker is the edge. And how the hell are you meant to know how to deal with this in a brand spanking new map? And this goal, we've been having debates on whether it's gatherable or not. I'm curious. I don't think we'll get that deep into the game. Order the Dragon, though, are going to be on the way up with the Ark and Chapel. French are going to get a solid timing here, though. Although the Order the Dragon's villages build quicker than standard ones, there's no denying there's going to be one knight showing up in your base before you have a tech up, right? And that's why I'm expecting Anatan to kind of lean fast into a Rax play here with the remaining wood to get a spin together. The middle gold is just decorative. Okay, Kavayu, have you tried dropping villagers here to tap the gold? Are you sure that it's just decorative? Yeah, big shout out to Kavayu in the chat. A lot of the maps you guys have been seeing in this tournament were created by him. So Arkan, pretty decent positioning, right? Considering how limited the resources are. And this is the other nice thing about going fishing that I like from Anatan is, you know, you don't have to worry about buffing food as much. We are going to get the little V for victory walls here to protect the tree line. These are, how to put it, suck. And here's why. The tree line disappears too quickly. Anatan, he had this in his last game on this map where he ended up abruptly chopping through without realizing, and then he had knights flooding in. And re-walling it is kind of pricey. So a little bit of a tricky one unless you super micromanage this to just make sure you're fully concaving and not leaving a big giant gap in your defenses. Voldemar, first knight is already on the prowl. And Rax's reaction feels a little bit slow, but you can see Voldemar hesitates the idea of diving in for good reason, guys. This is why I really think Order the Dragon can do quite well against French, is these French knights can't two-hit these villagers. So to dive in here and round, you might get a charge in, you might get a strike, you might even get the second shot, but you won't get the kill. They'll just walk by. At that point, you're so deep, you're just going to lose the knight. It's not a good feeling. Well, because it's knights as well, you don't have the means to either burn down this dock, so options are kind of limited at the moment. Voldemar is going pro scouts, though. Yeah, we've been seeing a rise in its popularity ever since the buffs, making it much easier to execute. And of course, the French, prime amongst them, right? Spending 248 resources. Wait, no, that's not right. 228 resources, I think is correct. Pretty big discount from what the other civs would have to pay. And on this map, there is just a standard 28 deer. But you're playing against an opponent that's going to play condensed, so you should be able to get all of them here. Easy defensive, the double spear. No way Voldemort wants to hang around for the dive there. You know, I'm kind of curious, actually. Like, someone just mentioned Meditation Gardens. Maybe with some of the spawns you could get lucky. I don't feel like Juji would have been a good pick here. That would have been a potential option for Voldemar. And that's because Anatan has the Deli, right? Like, I think Deli is the best civ here. Deli might be a little bit too good here, in fact. So we should have an arch transition coming. Meantime, Anatan probably leaning into Horseman next. You kind of have two choices, right? You rush Castle or you lean Horseman. Considering we've got an outpost on the gold, though, I think this is just going to be a Castle rush. He might drop a Stables and build like 2 Horsemen just to be present. But it won't be a long play, right? Which makes sense. The more this goes on, the better the French Knights feel. Speaking of which... Ooh, that actually looked like a cut through. In fact, if he'd waited just a few more seconds, I think he would have been able to get through there. Damn, missed timing there. That's so unfortunate, actually, for Voldemar. That would have been big. Like, 3 knights going in like that. No textiles here. All of a sudden, you have kill potential. Probably 2 villagers could die. Horseman no Gucci versus French? And yes, no. You can build 2 horsemen, and the reason that can be valuable is you keep them reacting at home instead of attacking you. And if you catch the trickling archers, they just die, right? Because those horsemen hit so hard, they basically, I think it's 3 hit, almost 2 hit archers. Deer coming home, and it is going to be the 1-1-1. So Voldemar actually covering all bases here, but that means his initial punch is going to be weaker. Because if he just went Archer Knights, he reaches a mass point where he can arrive faster. Now instead, Anatan is going to get away with the tech. Now, I'm curious if this is a Burgrave type game. It sounds weird, but you kind of need numbers against an all-in. Then again, Knight scaling isn't quick. So I feel like we are heading towards a typical Regnitz. Alright, I should have stuck to my game sense there, man. So the reason Burgrave's really good here is like he only has 1 Rax. He doesn't have much production coming. He's going to need either bulky men-at-arms or additional spears. Spears can work here because Voldemort doesn't have many archers. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if Anatan just continues to pump spearmen in Age 3 after vetting them up. The reason I really like that build is these guys are so tanky and hit so hard. 10 archers aren't going to count them. Right? Look at the damage. 12 damage against a 70 health unit. Meanwhile, they have 180 health. They also attack, I think... Wait, does Spearmen attack quicker? I'd have to double check that one. The men-at-arms attack quicker, but I think the Spearmen attack the same speed as normal spears, yeah. I guess that was for, like, balancing against Dark Age rushes more than anything else. Their bonus damage is insane, though. Knights are looking for a little cheeky dive in, but the Gilded Crossbowmen already getting queued up here. Villagers will be able to stay alive, and instead it's going to be one of the Knights going down. Luckily gets away before taking another 2 stabs to the Tushki. Voldemort really is just leaning hard into the Age now. I don't think the timing is right for this, though. What on earth am I reading on these map design choices in my chat? Boulder Bay is enough, thanks. So Spear Archer's kind of splitting up as well, worries me. You've got a weaker punch than your opponent at this stage if you think about it, right? Castle versus Feudal. But now you're splitting up the punch to guarantee numerically your comparative. And you know, you've got archers coming up here, but guys, it's 2 spearmen. They are about to be veteraned. Oof. 14 damage now, 220 HP. I actually feel like he could take this fight and he would walk away with double the kill value. And that's a good start. Remember, spearmen cost the same as knights. Killing one is an even trade if you die afterwards. Man, this is looking grim. We've got Voldemort now switching into horsemen, but there's already men-at-arms, already spears. He didn't really have the mass to fully exploit this yet. Knights are at least peeling to try and go in on the south side. Anatan has reacted quite strongly. Practically his entire army is here, so the Knights might be able to get some hits in. It's going to cost you on the other side. Anno continues to push in. It's just unfortunate the crossbows are so slow here, right? They don't have any charge format, so it splits up the fight a bit. It is buying time for Voldemort. I think actually what's missing for Anno right now is probably a blacksmith play. And arms are going to charge in. Tank the entire army here. Gilded crossbows aren't targeting down those knights. So actually taking a lot more damage in return. Not the best of micros out of Anatan, but Voldemort is still unable to contest this. Men-at-arms just so bloody strong. I can't believe that. That was about as subpar as it gets from Anatan, right? Like his men-at-arms were just basically getting slapped in the face by knights. The crossbows were attacking spears and archers, not attacking the thing that's killing him. And yet still it looked like a fight Voldemort didn't want to take. But now repercussions may be on the way. 2 low HP MAA. Crossbows are finally targeting those knights though. If it turns into a 1-to-1 trade, it's going to be worth it for Anno. Numbers are getting scaled against them. I think Anatan might consider queuing up a Landsneck here. There's a lot of spears in play. And you will get it cheaper with the Burgrave. Even just an archership at this point would make a lot of sense, because one big scary thought here is you are about to face off against a bunch of spears. And that dock is just a freebie waiting to happen. Spear Knights continue to dive in. Other men-at-arms goes down. Anatan, he's misread his timing here. Crossbows have no defense to assist them. There's one knight they can snipe out, but now what do you do against the archers? Oh my god. Village is now in trouble as well. Voldemort, it looked shaky for a moment. But Anatan, you see how you can afford 0 slip-ups in that early game. I think he just kind of threw away too much of the effective HP on the men-at-arms in the initial trade, and then kind of overboomed the crossbows. I get why he wants to do it as well up against knights, but the way this is played out, he's essentially just sending the units in at the wrong time, right? It feels like the knights are getting great times against the men-at-arms, then the crossbows too late to arrive. And then afterwards, with no men-at-arms, your crossbows just kind of get ran down by Mass Archer. I think we also need to see some blacksmith techs finally. Undermesh is going to get queued up. This is a big opportunity for Voldemar. Starts to march in. Doesn't quite get that villager kill. So we'll back up here. Interesting that he didn't go for the dock, by the way. So I like what I've been seeing from Voldemar. What I'm hating right now is that this fishing is happening, right? It's not being blocked at all. It's an asset to Anatan's economy that is allowing him to afford these really expensive losses. He doesn't know about it, right? There's no way that Voldemar wouldn't have scouted that earlier. Looks like relics are at least going to get intercepted. Great game sense there, Voldemar. Saw the monastery earlier, understood where it was coming from. Meanwhile, Voldy is going to be pulling out onto the board now, so pocket ecos to keep the push going, but love this read. Voldemar now getting ready for the tech up. All he does, the pushing continues. I'll look for a full dive. Remember, the reason you don't want a full dive here is you realistically just don't want to commit the army. You don't want to lose them. You want them as a threat factor. It's in a weird extension of its true self. We usually say like keeping a knight alive is better than having him die to get a villager kill because you can keep idling them. It's the same with the archers here. 7 archers with armor tech would have killed him. Yeah, the problem is like that idea is if Anatan had just gone men at arms plus like archers, knights would have dove past the men at arms. I think that's what Anatan was scared of, right? So Voldemar still would have had a way of winning. I agree now. You look at it at this state, like archers just would have made a lot of sense. Instead, though, he's committing harder in the men at arms. Voldemar is going Guildhall, so isn't planning to scale mass knights here, which I think makes a lot of sense. Gilded crossbows just eat them up. I'm wondering actually, maybe we just see Voldemar adding in what, Spear Arbitrier? Quick wall up. Does he have an out? Guys, he's stuck. If he doesn't go home now, he's not getting away here. Crossbow's able to move in, though, and Anatan already hunting for additional kills. He'll be able to find him. The formation shuffling is not helping here. 2 more villagers go down. Voldemar has reached the castle age as well, but the eco lead that he's building somewhat getting dented along the way. Especially now that you look at the fact that Anatan has got 2 relics garrison, another one on the way home. So economically, I think it can't really be argued that he's ahead at this stage. Especially when you add in the Arcane effect, the fact that you have to look at this count of villages and add 28% on top of it. Well, let's say 20% because some of it's fishing, and I'm being generous, it's just saying 20. Voldemar is going to this arbitrary we talked about. Just so many men at arms here. I wonder, do you actually just consider going for a Mangonel play? A siege transition at this stage from the Order of the Dragon could just kind of win the game straight away. Guys, I want you to think of this not as 15 men at arms, this is 30 men at arms. They are that powerful. Meanwhile, on the other side, there's 7 units to potentially count, right? 5 knights, only 2 arbitrary. Dive comes in. Archers are going to try to stab around the back of the crossbows. Men at arms start to pivot in their direction here. Crossbows already looking on those veteran royal knights. This front line doesn't seem to be holding for Voldemar. Archers finally able to kind of sneak past and start to poke on that back line. But the men at arms anarchy is starting to add up here. Arbitrary starting to creep out. He needs to keep them alive. Throw away the archers, throw away the spears, but do not let your crossbowmen die here. Do so at your own peril. Archer's able to shove the crossbows of the Dragon out of his base. They should allow him to turn around for a mop-up. 7 crossbows should be good enough to hold this. I think Anatan is now trickling troops towards their death. Yeah, kind of tough here, right? I think Voldemar is just on point in this position. He has enough arbitrary to kind of push him away from this. Anatan has burnt a lot of resources at this stage. At least he does have a decent quantity of farms at home. And in return for sacrificing this army, he is going to reap himself 4 of the 5 relics on the map. But he's also going to start losing some economy soon, right? The shoreline fish doesn't have much left unless he sets up a full dock. Yeah, you've got 3 ponds here, 3 options here, right? But the distance is going to make you feel very inefficient. especially when you consider there's an arbitrary army nearby. So Anatan is probably about to lose the effectiveness of about 3 of his eco units. All in all, though, with the damage done, while Voldemar had a great hold there, he is not leading this game right now. I think Anatan is about to go Imperial Age. And if Voldemar doesn't try to attack, he's going to be once again on the defense. And no, the mid cannot be mined. It just looks pretty. Like a gold encrusted pen. That's Horseman. Could be on the way for Voldemar, but with a lack of farms, that's not easily sustainable. Also, keep in mind, the deer got taken away by him already, right? He's already used Pro Scouts. So it's not like there's all these extended resources to bulk cav with. How did you guys vote on this one, by the way? I'm curious. 53% on Anatan, 47% on Voldemar. Okay. I could see that. And I think it's played out that way so far. Anatan is about to get a leg up, but it's not an immediate win. Right now, I'd rate Voldemar's army as more potent. Like, the arbitrary are that scary. Especially when he's got these techs coming in. So Gambeson's is on the way. Has got the level 2 ranged armor as well. But I think you're just going to see him hunker down. Guildhall is ticking. It's still got some way to go. But it's kind of undeniable that you can't really dive quick enough to stop what's occurring here. Age 4 coming in from Anatan in just a few seconds. The Horseman doesn't even see it. And now these dives get even more scary. I think this is one of the obnoxious things about Order of the Dragon HRE is when they go imp like this, diving can just lose you the game. And the reason it can lose you the game is stone. All it takes is one cannon emplacement to ruin a mass arbitrary push. Luckily for him, there isn't any yet. Unluckily for him, the first one's already been queued up. You know, I wonder if this is just a version of Himeyama that people would like more. The more I look at it, I mentioned it's kind of like Himeyama earlier, and I stand by that. I think this actually just might be a good tournament replacement for Himeyama. And we are wooling like crazy. Good lord. I mean, I guess he just wants the gold in reserve here. He has got the 8k vein, but it's already down to under 5k. So just looking to secure some stuff on the north side. Meanwhile, Anatan's a bit more chill with his spawn here, right? The 8k as well as the 4. Just already kind of set up. And remember, he had a 4k back here. I would say Anatan cheekily got the better spawn. Like, triple gold on one side. It's better now, but it was worse earlier. And what I mean by that is in the early game against the French, you can kind of get dented here. Oh, wait, Voldemar actually played for the pawn. Oh, alright, this is a little bit late, but hear me out. Voldemar goes for a Sacred Site win condition. You drop the Red Palace on one of these, and then you build Fleet to defend the other. It's kind of a sick idea. Meantime, we have got Voldemar trying to dive into the base. Difficult one to get inside of. Cannon placement is definitely punishing for it. Guildhall in the meantime, now up to 1,400 food, so we're not too far off that point where Imperial becomes viable here. Quite a few of these crossbows coming in now, so it's kind of interesting. Usually at this stage in the game, you think you want to get into hand cannoneers, but I think the issue is just range. I think hand cannoneers are cool, but compared to gilded crossbows, they're worse at trading. And what I mean by that is, like, they have to trade, right? A hand cannoneer has such bad range compared to this, they are going to be in the crosshairs. Gilded crossbows, kind of like longbow massing as the Byzantines, you know it's always the last thing in your army that should be dying. I know. I think he's going to look to push the moment Elite Army Tactics comes in. The army tactics is kind of bonkers still to this day. It's kind of crazy the more I think about it that it's lasted 3 years in its current state. The reason is that when you think about biology, you think about incendiary arrows, and then you think about Leomi tactics, there's a very clear reason why most of the late game armies turns into mass men-at-arms. And it's because of the fact that you're increasing your health and your damage, right? Biology is only health. Incendiary arrows is only damage. These guys get both. And yes, spears as well. It's like, spears are already one of the most cost-efficient units in the game. This just sends them through the roof. Usually, that's why Arbitrary feel broken in late game as well, is because you want to go spears, but you can't. Funnily enough, I think Order the Dragon can still go spears. Wolf's now being torched. Interesting choice. Arbitrary Archers just targeting onto that backside first. Neglecting to attack the men-at-arms. It allows them to easily gap close with minimum casualties here. On his own, and Anatan with a military lead. Voldemar not able to easily break away from this either. Remember, these melee units do have the charge, so they will always gap close. Horsemen are going to wrap around the back to try and target fire in here. The crossbows ignore them. Dive comes deep, but that's going to reconvene with the men-at-arms line. A nice stab at the back of this fight, but Voldemar barely has anything left. Cavalry already down. Arbitrary is the last thing that stands between him and defeat. A keep will at least slow down this push. But right now, Voldemar is scrambling an age behind. He's going free TC. Free TC at this point? Oh my god, I don't think he was expecting this type of push point, right? Like, it makes sense when you think about Pulse of Swabia, but think about how weak this makes you in different areas. Voldemar just trying to get into more horsemen now, after now extending the burden on his food supply into villager production. Men-at-arms crossbows truly are in now. Castle, of course, can't be assaulted, but the second TC just feels like it's going to get reaped. The idle time alone. Voldemar, he needs to find a timing to tech up here, right? Sacred Sites were capped, but now that can be addressed. Guildhall is holding onto 3,000 food right now. This is over. I don't think you can even now pull the food and go for attack. It's kind of unfortunate for Voldemar. I think he needed about 2 more minutes to make sense of this play that he's heading towards. It's tough, though, because like whenever you're against Pulse of Swabia, you have 2 choices. You either all in it, and you offset the eco advantage entirely, or you mirror it into Imperial. Voldemar just didn't have enough time for it. Hand Cannoneer is now getting pumped as well. Voldemar. I'm wondering if he's even noticed now. He'd benefit from it. Oh, for God's sake. He's actually going for it, guys. I called it. Oh, my God. He's queuing up Gallius's. Anatan really does need to decap this, guys. He's walking by it, just trying to end the game. Or, hear me out, don't worry about boats. Oh, no. I mean, this was a cool idea. I don't know if it ever would have worked, right? Because, like, even if you go character, whatever, I don't think it would have worked, guys. I like the thought process of playing into boats and trolleys, but I think that play is more viable in Feudal Age, not in Castle and Beyond. And now we have him just finally admitting he needs Age 4. Red Pulse on the way. Now, this will slow things down. Guys, Anatan hasn't won the game yet. He's on the verge. He's on the cusp. But if this goes up, he will have to go back and set up Trebs. And he doesn't want to have to do that. Dive comes in. Bombard. The one Bombard to unravel all of Voldemar's plans here. Horseman diving in. They won't be able to get the snipe, though. That means the Red Palace is not going to be a reliable defense. More villagers being pulled. The cannon's done us damage, though. Less than 2k HP on this landmark. And now it's on fire. Bombard is going to get sniped down. Anatan will have to back up. One Bombard almost unravels it all. Voldemar will get the garrison in. He will keep the landmark alive. But he looks completely destroyed at this stage. 59 economy, 23 military, up against 124 eco, and 50 milli. That was uncomfortably close. Clutch decision by Voldemar to pull even more villagers to get that one online, to keep himself alive in game number 1 of this grand finals. But the pressure's going to keep on mounting. The hand cannoneer switch is in because he now has enough men-at-arms to commit to a dive. And not just that, we have the Inspired Warriors tech, which is critically underrated on this Civ for multiple reasons. For a start, damage increase is just insane to 15% on units that have higher stats. The armor is also sick here. But the other thing that they generously done, did he get it? Maybe he didn't get it. There's a lot coming out of this, basically. Like, in general, I think, what was it? Because the hand cannoneers attack quicker than standard hand cannoneers, and they have higher base damage anyway, I usually say that it's kind of like having a second, like, chemistry tech, and it truly holds up here. Arms in the meantime. Even on these guys, it kind of adds up, right? Like, they have a faster attack speed as well. Meanwhile, keep drop from Anatan. Oh, he takes the gold away. Wait, so this is it then, right? Like, that is down to 1.5k, 4k here, and then you're gold dry. On a Civ that's gold heavy. And Cannoneers just going to clean it up. Big mistakes made. Voldemar. Crazy that he even tried to pursue that. So he's going to lose the mass. Only 12 arbitrary left in the field. Weird that Anatan is still trying to break the palace with bombards instead of just going trebuchets. But then again, he does have the sacred sites, right? So even if the push-in fails, he doesn't need to push and end the game. Voldemar needs to push out. Guildhall's still on food. Ain't looking good. Cannons, of course, do not have to worry about those Arbalest placements. It's only on the Red Palace where they still range you. Forward infrastructure coming in. Anatan has the Raxus to assist the archery ranges. And that is it. Voldemar sees no ways out, no possibilities. GG called. Game 1 goes to Anachad. Dude, what is it on these custom maps and Order of the Dragon actually looking on fire, man? Such a scary Civ. We saw it in Skarsgård as well. I think Core shoot that off really well. So first game in his pocket. But remember, bare minimum, 3 more to go. So Order of the Dragon. We'll tick that box. And then we just saw French played. Oh, and I'll pay that out as well. French on a map with no trade and limited gold seems like a bad choice. It's all about the lay of the spawn. The whole idea is that there's not much wood there, so French can exploit that. It's the same reason people pick French on Himeyama, right? Like, there's other reasons why you like it on Himeyama, but big reason is your opponent has a very hard time defending their base. Okay, so game number 2, we're going to be heading into Skarsgård here. I don't know if that one was uploadable or not. Maybe? It was kind of intriguing how Anatan pretty much just allowed men-at-arms to get wailed on and get, like, he wasn't even using his counter units, if you think about it, right? Count units are important. Men-at-arms attacking. Let me just type this out quickly. Men-at-arms attacking. Knights. Crossbows. Attacking. Spears. What is going on? Maybe that's uploadable. We'll see. You have 60k KP points. Can you cash out? Yeah, you know what you can do? Boom. You can cash out. Congratulations, Arcleve, on reaching 60,000 points. I've got your reward. Do you want to know what your reward is? A 10% discount off of a Protein Works purchase. Boom. If you use the code KillerPigeon, you can get yourself 10% off their already low prices. You're welcome. That's what loyalty gets you guys. If you lost 10k, just don't lose, lol. All right, so it looks like we're getting ready to load in the game. Oh, I need to open the door, though. It's getting a bit hot in here. Ottomans versus Delhi on Scarguard. Ooh, damn, that's a classic. Told you to trust in Sassy. You never listen to me when I give you advice on what to draft. Why are you listening to me on this? Oh, all right, let's get ready to go. Let me flip that around, Voldemar. We don't give points that easily. This ain't a charity. So let me get predictions ready. Game number 2 of the midweek invitational here. That's right. We got some map madness, some new brand spanking maps to show off to the community. We're back on Scarguard, Avali's creation, for a showdown between Voldemar on the Ottomans in the green flag. Wait, why did I say green flag? They are green flag saves, in fairness. All right, let's try that again. We're getting into it. Game number 2. Anna's had an early lead, but these boys are envious. So envious of each other, they needed to go green in their flags. We've got Voldemar in the yellow on the Ottomans with that nice shiny green flag, going up against My Insanity's Anatan on the Delhi in the blue. This is a cool matchup. This matchup used to be really skill-based before they crippled the crap out of the Ottomans' feudal age presence, right? I remember it used to be sick to watch because you'd have the meta play up against the Tower of Victory, kind of balancing each other out, and it really came down to who played better. Things have changed, though. Ottomans aren't really the beast they once were in the early ages, and we can very clearly see that by the win rates in games under 20 minutes long. But there's some hope here. I know Voldemar's a really big fan of these kind of early pressure type builds. So I've seen him, for example, do mass spearman. We saw it actually on this map before against Mongols, right? To just block out the Uvu. I think this is going to be full Sipahi play in the feudal age. And that might give him an additional edge, especially if that eventually leads into archers, because a lot of Delhi players have started to move away from Tower of Victory. A lot of Delhi players are now thinking about Dome of Faith. I'm not crazy about it in this matchup. I definitely think that Dome of Faith is ideally targeting a later phase of the game, and you don't want to give that to Ottomans for free. So I have a feeling Anatan will understand that, and it's why we should see 2 of E. Ah, yes. Thank you, Kavayu. I do need to update the name. I need to double check the... I'll double check some things after this, because I think there might be a way in the UI to auto-update that. How did you guys vote in the end, by the way? Anatan with 51,000 points. Poor Voldemar with 5,000. God. No one trusts Ottomans anymore, huh? And no, just to clarify for people, this map does not have fish. No fish whatsoever. And that's what I love about Scarguard. It's such an incredible map for that reason, because the value of water exists in the mid and late game. There is 12,000 gold here. There is sometimes 3 relics, sometimes 2 relics here. There is a sacred site. There's even trade. In the late game, this part of the map becomes relevant, and I love that design. It's almost like when you play one of those maps where a giant cliff breaks down and it shows another entire glade behind it, right? It has that feeling to it. It's very unique. Spin already being a little bit of a nuisance, but for similar reasons to why Mongols don't outpost rush the Delhi, this is not very impactful. The good news is this was a free unit. The bad news is you did slow your tech timing to get this free unit with the military school. So one interesting thing on this map, and it's another reason why I'm expecting Sipahi from the Ottomans, is that both players are going to end up playing out of their base very quickly. because you don't have much safe food. Remember, on Scarguard, you start with 5 sheep, and there are no more sheep on the map. You have 5 deer close to your TC. Then everything else is out on the map. So the cool thing about going Madrissa here is it's going to give Voldemar an ability to stay in his base longer and safer than Anatan or the Delhi. Add in the fact that they're probably both going to be targeting Cav here, Sapahi on one side and Ghazi on the other. That difference in safe food is a mile long. In fact, 2 miles long with the Ottomans, because I'm talking about Madrissa, but we also have to remember they have Anatolian Hills to give them another 2,000 safe food. Yeah, I actually think like Voldemar has a pretty sound idea here. It's not the first time he's gone Ottomans on this map, and this is a big part of why. The whole idea now is the Delhi are going to have to play out into exposed points, and I think there are some wallable opportunities here. Like on the north side, I'd love to see Anatan move out for this gradually to secure double deer, double berries. But in the interim, this opening should end up quite uncomfortable for him. So Stables drop confirmed, followed up on the other side by Voldemar's as well. Second military school coming in really fast here, but unfortunately, wait. I'm pretty sure that he can't get a blacksmith there, right? I'm pretty sure those berries just kind of griefed him. Yeah, he has to set up behind. Nicely enough, though, it is just barely going to clip in range, so it's not too bad of a situation for him. First spin kind of being a nuisance. I think that's another sucky thing about opening Ghazi here, is like when your opponent has the Dark Age Spears, they might not win the fights, but they're going to bring you low enough to guarantee Sapahi always will. So mass is important, and also healing them just as important. So I hope Anatan kind of min-maxes these guys and uses the scholars to heal them at home. Because the other nice thing is Sapahi can't gap close you, but you can gap close them. Remember, Sapahi move slightly slower, down at 1.75 movement speed. Looks like that's exactly what we're getting. Yeah, elegantly done so far by Anatan. And Voldemar can't mirror this, really, because he'd have to go Imam point, which just doesn't feel viable. For a start, you want this. You have to go for the Anatolian Hills. Anatolian Hills feels broken on this map. It's safe food, a lot of it. So early Vizier points can't really be invested in Imams, and deeper in the game, you're going to be looking at things like the additional military school, not the extra Imam. Yes, the meta does speed up cavalry, but it only speeds them up as long as they're in formation, so whenever they charge off, they'll lose the movement speed. And once again, it's like value proposition, right? It's cool to have that meta given the extra movement speed, but it's even cooler to actually be able to afford units to support the meta. Oh, Ghazi now for Anatan. I wonder, does he pivot into spears? It's kind of awkward, right? Because if you do start going to spears, it's going to favor Ottomans due to the meta. Because you just don't have Tower Victory effect, right? But I think something that's kind of cool to think about is Anatan can reach that point where he goes into a healing ball, right? Like, you get so many scholars, you just pull them to the front line. Love that we're seeing the Sacred Sites coming in. This is going to force Voldemar to react. It's not a win condition because the third Sacred Site is on an island, but you don't want to give over this much resource for free. So great blocker there, takes out one of the scholars. I think this is another reason why we're seeing more and more Delhi players lean away from Tower Victory is because Dome of Faith has you scaling into mass scholars anyway. One, it preps you for a later phase of the game very naturally in an efficient way. But two, it means that you don't lose the game if you lose the first 2 scholars, right? Like, remember the games we've seen in the past where people just GG out because the first 2 die. Speaking of deaths, nice little pick there. Gets a villager, gets away. Might end up losing the Sapahi, though. Remember, once again, these guys are slower, so over time, they will get whittled down. Voldemar, he blinks first. He's moving into Archer production. Reaction is going to be Archers as well from Anatan, but that kind of feels nice, right? Your opponent's got Spears, got Archers. He's actually committed to all the production buildings, so you now have a leg up here and that you can go for a more powerful 1-1 comp instead of the triple comp. He's starting to reach in, though. Textiles has been taken by Anatan, so these are harder to kill, but that's the beautiful thing about Sapahi. They strike so hard, so fast. Even Textiles doesn't make you feel safe here. Second layer of Sapahi are coming in. Love the way he split the fight there. Voldemar, the injured Sapati go to the back, and it means that he absorbs all the initial blows here. What a sick rotation there by Voldemar. Timed it perfectly the second wave. The Scholar's now just trying to keep it alive, but it's not going to work out. Micro makes the difference there. Voldemar on the edge of losing the cavalry mass. Min-maxes to strike back Swift in game number 2. 9-minute finish? You madman. That was vile. That was brilliant. Sapahi are worth it when you micro like this. That was like such a small detail that made a mile of difference in that game. Look at that. Believe in Voldemar and be rewarded. God bless. So that means we are heading into Atoll, right? Yeah, Atoll's the final map before we get a reset and we get the same maps coming in again. Atoll is my favorite one so far, man, I gotta say. I've only cast one game, right? But that game was so fun. So incredibly fun. Change necktie. Yes! I'm just going to take it off. It's not coming back. Wait, do I get to just take it off or do I have to put another one on? Don't you have to like redeem another one to get one on? I think that's the way it works. Another one on, but like, wait, but technically taking it off is changing my necktie. Like, hate to be that guy, but technically. Says change, not take. Yeah, but taking it off is changing. Right? You know when someone's like, I'm going to go change, and they come out in their birthday suit, they've technically changed. That's the... How am I wrong? Point on this diagram to where I'm wrong. That chest rod counts as an ascot scarf. He's got a point. He's got a point. It is a lot of hair. It's more material than you get on my tie. Alright, so let's see. Are they ready for the next game? I think they're getting ready to hop in now. Let me check the draft. Ooh. Is the new patch notes released? I don't think so. Could you imagine them giving us info ahead of time? Whoa. No, that would be a first. Right. Pay for these push-ups? What the hell? You're right, I should penalize him. I'll only pay him half the money. So. God damn it. You go, like, these games are starting up so quick that every time we stop to do this crap, it means we're missing out on the games. Why don't you guys like games? They're already loading in. Alright. I'm going to do it off screen. Push-ups coming in. That I can do because the protein works. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hell yeah. Protein works. Oh. Scam? No, I'm just not missing out on the action, dude. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this absolute beauty of a map. It's a U for victory. I don't know how that works, but let's see who's going to be victorious here. Game number 3. My Insanity Xanatan in the blue as the Japanese. Voldemar in the yellow as the Rus. And my daughter in the background jumping up and down with glee because she's got double spades for digging in the sand, which is appropriate because we're all heading to the beach here. That's right. This is Socotra minus the center. This is Socotra after having its kidneys removed. We have water in the center that has a lot of shoreline fish and leads to some absolutely enjoyable battles. We've already cast it once. We cast the Anatan Sassy game. That one truly delivered. Curious to see what we're going to get here, though. Japanese versus Rus. Japan, of course, has those very efficient, cheap boats to build into. Roost, they're very efficient, but expensive boats to get to. But I love this out of Voldemar. A hunting cabin on the tree line to get some gold. And the shoreline are so stacked that he's now getting an insanely superior gathering rate off of these. Let's get the predictions set up, because this one's going to be fun. So remember, when you gather from shoreline fish with villagers, it's 1 food a second. When you do it with boats, it's really low. I can't remember the exact number. I think it's like 0.6, if I'm not mistaken. So, drastically less impressive. Now, Anatan is, of course, on the cheap with those boats, right? He only pays 45 wood instead of 75. But it's still something that's going to delay his tech timing and give Voldemar a big edge here. That's true. He isn't getting bounty, but I think it makes up for it, right? Ooh, actually, yeah, let's math that out. That's kind of intriguing. So if you're gathering from sheep, you're gathering at a 0.75 rate. So this is 33% faster, right? But in return from gathering from the sheep, you're going to get 20% of what you gather as gold. I think this is still more efficient. Like, mathematically, this is still more efficient. Shorefish is around 15% slower than deep fish for boats. Was it 15%? Okay. But I think he is still getting a slight edge by doing this. And the nice thing is it allows him to keep more resources safe at home afterwards. So Kremlin's now coming in. Love the forward Kremlin here. Secures a lot of additional land food for later in the game. The boar, the deer, the berries, not to mention the golds. Does he play 2TC here? It's ballsy against Japan. I don't think you can. Then again, we know how Anatan likes to play the Japanese, right? He does this all the time. You see him setting up for it now. Oh, wait, sorry, it's a lumber camp. So maybe he's not going to do it. Usually, Anatan, when he plays Japanese, he goes for the daimyo. Maybe he doesn't feel like he needs to rush it anymore because you do get gold when you gather stone, and you get stone when you gather gold, right? What would have been cool here for a quick daimyo timing is if he'd actually initially gathered stone and then built the lumber camp for the one drop-off. Because that gives you a very aggressive timing to open with a stables into Umabannerman play, which, remember, is a feudal knight for the Japanese. But maybe he felt like it wasn't worthwhile due to Kremlin and its positioning, due to the potential threat on water, and then also the other issue, of course, is that your opponent will spam knights anyway. So instead, it is just going to be Coca Township. Ooh, Voldemar, has he placed this well enough? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure Shinobi can just sneak by there. Well, the good news is he's going to be safe in his base for a bit, though, right? Like, he's got the deer that he could probably shove in here. He's got the sheep underneath the TC now that he otherwise would have been eating already. But at the end of the day, this is still eventually going to turn into a case of water versus land. And although the deep water, the shoreline fish play rather with villages is cool at first, it's not extending your economy. And although these guys might gather slower, they are additional eco units for Anatan. Yeah, not liking this right now, Vivaldi. I mean, what's his plan? There's no way you fast castle here. The reason you don't want to fast castle is your opponent now has fishing, and on top of it being Japan, they are just very good at fast castle builds. Because what happens is if you both rush age 3, you won't be able to keep up with the quantity of troops that the Japanese put out. So there was an attempt to actually set up a dock. Gets cancelled in the end. And yes, we have got trade posts on this map. So this map, a few differences from Socotra, which is what it's based on. For those that may have seen this on Reddit before, there was a bug spawn of Socotra that had a giant hole. This map was inspired by that. Big shout out to Kivayu for working so quickly to get this one online, by the way. So what Caillou done is he created a map like it, but different at the same time. So it wasn't just a repeat. So you have 2 sacred sites off to the side. You have trade added in, and then you have a lot of shoreline fish. I think this game has some serious tournament potential. Poke in. I think you could, like, I don't know if I would have called it Atoll, though. I don't know. I feel like it could have been called Bay. Something Bay. Horseshoe Bay. Horseshoe Bay. That's the name. Damn. I actually really like that now. So Shinobi have shown up. Voldemar doesn't have a defense yet. Knight has been queued up. But guys, we, I think, have got the match Shinobi build. Which is sick, by the way. Because if you micro it right, you get them together, the Knight can't do anything. Charger win does actually get the hit there, so Shinobi not quick enough to disengage. Walls are at least up for the moment, but we've also weirdly enough got Voldemort gathering wood there, unintentionally. And these walls don't do anything, guys. The mass Shinobi strat works so well here because walls don't counter them. They jump over them. And the issue with building knights is you're taking 35 seconds to build a knight. Meanwhile, Shinobi build in 20 seconds. That's crazy. The reason that's important is actually Shinobi can counter knights due to the high damage. 25 damage per strike. The whole idea, though, is you have to micro them. So I think Voldemort is making the right call here not to rush out. He needs to wait until he's got enough knights. Preferably, what you want is 3 knights. If you get 3 knights, you lance charge in and a Shinobi dies. Again, Anatan may have been overly gluttonous there. Kind of surprising that he actually poked that far forward. And the rest of the Shinobi, if I'm not mistaken, have just been being kept at home. Okay, so yeah, this is getting kind of funky. Anatan is kind of treating this like you would building spears against knights, right? It's just to defend his economy. Very unusual, actually. When are we going to make wolves actually make sense? They're kind of just pointless now. I mean, I kind of prefer the current state than when the old bounty system was in, but really would love to see these guys reworked in some form or way. Stone gathering. So Voldemort is going to TC. Yeah, I think croissant was the other name I gave it. But the problem with that is I like to emphasize French-sounding things. So you're just setting yourself up for the most pretentious-sounding pronunciations. Oh, sorry, pronunciations. Nice. Oh, this is sick. Voldemort. He's intentionally baiting these Shinobi. So Knights are trying to wrap now towards the economy. This is risky what he's doing, though, because if Anatan finds any exposed eco, he will punish you just as much. Top that, Anatan is about ready to pull the trigger. Last of the gold is soon to be dropped off. Food mass is big enough already. So Shinobi are now hitting into the buildings. Knights, in the meantime, are going to be seen running in early. Now, this is where Anatan could just quick wall this. It's just tough. You got to be fast about it because there's 2 spots to do, actually 3. And then you just guard with like 1 boat over here. Instead, though, they're going to be able to ride in. In the meantime, Shinobi just kind of idled up doing nothing from Anatan. And villagers are going to have to vacate the area, so he peels it back. Dive is coming in. The Shinobi is starting to spawn out, though. And now, the interesting part about this is Anatan. He gets the shivs out with the villagers. Shinobi trying to kick some teeth here. He is going to start taking up behind this. And check this, Voldemort. That was a sick idea, but it doesn't work out. So Anatan, what is he doing here? This looks crazy, right? Think about it, though. He's forcing that dive because he wants Voldemort to think that he's blocked the tech up. The problem, though, is Voldemort, whether intentional or not, that knight wrapped around and should have given a glimpse of the floating gate. That's important information that shouldn't have been there. I think Anatan, when that dive continued, instead of just being idle time achieved, he realized he's going to have to commit the villagers, and that made it a little bit too obvious what he was doing here. The question now is, how does Voldemort respond? He's still an age behind. He's only now setting up docks. He doesn't have economy here yet. It's a cool piece of info he's gained. I just don't think it does much for him. It's like the Shinobi just going to get mocked up alongside the archer ship. But Daimyo is now complete. And folks, this is about as easy peasy to read of a mass stables play as you could imagine. I don't think there's any reason to do anything else here. What I see though, I mean, you could potentially go Onabagisha having shoreline fish. But I think stables seems the most likely. What to see. Anatan, he's very inefficient about this. The block on the wood line means he actually doesn't have what he needs for a production building yet. Ooh, yeah, this is horrible. I mean, you've wasted the first, like, what, 40, 50 seconds of your age up, not really doing anything. Actually, I don't want to see him add deep water fish. I thought maybe at first, and I think actually an early version of this map did have deep water fish. It's just not necessary. The map functions really well without it. Demo ship coming in. Understand. Gotta be careful, actually. These shoreline fishing, it's a bit dangerous like this, right? Like, clustered up. It's nice at first because you can absorb the initial archer ship. If you start to lose a little, you start to lose a lot. So you kind of need something here to defend. I don't think Anatan can just rely on land. First Mountain Samurai are coming out. They're going to go for the wide rotation north side. Shinobi is keeping an eye out in case something else is coming that way. High trade house coming in. Get your numbers in, folks. If it completes. Good lord. The Shinobi have been waiting here. And guys, that knight has no health. Oh, wow. This is kind of intriguing, actually. Militia, they're not bad at holding this back. I think Anatan could win the fight, but instead, he doesn't want to waste the health pool. Just backs away. Voldemort didn't realize! Ironically, after Voldemort out-microed Anatan in game number 2, he's now returning fire all cylinders in game 3. Unless you finally react, but my god. The amount of idle time that's being achieved here is already 5 mounted samurai in the field. More villagers need to be pulled for this. Double archer range is being dropped, so we are going to be getting into mass archers. In the meantime, though, there's a tax to be levied, and it's going to be in the form of relics. Might be in the form of souls as well soon. Now, Samurai now diving in. If he'd been a bit quicker, I think he actually could have blocked the tech still. But it is going to complete. However, he can punish the people building the archer ranges before they can complete it. I mean, Horse Archer Masters a counter if you can get them. Remember as well, these militia are like 1 HP because they've been running for so long. They don't die anymore, but it only takes 1 tap or a strong gust of wind to take them down. More villagers getting sniped here. Voldemort maybe 2 TC, but it's not going to feel like it soon. Oh my god, I don't think he realizes either. That was a misclick. I think he meant to click the garrison, but clicked on the sheep. Oh my god. Guys, I think this might be over. Crossbows are getting queued up, so actually not even horse archers. I mean, actually, yeah, I'm an idiot. Crossbows does kind of make sense when you've got walls up like this. I don't think I'm going to be the biggest looking fool at this rate. There's Voldemort in trouble. He's shifting out beyond his boundaries, but that means the extra amount of samurai could easily be coming west side now. To see if Anatan reads it that way. You get your high trade house numbers in. 136. So not bad. Definitely going to need that gold for crossbow production, but I think the bigger issue right now for Voldemort is food. Dude, this map is incredible. I absolutely love this map. So I thought Skarsgård was going to be my favorite of 2024. But it's got a competitor, man. Atoll and Skarsgård are my favorite maps of 2024 so far. Voldemort, what's his out here? I mean, I guess it's only ranged armor once. These guys can't die for long. Okay, he's out as the next game. GG gets called. Anatan, dominant in this third game, takes the lead again. Dude, that was very clean by Anatan. Oh, what do we call that one? I'm trying to think now. Try to do the Shinobi, right? The most uncomfortable age up award goes to I'm trying to think what we call that one. Timing could not be worse. I guess Disaster Strikes works. Okay. Best of 3? Hell no. We're on the B07 track. Toot toot. So, map's going to reset. same maps. See how people like this. I wonder if I should have done a map redraft. I kind of like this format though. The idea is like I wanted to make sure the maps that get selected weren't just, oh, well that sucks, move on. The reason why I've done this map format where you now cycle through the same maps again, i.e. we don't have them redraft and potentially have completely different maps, is like one game isn't enough. Even 2 games isn't necessarily enough to get a feel for a map. So this kind of puts people in a situation where they have to go through it again, right? And they have to like, oh, wow, okay, this didn't work. This strategy didn't work for this game. Let's try a new one sort of thing. So Voldemar is going to be able to pick one of the 3 maps that have featured in the series so far. And we will do the patch notes breakdown next. Yeah. Because I wanted to find a balance between, like, I want to find maps that are viable. And this is, I think, a format that does that quite nicely. Yeah, bye-bye, Freya. I've got Freya trying to come in. And... What, darling? Yeah, you go play outside then. Go on then. Daddy can't play with you right now. Mummy play with you. Bye-bye, Freya. I thought I made it clear in the instructions, but it's all good. We just confirm with Voldemar the instructions. So basically, those watching the draft, Civ draft, will like rejig after the 4th game, but the maps will stay the same. In like hindsight, next time I might make it that they redraft after the 5th game. I don't want to really put the pressure on the players to say that now, because obviously they've been drafted. You're confused. Do I need to hop on a VoIP with Voldemar to explain this? Alright, one sec. Bless him. I like how it's very polarizing. It's like Anatan is just constantly like, go, 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 go. And then Voldemar's like, I need the specifics. Yeah. Doesn't like this. I'm pretty sure I wrote this in the rules quite clearly. I'm gonna check. Map pool will be free large. Default map. The map will be opening 1 for each series. Both players will have 1 map, 1 ban. Loser select next map. Yeah, map pool will reset. Yeah, this was all there. my fucking god! I swear to God, do I need to speak? Do I need to speak Danish to him? Like, what is going on here, dude? I mean, like in hindsight, I think I just said next time I'll probably do it after the 5th game, because like it makes sense for like the best of 5 draft format that way. I think. Okay, dude. Like, do I need to call him? Yeah. Thank you, Anatan. Dude, I love how Anatan is just here being my admin at this stage, explaining it to. So basically, I'm people gonna like please highlight if you think I'm just not I've not explained this well. But the way this format works is that you draft free. So you have the starting. So you have the starting draft. Now I made it complicated. Map draft. Let's go through that first. Map draft is there is a default map that will always be there. One player picks a map and bans a map, same with the other one. That's your map pool for the entire series, whether best of 5 or best of 7. Once you've rotated through all 3 maps, the map pool resets in that you can pick any of those 3 maps now, in the order of your choosing. Civ Draft is the Elite Classic 2 best of 5 draft, but redraft occurs after Game 4. Does that all make sense? Or like, I'm curious. That makes sense, right? I just want to make sure, because I'm willing to admit if I wrote in the rules in a complicated way, but I don't think I have. Let me know if I have, though, and I'll keep it in mind as feedback for next time. Next time, I'm legit just going to write, like, I'm just going to translate a version of the rules into Danish. Oh, bless him. All right, I think we're good to go. So reminder, folks, after this next game, we'll reset the draft. Like I said, next time, like my next iteration, I'm going to do it differently, so it'll be after Game 5. Which I think will be a little bit fairer. But this is fine. All right, so we're going back to Hallowed anyway. So he's going to go into Hallowed, which makes a lot of sense. I mentioned before, like, Voldemort has some really good picks for Hallowed. So let's mark off what's been picked so far. As we had... So we just had Japanese versus Rus. Wait, are Ottomans marked? Has this even updated correctly? Let me have a look. It's being weird. Yeah, Ottoman, French, Rus, and we had Japanese, Order of the Dragon. For some reason, Delhi didn't highlight out. There we go. So, looking at this, we're going to Hallowed Spring. I think Anatan's probably going to be going Ibids here. So what does Voldemort do? Do you just go... Maybe Jean? Try to starve him off gold before he gets any? Like, it's either Jean or Juji, right? He wouldn't do China, right? I mean, it's Voldemort. Yeah, he's definitely very thorough. He likes to know every little detail, and I get that. But yeah. I think I was pretty clear with the rule set, though. Says you. Here we go. Boy, don't make me get the belt. Dude, you speak better English than Anatan, and he fully understands this. A checkmate. No, dude, I've got you on that one. All right. Are we ready to go? I think they're now loading in. Wait, let's have a look. Oh, it says they're in game, but I can't observe. Ah, there we go. Just delayed. Nice. My boys never forget. They called it. He went China. I mean, it works out nicely, right? Because this should beat Mongols. Usually. That might be a big usually. We'll find out. I know, right? I love the backgrounds. Kayu's always so good with that. Oopsie. Almost gave Voldemort a 2-1 lead. That ain't right. He just spent the last 15 minutes molding about the rules. So it was only fair that he picked a civ that would take longer than 15 minutes to win. He's on the Chinese. It's the kid. It's Voldemar here in game number 4 this Grand Finals. Going up against my Insanity's Anatan on the Mongols. Map is going to be a little bit like Himeyama, actually, because I'm going to update that. We are back into Hallowed Spring in this Grand Final. Hallowed Spring is a pretty interesting map, actually. It, to the naked eye, may look very much just Himeyama-esque when you think about it for a little bit, but it does have some kind of cool different details. One thing that I'm a really big fan of is the fact that it has a lot more fish. 6 fish in the center, double Sacred Site choked together. There's a lot of value playing into this area, like double what you'd get actually out of Himeyama. So, curious to see how this is going to play out. China versus Mongols is interesting anytime you add water in, because Mongols aren't necessarily favored if they spam and spam. So instead, Anatan is going to go for the greed. However, Voldemar sees this, but he's already committed the woods, so we won't get any spear spam to try and block out that edge now. He's already set up the mining camp and the village. This is pretty much Voldy chilling for feudal. The question mark is whether we're going to get a Barbican drop. You know, this is perfect because we actually do have Krakedy in the chat, and all you got to do is ask Krakedy straight to his face, is this a Barbican situation or no? He'll tell you honestly. He's going song all in. No, I think his new patented thing is 6.5 minute granary transition is the thing we're used to seeing. I'm a little bit surprised though, considering that we have, what was it, Scarguard, Atoll, and Hallowed Spring. Considering the map choices we have here, I really thought that he was going to go for something else and save... Oh, wait, sorry. No, we've got to redraft after this, haven't we? So, yeah, this makes sense. I thought he was going to go for maybe Scarguard instead, though. Mainly because Voldemar seems very content there with things like China. But definitely excited to see this one, man. A fairly open map. One thing I really love about Hallowed Spring is the limited wood. You have a lot of wood after you play into it, but your initial woods are very dangerous, very unsafe. The gold spawn? I mean, you could slap that up. Just get around the bat, ruin his life. Oh, I just noticed as well, this is a very weird situation actually for Mongols. I didn't even think about this on this map. You don't have a fat wood line near the start, right? Like Dry Arabia used to seeing a tree line like this, so you pack up and move over. He didn't have that option. So instead, Anatan has now set up the TC on the Uvu. He's not considering double production, though, because that would be wild here. Against China, you just get outboomed. So you can see he's holding all the stone back. So we're probably going to be seeing Keshiks coming out as an opener. You could try to play for archers. With Deer Stone, I think it makes sense. And, well, he's got no reason to do anything else because this map doesn't have a trade post. Fishing's looking good at the moment, though. 3 plus the villager here, so plenty of food to come to play with in the early age. Scouts, let's see how they done. 12 sheep to 9. That's rough, but to be expected. There's a very interesting balance between Mongol and Chinese scouting. Mongols can scout faster due to the maneuver speed, and they always have that kind of punt with the Falcon. But China will always have the vision edge via Tang Dynasty. I mean, you can see the difference in what these two scouts can see around them. How do you guys vote, by the way? Let's have a look. Halfway through the vote. Actually, pretty even so far, so no one overly favored here. Voldemar now going to the stable, so he's going to try to contest with Horsemen. We did mention that archers can make a lot of sense here, so this might just line up perfectly. But then again, like Anatan has just been saving on the stone, so double Keshik pump is still viable. Usually if it's stables, you're probably going to see the villager build a stables before the age up completes for optimal timing. If we don't see him move there, it should just be archer range. And I think we're looking at archer range, folks. Outpost as well. Yeah, this is very defensive. I mean, I guess you could just go Keshiks, right? The logic being now you're protected with the outpost, but it feels a bit weird to me. I do like the positioning. He could have chosen west or east side. East side for 2 reasons, because it's close to the enemy base, but also because it's going to give the Yam buff on the second tree line as well. Can step read out. How does a step read outfit hit? Oh, it can fit over here on the edge of these, though. Yeah, just a reminder, folks, this gold isn't intended to be gathered from. It just looks pretty. Imperial Academy is in. Archery range being dropped, so we're just getting the Horseman Archer spam, huh? I like this. I think Chuganu are ridiculous as a unit, but I don't think they're necessary, per se. Not in a rush. And the reason is that, like, if you just think about it, you stockpile so much gold when you're not spending it on Chuganu because of the Imperial Academy alone. This type of build usually gives you an out into Castle Age very quickly. Yeah, Anatan just spreading it out here, right? Deerstone on the east side. That's going to give him kind of a leverage to move forward with. That's also going to protect his gold. And we are getting that Keshik double production coming in. He's got enough stone actually to make it double production. Arch range behind it as well. This game has now almost been going as long as we had to debate with Voldemar. So, Deerstone's going to make this very interesting, guys, because Khan Hunters is a big deal. Voldemar is not favored the more this leans inventory. He actually needed Horseman. Because now, if you go Mass Spear, Mass Archer, your opponent's just going to kite you, and he'll have the extra 0.5 tower range, right? That's how this scales. So it's a very scary position. Also, because Voldemar's trying to frontline like this, it means he hasn't really got many spears at home to defend. So if Anatan just peels like one Keshik to go hunting, it's going to come back with the biggest carcass imaginable. Keshiks do discover the hard way the spears are here. So outpost coming up. What's Voldemar's intent behind this? Is this just truly an all-in timing? I don't know if I'm crazy about that here. With static defenses and the Yam, that's a very difficult opponent to dive. Also, the double production allows him to kind of keep up the archers. Maybe if you supervise, and yeah, that's what's happening here. So we have got the supervision to justify this. It's now a much more effective production rate, right? Like 6 seconds versus 15. So 2.5 buildings, essentially. What would be really cool is prime timing around Steeled Arrow. I think Steeled Arrow is kind of value here just because it allows you to scale into a counter to the Keshik still. And that should be an edge you can realistically use against the Mongols. Like, Mongols will very rarely get their blacksmith timings quicker than the Chinese. This could potentially be one of them because he has shoreline fish. It's not deep water. Meanwhile, we talked about the Keshik's raiding, and they're on their way. Voldemar, does he sense it, though? You know, not seeing the Keshik's posturing for the last few seconds, or at least trying to probe. Most players would get a little bit suspicious here. Walls are going up for Voldemar, which is going to shove it in, but look at the position and everything here. Think about the size of the economy. Think about the fact that he only has safety for 15 villagers, and this is a pristine target timing for Anatan. Pushes in, one villager goes down. We'll wrap to the back side of this. Spearmen need to be pumped out ASAP. Catches him in the middle of production. So not able to have it there, and villagers are in trouble. Parfin runs them the wrong way. There should be 2 more going down. Taxman might get targeted as well. The horseman pretty much just getting ignored right now. And heavy losses on the backside here for Voldemar, and it's still not stopping. Oh my god. He runs out the other side. Does lose one of the Keshiks. Meanwhile, elsewhere though, there needs to be a strike now. Voldemar, if he cannot return fire and do some damage, this might just be over. Yeah, think about the scaling point now, right? Military lead is with you for the moment, but now archer massing is a big difference. The idle time, the eco losses means you are not going to be ahead 2 minutes from now. And a Barbican drop on the front line is how Voldemar tries to say no. I think no's being set back to him, though. Archer's poking back against this. He's going to force the defensive reaction. Keshiks aren't here, though. Horsemen don't have that extra armor for a dive. This is definitely hurting the Barbican. Will he get it up? Feels undeniable, but the villagers are now getting targeted down here. The Textiles might allow him to come through with it, but that's 2 more villagers lost here. Voldemar now 10 eco behind. The Barbican is up, but gold is by no means denied for Anatan. He still has the second reserve on the south side. Oh man, and more reasons to play towards it now, right? He's got the deer being gathered back here, so leaning south side isn't a negative here for Anatan. It's actually a positive. It puts more of his economy in one location that you can defend. It turns out that Barbican was indeed a Barbican as Voldemort now sets up for the goodies. As he set himself up for success here, I mean, militarily, it doesn't feel like it. 8 archers, 7 spearmen, 10 eco behind. Song over time is going to fix that, but it takes a long time to fix that. Well, you're going to lose in the meantime. Check this. What a move, Anatan. He actually dives past the Barbican with the Yam and the movement speed arrow. Voldemort's going to have to defend this. Keshiks get a freebie diving in. Looks like they'll get pinched at the very end there by the spears. But now he's going to wrap around and look to hunt this. Archers should be able to mop it up. And the Keshiks can hunt it down. Voldemort. Wheelbarrow is coming through, but it won't be quick enough. The Barbican does not play out as he was hoping. Oh, wait. What do we call it? The classic Chinese strat in 2024. Barbican into quick GG. Just not the way you'd think. Oh. Tough one, though. Means Anatan finds himself a match point, but that does mean we are now at a redraft. I'm going to let them decide here. I'm going to be fair to this, because, like, it's a full redraft. If for posterity, it makes sense. Okay. Draft, all maps available. So what I'm gonna do, Atoll, Scarguard, Hallowed, Voldemort picks. In hindsight, I probably need to like clean this process up a little bit. I don't think I think it was clear, but like so basically what we're doing now is because we're at 4th game and we're redrafting now. I've said to them all 3 maps can be available, full Civ redraft. I'm just to keep it simpler. I don't want Voldemort taking another 20 minutes to discuss this with me, so we'll keep it simple that way. What's up, Changelog? Thank you very much for the Prime sub, man. Welcome back to the Swarm. Appreciate you. Oh, yeah, the cast UI in AOM was terrible. I hate that thing so much. Yeah, no, I appreciate you ducking out on that one, Corvinus. It's all good, buddy. So, yeah, I think the lesson here, I like the idea. What do you think, guys think? I like the idea of just keeping it being 3 maps that keep getting rotated through, because it's meant to be about showing off new maps, right? And I want people to like not experience a map once and just say, "Oh, I don't like that problem." I like this idea of people now trying to solve the problem. I like that element. I think the Civ redraft should probably happen after 5 games in the BO7. Yeah. Agreed. Hey, it's alright, man. Family comes first. Yeah. Like, I like this format because it gives people a chance to learn within a series and come back to the playing field. That was also like in the best of 5s. I guess like I liked my format already as it was set out for BO5s. We just hadn't thought about it for BO7s as clearly. Because in a BO5, you don't need to redraft civs, right? So it's not confusing. The BO7 is going to be the interesting one to like figure out, and I'll listen to players' feedback on that. But I at least initially like this idea of keeping it as only 3 maps in a series, and then you like in the best of 5, you're playing out your draft is perfect. So maybe I don't think I want to change the Civ draft. Maybe we just keep it as is, and after 5 games in a best of 7, you redraft. But the map pool, I'm gonna have to figure that detail out. That's the thing. Thanks, Gorf. Appreciate it, buddy. What I think we'll do is maybe in the best of sevens, it becomes 4 maps. No, because how would that work? I'm going to have to figure that one out. Or I just ramp it right up to a best of 9, and then you make it 4 map. No, wait, once again, like 5 maps, sorry. That would be kind of cool. Maybe it's a bit weird going from BO5s to BO9s, though, you know? But, like, the idea is kind of cool, because then you can feature 5 maps, almost the whole pool. And I think it makes the drafting process smoother. But what on earth? We're getting Byzantines. English has not been picked so far, which is quite surprising here. Remember, Voldemort doesn't have to choose the opening map until after the draft, but all 3 maps are available. How many games yet to go? So we are redrafting. It's 4 games so far. Anatan is now on match point. So if he wins this one, it is ogre. But there's still bite back potential from Voldemort. So, yeah, Abbasid's got banned in some of the previous series. It sneaks through this time. Voldemort, a very comfortable pick for him, and one that he's very talented with. Do you know what happened to the tournament calendar Nilly promised? Nope. Haven't got a clue. Would have to ask Nilly. Would love to see it soon. Hopefully. By the way, for a lot of people who are coming in and didn't hear us say it before, I want to remind people that we're doing something really cool. So, I mentioned that we are partnering with Protein Works again. If it wasn't clear by this ginormous box of stuff. In fact, I might actually try one of the triple chocolate brownie vegan protein bars right now. But I want to incentivize you guys to pick up your own Protein Works and try these. Outside of the fact that I recommend many of them already because they're bloody good. Like we had the banana smooth sundae today. That is incredible. That was the diet meal replacement one. What's going to incentivize you guys to get your own Protein Works is they track sales to know whether they want to keep sponsoring people. And I've said, if we have 10 sales this month, 10 sales, like I think we're contract through like 12th October. Before that time is up, we have 10 sales in total. I will commit $200 into our pool for show matches. Good deal. So you guys, like, you wonder what you get out of this? Well, for a start, I'm giving you guys a discount code for an extra 10% off to get some absolutely tasty treats. But you get entertainment is what you get out of it in return. So let's have a look at this. Oh. So a vegan protein bar. Kind of curious how this is going to taste. Haven't tried them before, but triple chocolate brownie. I'm actually impressed. When I hear the word vegan, as many of us do, we roll our eyes and go, oh no, it's not going to have taste. That's tasty. I like that. That's pretty damn good for protein bars. Sorry. Is the chewing getting annoying? Okay. So, drafts. Tell me Voldemort likes berry sieves without telling me Voldemort likes berry sieves. Show me this draft. Like, every sieve that loves berries is on his side. We'll have to see if the berries deliver him. On Skarsgård, it most definitely would not. Skarsgård is terrible. We're opening on Hallowed. So, intriguing. Vegan berry? Yeah, that's what it is, guys. Voldemort wanted to join the vegan bandwagon so badly, which is why he picked all the berries, because he wants to get his hands on my delicious... I think they're called... What was it? Ridiculous is what the lineup is called. Ridiculous vegan protein bars. Triple chocolate brownie. Highly recommend. By the way, these... because I think they are... like they're looking to rotate some new stock in, as in the new orders arrive earlier than expected. These are cheaper than the other protein bars on their site right now. An even better deal. And for people like, I know people like FatBlot there, I double checked because I wanted to make sure I got sent some of the things that the American store has, because there's some differences there. American store has this as well. So Europe and American store have these protein bars. So, hallowed spring opener, Japanese versus Delhi. Guys, I think Voldemar's about to score. Delhi versus Japanese is a hard matchup for Japan historically, but this map to me is like S tier Delhi. I don't know, like I'm trying to think if there's a better civ than Delhi on hallowed spring, and I'm not sure there is. Sorry, I'm just finishing this delicious bar. I don't want to waste it. I think we're ready to go. Oh, by the way, some people are saying they want team game versions of these maps. Some of them apparently are really good in team format. I haven't checked them yet. But Atoll, for example, is apparently a banger. I am gutted, by the way. None of them picked Pigeon's View or Mini Dry Arabia. I am outraged. Both of those maps were my idea. What the... Bruh. Oh, my God. Talk about sending a message. Was Anatan won that one? Wait, what was the last one? Yeah, he did, right? Yeah, he dominated him. We heard you loved Hallowed Springs, so we had to come back next spring. One and all, welcome back to the Competitive Age of Empires 4 Action Grand Finals, potentially the final match of the first KP's midweek map madness here. My Insanity's Anatan on match point already in the blue as the Japanese, going up against Voldemar, loaded up on berries. More berries than you'll find in a Summer Fruits Berry Blaster drink here. He kicks off this redraft of civs with a Delhi pick in the yellow. And immediately aggro dops. Oh, I love this. So, guys, Delhi got buffed on water pretty hard in multiple ways. And oh my God, he actually left with the villager. He almost lost the villager. Double shivs. That's sick. Oh, wow. So, Doc is still going to go up. And he still will be able to fish, right? But over time, this will become annoying. This is unhinged Voldemar right now. The Ford Rax follow-up kind of makes sense, right? You've committed too much to fail here, right? You've gone for a double villager pull. If this doesn't work out, you just kind of lose the game. So good blocker. You already see fishing boats being built into you, but we're probably looking at, what, 6 spearmen to torch this down? Which works out because you're not going to be anywhere near ready for a tech up in time as Anatan, but it has an added layer to the cake. The gold is a screen away. So after he deals with his output, with his dock rather, he can go and deal with the gold. I think Anatan needs to build an outpost sooner rather than later. And the villagers... Wait, is he going to outpost drop? He can see it as well. Anatan has the vision from the dock of the fishing boat. So he knows what's coming. Oh my God. This is the most aggro I think I've ever seen Voldemar play. He's completely unhinged. Villagers are going to have to peel back. Gold drop-offs coming in. He still needs 30 more to feel safe here. The villagers aren't even fighting back. Anatan is like, no, wage peace, not war. Wage peace, not war. I think he's done it. Anatan has what he needs. Now, he won't be able to go like gold heavy afterwards, right? Maybe you can hang around, get some sort of tech out of this, but I think we're just going to see a Coca Township play and then come back on the gold. Ideally, he wants enough gold for 2 Shinobi. The one you get for free and the one you have to build. That's what this is about. This is why he's hanging around so long. So with free gold on there, he plays it perfect. Chef's kiss. Meanwhile, fishing. The Spearman can now harass this. However, you spent so long trying to block the gold that your opponent should be able to tech up now before you'd burn down the dock. This is not ideal for Voldemar. I can't believe this. Back up against the wall like this is an impressive way to try and play. There it is, confirmed. Coca Township on the way now with 8 villages. 8 villages means this dock is definitely not going to die in time. He even has to commit the 2 villages to try and get the speed here. Guys, I actually think he might just call GG if the tech comes out and the dock isn't dead. If the dock is more than 500 HP when Feudal comes in, I think he'll just leave. Which is crazy, man. Like, you know, you want to play the game out to the bitter end, but there isn't much of a game to play with this timing. Dock's still looking healthy. I mean, props to him. Anatan, he stopped at the 1 fishing boat. He didn't get greedy about this. Voldemar. What is he spending on? As the delay move over onto mining camps here. So stop piling a lot of gold, trying to rush towards an age up now. But that is definitely not under 500 HP. Archer ship immediately gets queued up. This is not going to be quick enough. And it means that Voldemar is in trouble. I think we've got the quickest game of the series. Because remember, even if you tech up now, you're going to get blocked by double Shinobi. Archer ship almost out. He pulls the villagers away. Was that intentional? I almost feel like that was a miss rally of some kind because he even started walking back. But here we go. Archers are out to play. Shinobi's going to move in. Fishing boat is going to get targeted down here. So when he made the kill on the Shinobi in time, and the blocker is going to come through, sabotage in before the second fishing boat can come out. Voldemar has lost his only food gatherer in water. The double spear cannot conflict or contest the Shinobi. They do, they're going to die. And with a second Shinobi here, I think that just might be curtains closed. A save comes in on the dock. 75 HP. But he stays alive. Archer ship also just blocking those fishings from returning home. And Dome of Faith is on the way. So props to him. I thought Voldemar would genuinely just call GG at that stage. It fell over. This is still really bad. Abhorrently bad. I would put this at like 90-10 right now. But there's potentially hope. Has to be for his sake. Dome of Faith is going to complete soon. How do you play this now? Dome of Faith just feels like you can be quite hunkered down. You don't want to play Ghazi. Ghazi suck against Shinobi. Like, if you think of the cost of a Shinobi and the cost of a Ghazi, I'm pretty sure a Shinobi wins a one-on-one fight with a Ghazi. 25 damage versus, what is it, 12? And you're attacking, like, you're attacking about, I think something like 40% faster. 80 health versus, what was it, 135? Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind. A Shinobi wins that fight every day of the week. So, Anatan kind of has choices now, right? He can either go for the greedy rush up in age, or he can just play this age with, I'd say you do like Shinobi, maybe even mass spears, mass Shinobi. A little bit dangerous because the potential for archers, but there wouldn't be any tower victory. The alternative, which you can also afford, is to just Shinobi Horseman. Shinobi Horseman's kind of wild here because the Shinobi counter the spears, most definitely. And then your Horsemen get to a stage where they can contest Ghazi really well based on a cost and scaling point, right? Because you have a second melee attack as the Japanese, the other civs don't. And then Uma Bannerman buffs your damage up, so you're at the Ghazi threshold. There it is. It is going to be the Horseman. Okay, Anatan, he knows these builds well. Already gathering on the stone as well, so this should be, what, Daimyo Rush? I don't think you go 2TC here. That's a quick way of getting the Delhi back into the game. Such an expensive investment for Voldemar. The idle time aside from the villagers, think about the fact that this was 150 wood, 150 wood. Both just get torched down, easy peasy. Shinobi. That doesn't work. If only disguising stopped archer shots from attracting. Sansan not able to dodge death there. Does lose one of his Shinobi for being greedy. Second dock now set up means he has full dominion over the pond. And stone gathering still going from Anatan, so kind of curious to see what this is going to turn into. I don't think this is obviously going to be a rush to like level 2 Daimyo. That's weird, especially without Kura Storehouse. I would be curious if he's eventually going to TC though, because that I would not have expected here, but it is a substantial eco lead. He's already 10 ahead. The reason I'd be surprised by 2TC is that Voldemar could try to play for the pond to get these Sacred Sites again. Even then, it would be difficult because your opponent can now have archer ships out. He already has one. And you're nowhere near an archer count to the point that you'd be able to contest that. Even if you thought you could, remember, these bad boys have 6.5 tower range. Archers only have 5. Archers are going to have to wrap some hits on the economy instead. But considering there's already Horsemen here, Uma Bannerman as well, you're going to see what I was talking about with the stats. Check this out. Shows up as 11 damage. And that's without getting his hands on the Hizukuri. Because remember, with Hizukuri, the level 2 melee tech, that puts you up at 11 base damage, then you add on 15%. So you are getting, ends up being just slightly like over like 12.5 damage. There you go, and this is going to get ugly. Horseman able to mop this up. Pumbaa not able to save Voldemar. In the meantime, we have got Ghazi wrap around the back. Nice little strike there, does find a few villagers. And does reveal the Yuumi attempted transition here, so Anatan has to cancel that immediately. See if he resumes into it, or if it's just going to stick as mass Horseman here. I actually think if Anatan just keeps doing Horseman, he wins. It's that brutal now, because remember, like, for the stats being the same in terms of damage, the cost isn't. 120 resources versus 140. And then remember, Ghazi only have 10 more health now, which is less than a 10% increase in overall health, while you're spending more than 10% extra on the cost of the unit. It's pretty bad. Arch range is going to come in, though, so we are getting a Yuumi transition. I wonder if he's actually... I mean, I don't think he even needs it, right? He could actually just go castle here. Scout also getting stuck behind is not good. Bit of a mistake there. Miss Micro. Voldemar. I mean, I don't know if that's intentional to try to draw fire away from the Ghazi, but now you're playing blind. Ghazi, in the meantime, are going to be able to find one of the Shinobi. The Horsemen are here again to reap rewards in return. And it is going to be mass Yuumi, mass Horsemen for the Japanese. It's crazy how much of a difference that 75 discount the Daimyo made. I mean, this is a wild game, though, right? Like, Delhi should still be favored in this matchup, but the way the water played out just put Voldemar 10 steps behind. Raid hits onto the berries as well. Shivs are going to be pulled out here, but the Uma Bannerman is in range. The Uma Bannerman himself doesn't die easily here. All villagers piling on him, but 230 HP, and half of the damage is getting mitigated. Ghazi are finally going to get in on this action, but no textiles from Voldemar. He only just got it coming through, but the losses are already adding up. Second wave now arriving. Villagers don't want to be part of this anymore. The Horsemen will be able to win this one out. The Uma Bannerman effect is still in effect in this fight. Outpost goes up. Voldemar should eventually be able to get enough troops to defend, but not before he'd be forced out of the area. Villagers now having to back up. Injured ones front lining here. And the eco lead just keeps on increasing. Not just that, Shinobi now moving in as well. Quick stabbers. Nice little hit on the outpost. But I think this is too much damage done. Behind this, Anatan has stockpiled almost the entirety of what he would need to go castle. Meanwhile, Voldemar has not been gathering with half his economy for the last 2 minutes. GG gets called. Anatan will be the first champion to rise up from the KP midweek map madness. Big congrats to him, winning this one 4-1. What a sick play. Damn. GG, Mr. Anatan. Well played. That was sick, though. Oh, what do we call it? One game from losing, he goes all in. Delhi full proxy base send. Oh, GG's. Protein bars only ship to UK? No, Blue Turnip. They do ship, so I know they ship Europe-wide. They ship to America as well. I'm not sure about Asia. I think I got told a few countries, and I believe Australia might have been on the menu, but I'd have to double-check that one. But yeah, they ship to a bunch of different locations. It's just UK shipping becomes free after, I think, 65 or 75 pounds. Whereas other countries, it's scaling shipping. So the shipping will start higher. As you spend more, it gets lower. So for example, I think it's like if it's under $50, like $30 shipping. I think it's above 50, but below 150 is $20 shipping, and then above that's like $10 shipping, if I recall that correctly. But damn, well played. Big shout out to Corvinus, Sassy, Voldemar, and of course the champ Anatand. So, $50 prize pool for that one, by the way. So it's going to be $35 going to Anatand and $15 going to Voldemar. Corvinus was unfortunately was unable to do the grand finals. So what happened in the end is that Voldemar stepped in. But Corvinus, because of his unfortunate events, will look to have him prime on the list for invitation to the next one of these. I'm definitely looking to do more of these. Once again, like, utilizing our sponsors is how we also get the money to be able to do more of these. Those that weren't here when I said it earlier, I'm going to commit $200 to more prize poolings if we have at least 10 sales from our Protein Work sponsorship this month. So if you're on the fence thinking about it, get to. Can only find the country option for UK. Maybe when you're checking out, you should be able to. I might be able to show it. Actually, I might not be able to because I think I'm logged in, but 1 second. So, if we go to Protein Works, have a quick look. By the way, guys, if you want a reason to hang around, I'm going to do patch note analysis. So, if you want someone who's casted literally more games than anyone in this scene at this point, dissecting all the goodies that are coming, I'm your guy. So, yeah, when you go here, I'm not logged in, okay. You should just be able to change flag like this. Yeah. So that should help you. Oh, wait, whoops. We're capturing the wrong window. So, yeah, you should be able to change like this. So you got UK, France, Germany, Italy, Spain, Ireland, United States. I think you can order to other places in Europe, at least. And I think maybe Canada as well works. You just have to use these stores. So that should work. Yeah, yeah, there you go. You found it as well. All right, so the patch comes out in half an hour, right? I'm pretty sure that's like what was said. Yeah, yeah. Basically, those haven't seen, it was announced over here. Whoop, whoop. So we have got the patch coming. By the way, if I have some pros around, I'd love to have some first touch show matches. Probably wouldn't be a huge prize pool for it, but I think we could come up with something impromptu. If we got some players that were interested in playing some matchups on Le New Patch. Wait, what am I capturing right now? I'm capturing the wrong thing. 1 second. I mean, no, I'm not. There we go. Should have had it open twice by accident. So yeah, we are getting it at 9 a.m. PT, which I'm pretty sure is, yep, in 30 minutes. Is this something the devs have done before? What do you mean? The pop? Yeah. In 30 minutes, you can make a protein shake? Dude, you can make those protein shakes in like 1 minute. They're that easy. Boom, boom. Ottoman Vizier point, right? Did they? I can't remember what they said. They said something about siege rework, right? It was a big thing. I don't know what you're talking about, Zinu. We're not sponsored by them anymore. No. You get your liquid meals, mate. It's all about Protein Works. So... trying to think what I'll have to put into it. I'm trying not to break the bank. I mean, hell, dude, like already me being like, I'm gonna put $200 into the price. I don't make money from my content creation currently, over my expenses. So I'm always trying to be conscious of not breaking the house, but I know like sometimes the numbers I'll throw out will be underwhelming for some players. It just is what it is. But shout out to those that are still willing to hop in regardless. Maybe like $2.50 a map. It's not a lot, but might make it interesting. It's like, so BO9 is that $17.50? It's not a lot, but it's humble work. Can't see the changes? No. So the changes must be getting dropped in half an hour then. But yeah, it's like, let's say we done like round up $3. I think that keeps it simpler. And then we times it by like, what, 9? $27 Showmatch, you know? I mean, if I do 5, it goes up quite a bit, right? 5, let's say we wanted a best of 9. $45. Maybe if you had a few extra players, but obviously I like to organize that ahead of time when you need that many. If you paid me to play, I would technically be a pro. That's true. Like, do you guys know that I'm a professional Warzone player? I played in an official Activision tournament and won money. So that makes me a professional Warzone player. Yeah, like, I think most players would be happy to just do show matches for practically nothing. I'd hope so anyway, from the logic of, like, they're going to be playing in probably private lobbies to test new stuff anyway. So I don't think we're, like, asking something unique and difficult. But we'll find out. So, for the meantime, though, maybe we cast a pub game while we wait, because we've still got half an hour. Viper's online. Nah, it's not on this game. Oh my god. Oh, thank you, Camion. Thoughts on Deadlock? Love Deadlock. I spectating it is a pile of crap right now. I know that because I cast it the other day. It's horrible to spectate, but yeah, hell yeah. Love that game. I actually got you. I mean, like, the thing is the servers... So, like, the servers on the menu will show you that he's playing the game. That's the thing. Right? It's like, on here, guys. When you go on here and you check this crap, because basically Myth, I think, might also be shared as well now. Maybe I'm wrong with that. But Age of Empires 4, Age of Empires 2, and I think Age of Empires 3, maybe AoE 1, they all are hosted, like the friends list components are hosted on the same server. That's why it says that Tato and Viper are playing AoE 4. They're not online on AoE 4. Like, BC right now is not online. He's playing on Myth. Alright, guys. I think... What do you think? We got BC versus Jiff, but there's also Anatan versus Gully. I feel like Anatan versus Gully will be a much more interesting game than this. No offense to Mr. Jiff. Then again, is Beastie washed? He hasn't played in weeks. No, I'm kidding. How much is the coffee? Yeah, if you go through the coffee, so... What do I say we are at? Did I say we're going to do $2.50 or $3? Whatever you're comfortable with, and I think we can match it and then divide it. If it, like... do whatever you're comfortable with, and we'll figure it out across multiple show matches, potentially. So if there's a decent amount in there, we'll be able to do multiple ones, which is fine. It might not be that they're all done today, but we can organize other ones, which is cool. Which is the whole goal, right? Because I obviously going to stream Thursday as well. Can't stream tomorrow because I've got... I'm going to spend some time with the family because I haven't had much time recently. But I think we might look to do a shorter stream on Friday. It won't be like a long one because I like to do my bouldering. I'm trying to get fit and healthy. Protein Works helps with that, as does my bouldering activities. But we'll probably be able to do like some on Thursday, maybe some on Friday as well if we have players around. And the nice thing that way is, like, you know, if I scope out we've got some in reserve, I can then go and organize these ahead of time, which is always cool. Well, I might start trying to use Matcherino as well, because I think that's easy for paying out players, right? So maybe that in the future, but like for now, we'll just do it this way because it's small, compact stuff. Bouldering, yes, it's like climbing, indoors climbing. Ever thought of doing community games again? I have, but like when we've impromptu done them in the past, there's just not that many people turning up. I mean, the thing I've told people who want more community games, realistically, the best thing you do is keep tuning in, but also, like, I don't know, Help with the marketing. Tell people on Reddit. Tell people, you know, tell people on different, like, you know, tune in the YouTube. Basically help growth, because the way that community games become viable is when we have enough people. You can't do community games when you don't have enough people. It doesn't work, right? It's like, could you imagine trying to do like a low, you know, let's see like T90 when he started and he had like whatever viewership. Can you imagine trying to do a low elo tournament then? It wouldn't work, right? Because like no one would know who you are and where you are. So it's very important. Like you need scale first. Can't put the cart before the horse. All right, so I think I said we were going to do Anno versus Gully. Curious on that one. We've got like half an hour until the batch. So this one's just a few seconds from live. Oh, UI sleeve is still on. Let me toggle that off. What is it with this guy, man? Anatan is obsessed with dragons right now. He's like that kid that never grew up out of them. He had the Disney stories, he couldn't get beyond them. And he's back with them on Socotra, going up against the toddler, Gully Deco, playing as the English here in the pink. Man, Socotra is such a fun map. I don't know. I've kind of been spoiled. Atoll is just a... I think it just does whatever Socotra's trying to do better, if we're being totally fair now. But I still do enjoy this map a lot. I am intrigued by this matchup, though. English is a pretty logical pick, a very powerful pick. Order of the Dragon's a bit different. I don't think I've seen maybe more than one game of Dragon played on such a small map. But in theory, Mindwork build's pretty powerful here, guys. Like the Men at Arms spam, the die potential. I think this is maybe one of the Civ matchups where it doesn't make sense because longbows do have that higher base damage. So they can melt through the Men at Arms given time. But I love the start to this. Immediately hopping into the center of the map. This is cool to see. So ball gathering makes a lot of sense. It's a very powerful tool in your arsenal. You also have the ability to then quickly wall the short route to the enemy base. It's a very big kind of leverage point of control here. We've actually seen plenty of games with Socotra that are decided and defined by the ball pull. Either both players going for it, or one getting it and just building a lead, or the other case is one getting griefed. In this case, it looks like Anatan didn't try to play for the grief, though. Didn't benefit in the sheep department either. 11 to 13 right now. Kind of rough, actually. Yeah, why are we gathering on the east side as well? I just noticed that. A little bit of a funky gathering spread there on the north and the south. I think it's because he's moving the Archon up, though, right? Yeah, it's interesting because in a weird way, you could like delete the mining camp and drop the Archon here instead. But it looks like it is going to be plopped down. That's why you move your sheep like this, guys. It was something discovered a very long time ago. I'm going to shuffle the tie I'm actually wearing today and just say I was the first one. The Archon Chapel optimization requires that you should move your sheep to wherever you're going to place it. So what we were seeing in the very early days of like HRE is that players were just gathering from the front and then they'd drop an Archon over here and they weren't buffing at all. What you want to do is you want to pivot your sheep in the direction you drop your Archon so that all your food gathering is in range. I think it's less of a big deal with Order of the Dragon, but it was game-changing for the HRE. Well, speaking of those classic days, in a way, we're returning to them. Council Hall is going to be coming in, and yes, there is only one ball on this map. One whole ball. He's doing a good job of tapping through it already. What, probably 500 deep on the gathering? More than that. It's crazy how quickly you can exploit this resource. And these type of resources matter a lot. Like, English can just transition farms, right? They don't really care if they have to. It's very cheap and efficient. They pay half price. But taking these potential resources away from Order of the Dragon is kind of a bigger deal, I think. It's definitely something they would like to have in their tools, right? Like, Order of the Dragon without this pocket eco always feels a little bit weird to me. If you're just going to straight farm transition, you definitely don't feel like a Goliath. It almost feels like you would have just benefited from picking HRE more in that situation, right? What do you guys think, though? One's if you think that blue's got this. Two, if you think pink's got this. I think he's got the right read. Opening Horseman already as a blocker makes a lot of sense here. Gully should be prepping the racks, though, and so far he's not. He also doesn't even have the lumber camp set up, which means we're looking at probably, the like, what, 2 Lombos to open up. In fairness, he's still got all the straggler trees, but the timing just doesn't align for a racks drop here. Or maybe it does. Okay, so he's sacrificing his aggressive timing, but that means he has to back away from the ball, surely. Outpost goes up just in the nick of time here. Remember, these horsemen hit insanely hard. 15 damage per strike. Okay, I was a little bit worried, but Gully actually kind of thread the needle on that. The outpost on the four was really surprising, but it makes a lot of sense because as you trek deeper in this game, the ball might expire, but that attack speed aura is now essentially engulfing half of the map, right? Like, if you think about the distance between the two bases, this guarantees you have attack speed actually for 2/3 of the distance between your two bases. I understand. I think this is where you just try to tech, right? The alternative option is archers, and we are getting them. Interesting. I thought with the back gold, he might just try to be greedy, but I guess the worry there is production rates, right? On such a short map, if you just try to age free, you're not going to have units out to defend you for a very long time to start the age. So Gilded Archers on the way, and Gilded Archers are really interesting here, folks, because Gilded Archers are pretty freaking baller in this matchup. They're very tanky. They have extra movement speed over Lombos so they can gap close. And they have the same base damage while attacking faster. These guys can slap down Lombos, especially when you do what Gully's doing. He's overreacting to the Horseman. He's still only seen one Horseman, and he's acting as if Anatan is spamming them. This is way too much spear. Anatan's read is perfect. No, it's fine. The chapel's covering water for good reason. He's going to set up some rice paddies. Seems he still doesn't know. Scout just revealed it, though, so that should be the alarm bells going off. Gully Deckle. Pretty much you just want to halt spear production now. Maybe too late, though. Losses already being accrued as neither spear able to walk away. A good exchange to open this up for Anatan. And this is where I'd love to see him maybe just add in an extra horseman, anticipating what Gully's now going to do. Because Gully's only real play here is to mass Lombos. I think you could try for horseman as well. In fairness, he does have 16 sheep. What's rough about this situation now is if you don't do something to counter the archers, you're enabling Anatan. Anatan doesn't have many sheep left over. In fact, he's on the last 3. So if you can force him to have to commit into spears and horsemen, you will be favored here because his economy will not be optimal for it. It's also awkward because Anno can't rush an age up if he want to now, right? And I'm wondering if that was part of the decision to not even try. I mean, he was always going to have to react to this pressure coming, but like, you know, with such limited food, you'd probably get castle and then be stuck. So more horsemen now getting added in. Remember, when you look at these numbers, imagine this is 12 archers, not 6. Now, a lot of respect is being given by Anatan, but the reason is logical. You don't want to dive into the aura. That aura will allow Lombos to start contesting you. So best thing you can kind of do is bait him to come out of onto the map like this. Like, Gully, I get why he's trying to posture, but what he's doing right now is quite dangerous. Especially with the tiny stealth forests. That's the big difference here, right? Gully lost that scout. He has no right to be around these tricky little spots. Like, one small stealth forest could decide it all. And that is big. Anatan, with a greedy overcommitment there, gets punished. However, there is a big difference between these two players. Gully is now sacrificing a villager of production to build a scout. But remember, Anatan had built the stables already. So, although they've both lost their scouts now, Gully is the one who's really being punished for it. Yeah, imagine worrying that the Archon Chapel placement's going to matter, guys. We're on Socotra. Socotra games never go 45. But wait a second, I've had those before. I don't think the Lombo mass is big enough for this. Undermesh is also on the way. You see how quickly you have to start running away. Like, if you're not careful, I actually think Anatan could dive you here. Needs to be careful. Starts to move in, though. Good archers. Oh, we go straight for the villager. I mean, one gilded archer to kill a villager and spearman is not the worst trade possible. Another issue for Gully is he's starting to kind of fall behind here. Anatan, of course, benefiting the more he's able to lean into this archer mass. Blacksmiths are now coming. Gully has just realized what he's up against, so Steeled Arrow is going to be on the way. But Anatan already has both. So realistically now is probably the time to fight, right? You can actually edge the aura so that Gully can't have it at the start of these engagements as well. I think that might be what he's looking for. Anno starts to move up. Gully posturing very aggressively. More so than I would have expected here. Anatan almost somewhat reluctant to take the fight, but the Horseman is going to charge in. Line formation activated. Gilded Archers are now in range. Spearmen getting baited out of position here. And this is where you just want to stand your ground and fire, right? The Spearmen will not be able to reach you before they die. Continues to dive in. Attack speed aura is now going to get activated. And Anatan just needs to gun it. Instead, though, doesn't want to have to sacrifice his army there. I think actually he was willing, but then Gully sent another villager in. I think he was trying to outpost rush forward there. So Anatan decides that's good enough, backs away. And now the eco difference is starting to kind of rear its ugly head here, right? We've got a lot of wood gathering from both players, but you're seeing in every department, Anatan's economy is well and truly superior. New Horseman coming out as well. Interesting switch from Anno as well. He's moving into Men-at-Arms, which makes it makes a lot of sense for absorbing fire here. Horseman costs the same as a Men-at-Arms, right? And at the same time, like a Men-at-Arms is going to feel a lot more chunky with the ranged and melee armor, right? Able to hold back a spearman and a longbow army. What worries me is the impact each of these farms are having. Gully hasn't set his up yet. The sheep is still lasting, right? So he hasn't felt that strain on his eco. He's even playing deer. The funny thing about Order the Dragon is Order the Dragon are weirdly efficient with farm transitions compared to HRE. So HRE, what you have to realize is, you know, their farms are good because of the extra gathering rate, but you're condensing the efficiency with the Gilded Villages, which means each farm is kind of worth more. Oh, she's now diving out again. And Arms is just being ignored here. This is a really good fight for Anatan, though. Getting a lot of kills. Able to keep pushing this back. Probably going to be seeing a retreat in a moment, but the Men-at-Arms is kind of just so committed. I guess he's going to follow through here. There's a few more kills to really make this worthwhile. Remember, 1-for-1 exchange is never good enough, but it's not really playing out that way. You're seeing the issue. Gully, in the second part of this fight, doesn't really have the DPS to immediately snipe down full HP Gilded Archers, rather. Men-at-Arms now starting to reach in. Villagers now on the front line. Last of the 4 archers is about to flop. The Men-at-Arms has basically reached the economy. It looks like Gully will be able to hold here. But with the Men-at-Arms switch coming, I don't think I really see a clean answer to this issue. And I don't have cheap viewers, all right? They're all spending viewers. That's why they've already started using that Protein Works code, Killer Pigeon, for 10% more off. So Archer plus Men-at-Arms. Kind of crazy the way that he threaded this needle, right? Like before this point, Anatan would never have been able to afford this. Food wasn't good enough. But now with map control, he's moved out into the deer location. He's got enough farms at home. Men-at-Arms is viable. Gully, meanwhile, is only now beginning that farm transition. The sheep is not going to last much longer. So there is a kind of a weak point coming in the next 2 minutes. Gully needs to leverage this moment where he has more army. Look to march forward to do exactly that, but positioning doesn't feel great for it, right? The biggest problem is Gully looked good in the second half of that fight because of the attack speed aura. Take that out of the equation and kind of what are you, right? This is an interesting game, though. Gully is trying to prep Men-at-Arms, which is scary if the Feudal Age lasts a long time and Castle comes onto the board, right? Because Mass Men-at-Arms to the English will convert better into the Castle variety than Order of the Dragon ones, because of the attack speed aura plus the extra armor, right? It does definitely add up. But it's a tall order right now. You know, only 2 in the field isn't that impressive. Meanwhile, your opponent's essentially at 10. Scout goes down again. Once again, re-queued. Gully just playing blind right now, but that's the beauty of the outpost, not just the aura. It allows him to get away with this. In a situation that he'd otherwise have to either commit 150 into a stable to get a scout, or sacrifice a villager from building it in the TC. I wonder, is there ever a stage where you just try to play blacksmiths? Probably not. I find Order of the Dragon are really annoying when it comes to how they deal with rams, because they're very space efficient. Right, the units hit so hard they can easily deal with rams. And what's that about patch notes in an hour and 10 minutes? I'm pretty sure it's in 10 minutes, actually. Might be wrong about that. Oh, check this. He cuts the retreat. And it's hands. Wasting a lot of time on these men-at-arms. But look at how long the Lombos waste in return. It takes so long to kill off just one of these. Horsemen absorbing all the wave. Able to shove this in. Gully, is this going to be the break point? Gilded Archers keep on diving. Men-at-arms now tanking quite a lot of shots from them. But that goes both ways. Just look at how little the health bars move against this many Lombos. Gilded Archers are just mopping this up right now. Gully's kind of in a panic. He's using an A-click instead of targeting down the backline of Archers, which means the men-at-arms are gradually winning this fight. Now half of them split, just dealing with the melee unit instead of dealing with the Archer mass. Anatan needs to shrink this a bit faster. Almost it looks like he needs more men-at-arms coming here. Gilded Archer count is getting low. Gully, has he done it again? It's going to be a dive away from the MAA. Mops up the last of the flank Archers. Second wave is now shifting in, so it looks like, yes, Gully Deku once again able to buff away this aggression. Anatan got to be biting his lips at this stage in frustration. I mean, English is just so obnoxious for this very reason. Oh, thank you, Emma. I've been delivered chips and hummus. Wow. Or maybe nuggets later. Eating real healthy today. Yeah, please. God bless protein works, or I wouldn't have got this far. Hashima's up to 30 again, though, man. I don't know. I'm starting to feel like this is slipping a bit for Anno. It feels weird now. Gully is starting to farm transition more and more, and once this is fully online, it's much easier to body with mass men-at-arms for the English than it is for Order of the Dragon. So, do feel like Anatan needs to move with some urgency here. It's weird we're still seeing men-at-arms as opposed to, say, Gilded Horsemen. The reason is that the men-at-arms are absorbing, they're your tank, but they're not a DPS as well. Against Gully's comp, your Horseman will be both a damage absorber, a tank, and a DPSer. It's kind of like being a Doomfist main in Overwatch. Battering ram now coming up. Gully trying to dent this position, which makes a lot of sense. There's a lot of food here between the deer and the berries. Love the outpost. Gully has been fully exploiting this aura. Bloomery a big deal as well. When your damage is this low, it's a 10% increase. Ansan doesn't have that himself. It's just all about the range boys. So this is what I was talking about, how rams suck against OOTD. You can get quite to see it there because you start to move away, but with the attack speed here, they melt through these things. It's like men-at-arms are going to come for the clash. Gilded Archers really need to hit that backside, though, is the problem here. Ram almost able to deal with the shunt, not quite complete. Anatan keeps the outpost alive here. Was this an overextension? Gilded Archer count now up to 22. Gully Deckle not able to dive any further. Mistakes made. Another slip up with another villager. This is slowly losing Gully the game. That's now the third villager, actually 2 villagers in this game that didn't need to die. Archer mass is at least getting big. Honestly, this game feels like it's cursed for whoever attacks. To put it very simply, whoever goes on the offensive just seems to die here. Gully, if at first you don't succeed, right? Has got the aura for the round this time. Gilded Archer's diving in. Anatan no longer has that front line of men at arms. It's always difficult because if you feel like you've overcommitted here, the retreat is going to cost you due to it being a longbow range advantage. Ram, I don't think it's going down this time though. Gully. I don't think this is enough for mana. A lot of injured archers here. If Gully starts to micro them down, this could be big. Let's calm the herd. It's 15 to 32 of these Lombos. More than enough to get an edge. And I think Gully Deckle finally has that edge he's looking for. Rams not able to really do enough damage here. Yeah, they get rid of the outpost, but weren't quick enough to enable the villager kills. Lombos had to back away by then, but it's still claiming territory. It's still forcing Anatan back into a corner, into a chokehold. So what does Anna now do? Kind of crazy how much of a difference Horseman would have made here, really. Trying to think of the reasoning behind not doing it. Guess he was worried about spears coming back into the picture. More outposts coming up. Arislitz is on the way. Both of them rely on this, but you can see that aura is lingering over from the central outpost there. A villager ran in and activated it. Big mistake by Anatan. We cancel the outpost to back up to a safer position, but Gully once again gaining ground here. Map almost just becoming suffocating for Anatan. Remember, wood is also becoming a problem as he's running out of safe resources here. Means he has to play for the center. A center that is not going to be safe. So people talking about the outpost aura. I've been begging for a long time that the English outpost aura should be activatable. It shouldn't be perma. I hate that it's a passive effect. It should be almost something that you can bait around, like the logic being maybe, like either it should be an activated thing across the board, or it should be after you enter, it activates, and then it goes on cooldown, right? So then there's some sort of counterplay layer there where you can trigger it and then pull away. Something like that. I prefer the activatable so it's not so easily baited, but it's too good, man. This attack speed's insane. Comes in again. Rams moving forward. Now, here's an interesting detail, guys. If Gully plays position right, the A clicks will just attack the Rams. That's all he needs to do. Just skirt the range and watch what happens. Look at it. Look at the wasted effort here. Anatan is stuck attacking the Rams instead of attacking the thing he needs to kill. Lombo's moving again. Gilded Archers just trying to push this back, but the mass is getting out of control. Big shout out to Anatan with the raid. Thank you very much, sir. We're catching a pretty interesting game here. Gilded Archers not able to follow on through. And I think we are about to see the downfall of Anachad. Getting taught by the toddler. Golly, just kind of on point here. I think Anatan, in hindsight, knows that maybe the early dives were too expensive. Classic issue against Lombos. And, you know, maybe Horseman would have served him a greater purpose here. And yeah, I agree. I'm impressed. Gully, I think sometimes can be over-aggressive or maybe a little bit too reluctant to come out, but he played this right. The outpost crawl was insane. Definitely cost him at some points. He's a bit too overzealous, right? Lost a few villagers, but not enough to lose the game. Infrastructure also just getting targeted down. Anasand trying to hold on here, but we've now got outposts starting to creep into the tree lines. And that is a painful migration out of Anatan. 28 villagers shuffling over to stealth forest trees to try and scrape together what little they can. Gully undeniably in control of this game now. And Arms are at least going to die for a counterattack on the south side, but the outpost should be good enough to defend. A little bit overzealous the way that Gully's trying to rush this up instead of just garrisoning his side. But at this stage, I think we are just on a train track ride. Gully Deckle Central. Actually, I guess the train is heading to Anatan Central, and there's a bomb on the train. No, please. Leave us alone. Yeah, I think you just dive through here, right? 70 Lombos, even without the attack speed aura, you beat 25 Gilded. I mean, how do you ever not have the attack speed though, right? Like, this is insane. The Lumber Camp's activating the aura, right? I think so. Oh my god. Too much economy now lost. Anasand trying to buy some time before him to make his last stand, but I think it's too late. Rams are going to get cleaned up, and Lombos take advantage of that. And Anno pretty much just on autopilot mode until he has to wave the white flag. God bless. Sick game. It's not often that just Lombo spam seems this fun, but it's the strategic layer you had to this with the outpost positioning that gets the GG he deserves. Anatan waves the white flag. The toddler able to get a dub over one of the best in the game. All right. Update available. Remind me how I do this. I have to go to the beta branch thing, right? So does that mean patch notes are out? Can we talk about patch? Poogers? Let's have a look here. Thank you, Cal. So we need to go to the properties, right? And then it's over to betas. And then future live should be right. All right, guys, let's have a look. I guess I'm gonna eat these chips. Didn't ask for them right now. I actually wasn't funnily enough, wasn't that hungry. Protein Works was doing what I needed it to, but big pog. Thank you, Emma. So we got some big changes though, right? Guys, look, I got hummus, and I got chips for it. Oh. Okay, so we got some bug fixes. Anything big here? Oh, sorry. Let me zoom in for you guys. English trebuchets to attack slower after shack. Wait, what? Did you guys know about this? Am I the only one just learning about this? I never realized. I mean, no one ever builds shattering projectiles, right? But yeah. You can't hear me chewing, right? It's not annoying. Let me know if it is. In fact, we'll put some... have some ambience from some music. Fixed an exploit for a roost where gold from gold mines could be converted into bounty. Again, what? I never saw that one. They've been trying some tricky things. Population indicator no longer changes for a single frame. Yeah, okay. And aqueducts no longer have the convert to palisade gate ability. Wait, did that actually work? Okay, that's brilliant. That is absolutely brilliant. Anyway, looks like we've got some changes around arrows just to make them look smoother. But... okay, was that enough excitement? We have multiplayer pause. I cannot believe it. Holy crap. It took long enough, but we got there. So, custom lobbies now have the option to allow players to pause. It's only custom though, right? Good. I don't think that should be on the main. It's pointless unless you have a reconnect function. Am I the only one who doesn't see a reconnect function? There's no reconnect function, is there? Oh, you may have meant well, but here's the problem. Without a reconnect function, this is very, 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 very situational. It's very, 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 very scarce in its viability, usage, whatever. It will have some uses, especially for like lands and whatnot. But in the grand scheme of things, this is like, how to put it? You've given me two wheels And a specialist might be able to make a vehicle out of that, but I need a car. Okay, so Siege has been changed. Sorry, I don't know if I'm going to upload this as a patch note analysis because I'm kind of eating hummus as I go. Oh, let's be real. What's the point? Beastie and Drongo will already have their videos posted now. So, Springalds and Culverins no longer counter siege guys. They are now an anti-infantry unit. That is a wild adjustment, by the way. Yo! What is up, Rajas? Thank you very much. Appreciate the Prime sub. The Light Scorpions from AoE 2? Oh, no. We're meant to be different from AoE 2. Now those people are like, we're just a worse version going to come back. So, let's address this, because this is a really big deal. I think the change to Springalds was viable. Oh, not viable, it was needed. Springalds are toxic. Springalds are like one of the worst things about Age of Empires 4. People don't like it. People don't like playing it. Don't like playing against it. It's horrible. In some ways, you think it's cool because it's like, oh, it's a micro element. But what Springalds were doing was preventing skill expression because you had to play that game. If someone started doing Springalds, you had to build them as well. Because most maps are designed in a way that you can just mass horsemen to kill them. So, I think this is a good change. Necessary one. Curious to see how OP Mangonels are going to be, though. So, adjusted the armor of all siege engines from ranged armor to ranged damage reduction. Ah, we're getting more of that type of stat. It's interesting that Springalds don't have much resistance. I'm kind of surprised Reboldiquins still have 35%. Can we, has anyone tested? Well, of course no one tested this yet. Reboldiquins having 35% range reduction kind of sounds OP to me. Right? Probably not. It does sound quite strong. Because they currently have 0 ranged armor. Is that correct? I'm pretty sure that's correct. Mangonels and Nesta Bees will now take a quarter of the damage. Guys, I'm telling you, Yuumi were already a counter to Nesta Bees. You just didn't realize it in the way that they are. They now counter Nesta Bees. So, on top of that, Bombards now get bonus damage against infantry. Culverins are basically doing what Springalds are doing now as well. Which is that they have been decreased on cost, and they now get a lot of bonus damage against infantry. Plus 40 is pretty good, actually. This is kind of like playing Rus with any Sith, which is cool. But their range has been slightly reduced, down to 11. Fully replace Bombards. Oh, that's interesting. So Bombards and Culverins, yeah, so it's just an outright replacement now. So, you know, you don't have Bombards and Culverins anymore. Intriguing. How to kill a Mangonel? We're going to get to that. So, Great Bombards. Ha ha ha! Suck on that. Great Bombards have also been given a similar treatment. They now only get bonus damage versus infantry.
300 years of expertise in every
And not like anything else, right? They have lower base damage, and they are basically just there to counter infantry. So, I'm not surprised by this. I think one thing that Age of Myth does really well in like a design philosophy is it leans quite hard into the counter system. And this is meant to kind of help that a bit.
Brought to you by Twining Sleep. Twinings, alive in every drop.
Wait. I didn't realize this. Springalds gain bonus damage versus melee infantry of 10. Base damage is 30 to 15, though. They're very cheap. This is sick. Dude, oh my god. Where's Maito? Has he been, like... Is it Maito who's in charge of this now, or am I'm targeting Frank? I just remember sitting 2 years ago. I'm not saying this is, like, they don't because of me. But I remember talking about this 2 years ago. About like the late game feels weird. It'd be nice to have units to feel even more impactful. I was like, what if there was like a tech for gunners to shoot and penetrate? And this is that. That's cool. So this is what I like about this is this change makes fights potentially more micro-intensive in a cool way. Now, instead of being, oh no, I click your siege, it's now think about where your army is and how you position it. Don't clump it too much, because if you do, that's when Spring will start to be valuable. That's cool. We will get to how you kill siege now. I think the goal is to mainly make it about killing it with horsemen. Trebs have been buffed. I'm kind of okay with that. They've been buffed because they don't take up as much pop anymore. Here's the big one. Mangonels. Ranged armor replaced with 75% ranged resistance. Bonus damage versus range has been increased. Wait, what? Huh? Bonus damage versus buildings increased as well. Range has been reduced by 1 tile down to 8. Aim time reduced by from 0.5 to 0.25. Wind down increased, so they take longer to deploy. Each boulder's blast radius has been reduced by a lot, guys. That's almost half the tile range. So from 0.875 down to 0.5. Projectile spread has been reduced. Okay, so these guys are no longer like your anti-blob, per se. They're more targeted strategic unit now. And this is big. So this is where the counter comes in. No longer predicts movement and instead fires directly at the target. Can I just say commiserations to Puppy Paw? Because now one of the big edges that he had, because Puppy Paw was probably the best Mangonel dodger in the game. Now it doesn't matter. Because they're all potato aims. Oh, no. Adjustable crossbars cost a lot more. I think you're going to see Unitex here in general cost a lot more, which is kind of wild. But this is cool. This is kind of Siege Mangonel. This is like Siege Onagers now from AoE2, which I always said I would like to have seen for AoE4. But the difference is that you get this attack speed, the splash radius, the projectiles, but there's no friendly fire, which is a really big difference. Yes, I want monkey noises alongside that animation of me doing that. Screw Nesta Bees. If this is what needs to happen for them to get dunked, good. So, they have significantly less damage now. Because gunpowder tech was giving them like a +2. That no longer exists. It's been taken away. And their range has been decreased. So, I think Nesta Bees, what was the base damage? 8? Something like that. They've lost like a 25% increase in their damage. That's huge. And so overdue. Like, oh my, can we all agree? Nesta Bees is quite possibly the single most BS unit in the game. And additional barrels is now expensive as all hell. 1,200 resources. Reboldic. Oh, God, guys. Okay, I chill now. I chill. The range resistance now makes sense. Reboldiquins have lost a lot of health. Good lord. Yo, do you guys ever think about how lethal Reboldiquins are now going to be? With Springle's gone? Because Springle's kind of weirdly countered them, right? Reboldiquins used to have... I can't remember if it was pure 0 or 5. They didn't have much ranged armor, though. That's cool, though. And then Rams and Siege Towers. Guys. This is... Isn't this a buff That's a buff. Can someone at Dragavan to check if he's here? Because I don't want to mention why if he's here. But you might already realize why. So, I don't want to tell you this. Although the front end loads integers, the back end is floats. Or doubles, whichever. That means it's decimal. This change is a huge buff to clown carring and building a siege tower early on to ape the enemy base. Because a TC, and I have to double check this, by the way. I've got some like coders in the chat, so they can check me on this one wrong. Does this now mean you can go below 1 damage per strike? That's what I need to confirm. Because if it does, that means a TC does no damage. TC does 6 damage. You reduce that by 95%, you're under 1. Okay, base still 1? Okay. I think it's still a buff in general. Because Springwalls can't, like, do squat these now, right? I mean, you weren't really anyway before. So maybe it hasn't drastically changed anything. Base is always 1. Thank you, guys. Okay. So, doesn't change too much then. That's fair. This changes everything. Unitechs now cost 1,500 resources. 50% more. And they've been changed. So this is kind of cool. Late game, all these people molding about how they don't like their archers attacking buildings. Now you have a reason to. They get siege damage. Plus 3 damage, of which is going to be siege, right? So they have 20% more damage and deal additional 2 buildings. So 20% increase in the base, and then 3 under siege. This is kind of cool. I really like this change. Mounted archer types deal 3 siege as well. Crossbows deal 4 siege. Okay, so we kind of buffed Arbitraire, and I'm not okay with that. Arbitraire already broke them. And then they've adjusted other ones like Gilded Archer to having more. Tower Elephants and Desert Raiders do not use siege arrows against buildings. Oof. I have to toggle my Desert Raiders? Why would you make me micro, bro? Wait, what's that? What this? Cavalry archers to the Ottomans get... I haven't even got to that part. You're spoiling it for me. But this is kind of interesting because Arbitraire were already really, really powerful. And this is a bigger buff to Arbitraire than any other type of archer. This is like kind of interesting. I'm curious to see if Chiganu come into the late game now. Because that is actually a significant buff to their burst on buildings. Because what you have to realize is Chiganu already do 1 base damage, guaranteed, and now the siege is pure. So every Chiganu does 7 damage. Biology is interesting though. They've just increased the health given. But there's something more interesting to come in the Unitech, guys. You're going to see. It's not Chem either. So Chem now gives you damage increase on like siege weapons instead. It's been changed. Look at this though. Elite Army Tactics has been thoroughly overhauled. You know how I was sitting there talking about how broken it was today? Well, here's your precursor. It's been drastically changed. 4 melee armor and only base damage. No more health. I mentioned that men-at-arms spears were dominant late game. This fixes that. Pikemen becoming premium? I don't think so. Because archers. I think the only thing I'm not liking about what I'm reading in the Unitech so far, I'm sorry this is slow, I'm eating. It will speed up when I'm done. I'm almost done. Is that I feel like Cav has been unnecessarily buffed while other comps are being... Not every comp, but some are being nerfed, right? Like, Cav and Infantry are the best in the late game. And Gunpowder. Why is it that Cav is getting buffed and the other two are getting nerfed? That's weird, right? Don't really care about the Siege Works changes. This is crazy, though. So, instead of making gunpowder units the go-to just goats, look what they've done. Hand cannoneers now gain 8 bonus damage versus melee infantry and a brief movement speed buff upon firing. So, your micro is going to be important for start stepping, but now this is only a counter. Still decent overall, but only really a counter to, like, infantry. The reason that holds true is because you don't have chemistry anymore. So your damage scaling is much lower. By the way, this in particular is a pretty insane buff to Gilded Hand Cannoneers. And you'll see why. Part of it is to do with the movement speed that's going to be there. Part of it is to do with the Prelate giving the damage buff. There's actually something else the Prelate now does. So, Silk Bowstrings. I like this. 2 ranged archers. Okay, so let me put this correctly. I like this, except Ingerland. Why? Why? Apparently, someone in the office was not happy with the fact that no one builds the Rangers from the Wingguard. I think you might build them now. So, just to really emphasize that to people, Wingguard Rangers have 9 tower range. This will give them 11. And then if you put them on a wall, they've got 13 tower range. Which is how much the old Mongol Springle could get. Oh, the wall crawl is back. It's interesting, though, because they still have the Incendiary Arrows tech, which is really good now. And then they have this. So, like, guys, this is weird. And it's kind of a weird dev decision because the current meta is pretty much mass archers, right? Like, mass feudal archers. So now the backup meta is going to be mass imperial archers. We do have nerfs to farms, by the way. The eco techs have been nerfed. The hunt on the map has been buffed. Good. Overdue. However, not sure about those berry changes. That's actually good for Japan. That's actually an inadvertent buff to Japan. Keep in mind, though, to balance these things out, the Japanese farms also got, like, nerfed. But one thing I'm a really big fan of, I was moaning about the other week, Palisade walls are getting nerfed. You guys see that? So, I think this is really important. Currently, with the Palisade system, there's no real punishment for screwing up. You get what I mean? Like, you can build walls so quickly that it felt very difficult to pummel someone for making a mistake. This is a good change. And much needed. Outside that, I'm sorry for the disruption, I had to eat. Some interesting things here, right? Like, this is really cool. So Siege is going to be more impactful against players who fail to age and less impactful against players as they age. I like that change. I think that's really smart. Ghazi even got adjusted as well. So people are asking, like, what the solution is to Siege. I think the solution is now meant to be that the mangonels aren't immediately as impactful as they once were, and horsemen should be more viable. There's still a big question mark looming over Ottoman balance there, though. I think the Great Bombards might still be too good with this new structuring, but we'll see. I'm quickly going to go put the hummus back in the fridge, guys, and then we'll sink into the civilization changes. So be right back in 1 sec. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Right. Love on my partner was like, patch notes. I know you're not going to stop streaming. Here, have some food. Bless her. So, Civ changes. Yes, nerf the Chinese. Though this is interesting, though. Grenadier aim time reduced to 0 seconds. So they're going to be very responsive. Reload time has been increased, so this is actually a buff still. The whole logic is that they haven't changed the overall DPS, but they're much more responsive, which is important because now it means players have less time to react. All right, like good players will see Grenadiers winding up, and they'd either get out of range, which was doing, or they'd like split. So this helps with that. It's actually really nice because Grenadiers are underwhelmed as all hell. This is intriguing though. You guys see this? Salvage materials. Bagler heal rather, 30 health when seeking an enemy ship. So we already said that Delhi's on their way to being OP on water. And the devs are like, it's not there quick enough. Let's accelerate the pain. That's wild. Delhi is going to be so scary on water now, like maybe a top 5 Civ. It only comes in Castle, but with these Dome of Faith builds, I think it might be feasible. Like, I don't think... if it's a long Castle, not as important, but like for the initial opening on Castle, because if you think about water maps, you don't immediately like... You don't tech up with 4 boats, right? You build a fleet, and then you tech up. But the initial value, like in that tech up, it's going to mean if you don't like punish the Delhi within the first minute of teching up, because I have that many scholars, then this comes in, and that's ultra scary. Especially if you whiff with archer ships, right? Because I'm not sure if it requires you to sink the enemy ship, or it's just you've damaged it. If it works like the bounty system, this is going to be broken. If it requires you to have gotten the kill, it's going to be really dog crap. I love that French now, for some reason, give pop space on dogs. Okay, so am I the one who needs to say it? Am I the one who needs to address not the elephant in the room because we're done with Delhi here, but the truth, which is that French were actually surprisingly subtly impressive on water because of the warcog cost. So not only was French building more villages on land over time, but their warcogs cost, I think it was 35 or 40 food less. So their Springle ships were cheaper. So they weren't as terrible as I think they got a rap for. That's why we even saw them starting to come out on Archipelago with a few players with like French and Jeanne d'Arc because of that. HRE, okay, this is big. They have replaced riveted chainmail with all pikes, which grants free damage to spearmen and horsemen. That's pretty damn good when you consider the new infantry elite army tactics only gives you 4 melee armor. So this Minework tech now offsets that. It's even more intriguing when you consider that you can get this in Feudal Age. You're worried about Archon? Think about this for a second. For a start, Archon just got nerfed here. 1 tile range less. This, I think, may be go-to. I actually believe it's that good. Because of the previous patch. Prelates got buffed recently to go from being able to buff 7 villages to being able to buff 9 villages. So the scaling benefits of just building a few prelates in is better now than it was before. Plus free damage. And remember, it's going to be cheap as all hell because it's in the Minework. It's free blacksmith tech levels. Right? It's more than even the Japanese get. So, Spearmen against non-longbow opponents is going to be brutal here. I think Archer Mass against longbow opponents is still going to be what it was. Horseman is very intriguing to mix in there as well. That puts them up at 12 damage, which means your Horseman can get up to 14 damage. 14 damage is basically Gilded Horseman base damage. Gilded Horseman are 15 damage. That is wild. I actually think this might be a good enough change. I think Minework is good with this change. It's the feudal all-in, and it's situational. You can't do it against every Civ. Like I said, longbows just have you for breakfast, right? But I think this will be really scary. With marching drills still there as well, right? Other things, garrison relics just getting nerfed. Yes. TC ranged armor reduced. Yeah, it's just the relic nerfs. Japan, they have had the gathering rate or reduced to compensate for the the eco-techs of other civs. This is not a nerf to Japan. It's just every civ's had their farming nerfed. Thank God farms was important here because farms too easy. This I love. This is huge. Okay, can we agree for the longest period of time, especially since they came out, Joan has not felt like a real civ. She has felt like French with a hero unit tacked onto it. This goes a long way to alleviating that concern because she now has her own party tricks. They've moved the companion riders and the champions that you get access to from getting level 3 from keeps into the related production buildings. So now if you build Raxes, you have champion access. Now if you build stables, you have rider access. This also isn't OP, by the way, and I can show you exactly why. So champions are like comparable, I think, to Golem cost, if I remember correctly. But if you look at champion, 200 resources. A rider is 200 resources as well. So this is not broken, this change. This is actually very reasonable and necessary. And I think it was a really smart choice. I still think Joan needs more to really feel unique in herself. But this is a really good start and well overdue. And then this is just to do with like Nomad stuff. But this is big. Farimba Garrison has been reworked. Aging up with the Farimba now gives you the choice to enlist one of the 3 new units. The Mansa Musafadi, the Mansa Javelineer, and the Mansa Freeborn. So, better versions of all the others. So you can see the Mansa Musafadi are just more armor, more health. The Javelineers deal poison damage. And the Freeborn, which is going to be the... I think it's going to be the Donzos, are a high pierce armor melee unit. That's pretty interesting. If that is a Donzo, that's really intriguing because it means like archers don't really count you as easily. And they replace their counterparts at your respective buildings. But here's another cool thing is the way it scales. If you get to Imperial Age, you can choose one of the 2 remaining choices. So that's quite intriguing, actually. All of a sudden, Farimba maybe in a weird way feels like the better scaling option into Imperial. We'll have to see. What you're doing is you're trading bulk for quality. So like, if you think about it, Malians for a very long time has been a quantity over quality civ. They aren't about better units, they're about more units. And that's where the Fulani has been so good. So instead of just directly nerfing the Fulani, what they've done instead is said, let's actually give an alternate path choice. Let's say there's 2 styles of Malians you can choose from. This style is about quality. So although you will not have as many units, because in the late game as well, your eco won't be as efficient because you won't just have past 200 pop cap in the form of cows giving you resources. Within that 200 pop cap, your units will be better than the player who's zerging. I really like that. I think these are the type of changes that I want to see with civs, where you are making branching choices to be a different civ. You aren't just making this is a better option than this always. There are now going to be situations where Farimba will just simply beat what a Fulani offers. And Saharan Trade Network has been changed as well now. So I think they maybe probably fixed the trading issue, but on top of that, you can now get Javelin emplacements instead of arrow slit emplacements. That's kind of intriguing. Would love to see some like maybe Malian outpost rushes where they get this and then upgrade. I don't know if I really want to see that, but it'd be kind of intriguing. All the Dragon, no changes really. They just had the torch damage increase. That's about it. Ottomans is big though. Janissary Gun's effect has been increased, but their base damage I think was decreased to offset. Yeah, we'll get to that in a sec. Imperial Council has been changed. Fast training has been removed, and its 25% production speed has been added to the Advanced Academy. Advanced Academy, for those who don't know, is the one that gives you access to knights and janissaries in the military schools. There are new options, though. Extensive fortifications. All garrison arrows are replaced with crossbow bolts. I don't think that's going to be that good, really. I think that's... If it's tier 2, it costs... Is it 1 or 2 points? Is it 2? I remember that correctly? Or it's always 1, isn't it? Sorry. I don't think that's worth a Vizier point in the tier 2. You get access to tier 2 quite quickly. This is kind of cool, though. Timarits. Or Timarits? I think it's Timarits. Enables cavalry archers to be trained from the archery into military school. I don't think anyone had Ottomans getting cavalry archers on their bingo card. It's wild as well because it has been in the game for a long time, right? In the campaign. I'm intrigued to see how this plays out. I don't think it's going to be broken, but it's cool to see Ottomans getting kind of a different approach to raiding options in Castle. And I assume it's just Castle and Beyond. Instead of just being let's build knights, and that's kind of what we got. Villager production speed. This is kind of wild though. Pax Ottomana.
Is uncertain.
You increase your production speed by 50%, but only for 4 minutes. I think there's going to be... So what I think this will change the most is the Ottoman versus Abbasid matchup, where you go 2TC. It might be worth it there, because if you think about it, you're getting 3 extra villagers for 4 minutes. So per TC, that's 12 villagers. So 2TC build, you're going to have 24 more villagers 4 minutes from when you activate this than what you should have. Put the calculations on that quickly and think about it. 24 villages, average gather rate, let's say 40 per minute. You are going to have an extra 960 resources. Then within that time span of initial gain, you do have to equate the losses, right? Because you're going to then actually have to spend 75 food more, so 150 per minute, so 600 food. So it's only 360 raw increase at the end of like the 4 minutes, or actually be the end of the 5 minutes. It has to be more. It's spiraling. But the point is, the initial cost is quite high, but the burst return is insane after that. So kind of intriguing to see if this build comes into play. I could see that leading to a very aggressive fast imp timing out of the Ottomans. Kind of wild to think about, actually, the more I'm like processing it. This is a perfect example of where I think there should be a way for someone to understand clearly what you've spent your Vizier points on. I would argue I would like to see a zero cost building that you can only build once the Ottomans that is your Vizier point building. That takes 5 seconds to build, costs no resources. And this is why. With Abbasids, you see a building, you know what they've done, you click on it. You don't know that they've got the text, but you can gauge it that they've got these options. It's going to be very hard unless you are astutely watching a TC at all times to know when Pax Ottomana has been activated. So I think that is going to be a bit tricky. And then finally, a Great Bombard. No wonder it's in tier 4. Jesus Christ. You could just get... Dude, you could get... Okay, wait. So let me just clarify this. You could technically get a Feudal Age Great Bombard. Does anyone else feel scammed? And what I mean by that is, like, we were so fixated on the villager production and the fact you now get cavalry archers. Just at the end, by the way, you're going to get a Great Bombard maybe in Feudal Age. I hope they've been amply nerfed, but I don't think they have. This has potentially broken ramifications. Trade bags and siege crews have been moved from tier 2 to tier 4. Not really surprised by that. Siege crews is pretty dope. If you were able to get siege crews and then trend towards Great Bombards, I think it'd be broken. So it's good that they're making you choose. And trade bags is meant to be late game. You don't want people doing trade early game anyway. They have nerfed Knight and Janissary production speeds. So overall, the advanced academies has been nerfed, not really buffed. Actually, yeah, it's slightly nerfed. Very slightly nerfed. Because the production speed is there, so you're still 3% slower on Knights, but same on Jannies. This is big, though. They've received the ranged unit tag and the light range gunpowder infantry tag. Normal hand cannon is no longer classified as light. Why is this important? Camel archers is the number one I would list. So camel archers about a patch or two ago got a change where they don't just get bonus damage against light melee infantry, they get it against light gunpowder infantry. On top of that, archers now gain bonus versus light gunpowder infantry. So archers and camel archers now properly counter janissaries, crossbows don't. There's a lot of effort going into this patch to make archers viable in the late game. You can see it clear as day. And I quite like that. I am a bit worried that archers are going to be too good in the early game still. And now, one of the biggest worries I have is before now, I felt like, you know, if you went into mass archers, you were always worried that your opponent was going to get mangoes eventually. I don't think that's as big of a concern anymore because of mangoes being less threatening if you micro. So I think archer massing has probably just been buffed, and I don't think that was intentional. Palisade walls just the same nerf as normal walls. This is crazy. Dali horses, all cavalry gain 20% attack speed. And it's available in the Feudal Age. What? I know they've tried to nerf the attack speeds of Imperial Guards and Yuan Raiders to tweak this, but that's still a buff for them as well. Actually, like, I don't like this detail. I think this is the wrong way around entirely. Yuan Raiders win games more than Imperial Guards. So Yuan Raiders being buffed more than Imperial Guards is kind of wild to me. I think that may have been ill-advised. Although, one thing I like is being proven right. I said a while ago, I even said it on some like EGC casts. It's always felt like the Zhu Ji is meant to be a cavalry version of the Chinese. And this 100% supports that idea. Quite wild for Horsemen, though. Horsemen have a 9 base attack. You can get up to 10 in Feudal Age. A 20% increase puts them at 12, like, you know, the equivalent of like a 12 damage instead. So, like, Chinese, Zhu Ji Horsemen, rather, almost on par with Delhi. Actually, like, you equate the attack speed difference and the health difference. Yeah, they're almost at Ghazi levels. That's kind of wild. New tech, hard case bombs. Grenadiers get +2 versus light infantry. And Grenadiers are available in Castle Age. What? That's wild. You know, with the new attack point buff, I actually think you're going to start seeing Zhu Ji Grenny spams. Yeah, Palace Guard Grenadier, right? Or you scale Horsemen and then you rush Castle Age after getting a group of Horsemen into Grenadiers. That's wild, man. Holy crap. Okay, so I think my game is patched. I think we can actually load this up. There's a new patch? Not for you. Wait, is it actually? I think it's reserved access. Is that correct? Not everyone has access. This is wild, though. I think the siege changes are going to be very intriguing to see played out. I don't think Mangoes are going to be OP like everyone's worrying now that Spring Wolves don't counter them. I actually think Mangoes have been put in a pretty good spot where they are like a very specific targeted unit, and they will be effective against people that just A-click. But what I really like about these siege changes I'm reading is that it clearly feels like the devs were trying to adapt the system so that the micro idea of what Spring Wolves was forcing is still there, but it's a good form of micro. And I mean dodging mango shots, trying to flank them, these type of details. Because before, with the late game, mostly the micro was how do you Spring Hold? And that was a sucky micro. That was a terrible micro. So I actually think this is an overall like improvement. Some things are going to be a bit too wild. I think archers have been buffed way too much. We'll see if that holds true. And oh my god, are you hearing the amount of... I'm getting all the achievements, guys. I'm perfect. So, are these all the people on right now? So should we have a look at some of these things? Because one thing I want to check... Oh, there's a cross input saying. That's cool. Yeah, so one thing I want to check is with English. Because English are going to be kind of dumb now. I think Wingard Rangers just became like second best, which is wild. So Wingard Raiders are still the best. Wingard Footmen rather are still the best. Raiders are now in third. Rangers are second, man. I'll set. Let me update the title. Dude, I'm still getting like alerts. You in Dragavan in game? But dude, I want to see. Are you at least playing English? If you're not playing English, it's kind of cringe. I can't view your game, or is that because I'm in lobby? It's probably because I'm in lobby. Guys, do we test the English or watch Sass and Voldemar? Sass and Dragavan, rather. So, Sass, why am I, he's online. Cow and Dragavan. I got there in the end. I mean, you better be playing English. Do you know how broken they are? Guys, I'm telling you, 13 tile range on Rangers is not... That's beyond toxic. Also, keep in mind that this is like a stupid buff to... I think it's kind of a stupid buff to Byzantines. I think Byzantines win the Roost late game now. Holy crap. In a quick match? Yeah, but have you picked English? That's not English! Boo. So let's have a look here. Anyone for some show matches on the pop? All right. I put the message out. I've signaled Gondor. I'll signal it again in a little bit. You agreed to go Castle Boom? Do we cast this seriously then, or watch for the entertaining piece then? Oof. Scandinavians taking over the private test server. Actually, I guess public test server, but only certain people can access it. What and all, welcome back to A4 Action. We are checking out the brand spanking new patch, the preview of Season 9. Dragavan in the orange and the Chinese. And the man who's about to prove why we only keep him behind the camera, it is, of course, Cow. And Magical Cow, the Observer, on the HRE. Now, apparently, they've both agreed to Castle Boom, so we're going to speed this up a bit. Because if it's just Castle Boom, who cares? But I am disappointed if it's a Castle Boom, because I actually think Mindwork is kind of OP here. And the reason why Mindwork is so good, oh my god, you can't alt-tab out of the pop server, it's crazy, it lags. The reason why I think Mindwork is much better now is because of the unique tech they just added, which gives you +3 melee for Spearman and Horseman, which is insane when you consider the scaling potential of that, not just early, but late in the game as well. When you read the patch notes, in my VOD, we just done it. Whole thing. Kit and caboodle. Oh my god, I just realized my keybinds aren't turned on properly either, so we'll have to pivot that after this. So, wait, we're rushing Castle with 2 TC. When does it end? One sec, I'm just trying to move the notifications as well. There we go. Yeah, so HRE and China both rushing Castle. Is this to test Grenadiers versus, like, well, it's not going to be Mindwork, which is cringe. Guys, I'm telling you, Mindwork is going to be the way. Prelates are so efficient at buffing your economy now, I think it's fine. I'm a bit cringed at the fact we're on pit, but we'll see how this goes. So we'll go back to the 8 times. I'm not going to treat this as a full proper cast just because they're testing things. And in that test, they both agreed to go Castle, which doesn't really indicate that we're getting the degree of murder I'm looking for here. So we're live as possible. So pretty much up to date. They're in quick match. They're at like 10 minutes in, so they're definitely going to Castle. Double TC versus double TC. Honestly, I'm not going to lie. When you're an HRE player and you agree to a truce Castle Age rush against a Chinese player, I feel like you're just setting yourself up for defeat. So, what are we looking towards? In fact, while we watch this casually, guys, I'm gonna add a few players and see if we can get some show matches going on the pub. God, why does my command complete not work? So I think the show matches we do won't be ATR affecting here, just because it's a completely new patch and it's a lot of experimentation. But it would be fun. Maybe I should also wait a day or two, we'll see. So Farm's getting set up, Barbican coming in, so Song Dynasty is going to be on the way for Dragavan. Who usually wins this matchup? I feel like HRE can stomp it because of how quick they play, but if you're just playing for the late game, it's China, right? Wait, by the way, is the, am I missing something, or is the Order of the Dragon Prelate buff broken now? Because I could have sworn, we were casting game earlier, and I could have sworn he should have had the Inspired Warriors tech should have given movement speed, but it didn't. That's weird. Oh my god, dude, I'm 100% on the wrong keybinds. It's going to hurt me deeply. What do you guys think, by the way? What, out of all the things we read through, what is the most broken thing in your eyes? I'm legit just got Anna's hand responding for a few bucks. I can do anything. All right, can I get Anatan and B for a show match? That would be absolutely brilliant. I can't. I can't. The way he wrote that. Jesus Christ, I love Anatan, but not that kind of love, man. Oh, that guy. Ooh, you know what's exciting as well, guys, is finding out how crap Nesta Bs are now. Right? There's 100% some data. Like, of all the ways Anatan could have said that. All right. Anyway, so I need to. I guess I'll like. Sorry, I'm just typing this out in the background. No, Anatan knows what he said and he knows what he meant. Yo, Anatan, have you tested English longbow range yet? I swear. Yeah, in some ways I'm annoyed they pulled me to a Chinese HRE game. What did Anatan say? He said that he'll pretty much do anything for a few bucks. Oh, apparently Don and Voldemort are going to play versus each other. What about English? Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Anatan. That's my biggest takeaway from it. English Rangers are going to have 13 tile range. 13 tile range. You put them on a wall, they can snipe the entirety of the world. Royal Britannia music needs to be playing throughout everyone's house now. Health. There's nothing healthy about that. So we've got Master Axis coming in. We're just going to mass men out. Okay, so like, dude, I was like, yeah, they're playing pop. They're going to experiment with new things. Wait. Guys, I think we're getting the fun time. I love how the range resistance is always a ram now. So guys, these, they pierce. You see that armor piercing thing? They can shoot through to the other side. I haven't seen how much they pierce. I don't know if it's just like one behind, but they can shish kebab now. So 15 damage isn't crazy though, right? And it is ranged, but you get the plus 10 versus melee, so ranged armor is irrelevant. So this is kind of interesting. So against the standard men-at-arms, they'll mitigate 6. Let's say they only mitigate the 5 to keep it simple for calculations. 20 damage. So you can kill a men-at-arms with these by hitting them 8 times, right? 8 shots to kill a men-at-arms for full health. But remember, it's like saturation logic, so you scale on both sides. And that's where the penetration becomes valuable. So you do need a front line, and that does seem to be missing right now for Dragavan. Yeah, they're definitely in test mode. Let me see if I can get this like Showmatch going. We might have Don versus Voldemort. Wonder if I throw money at them today or on Thursday. Because I think they're going to be a bit experimental. Okay, so let's see how good these are. By the way, they actually have melee armor and like no ranged armor anymore. They just have resistance, right? It's not that much in the grand scheme of things, though. Lag on pop is on. I felt that. I was like alt-tabbing out. I was like, this is nasty. Why are you attacking? Like... By the way, these have only 8 tower range now. They got nerfed. Remember, they used to be 10. So they actually lost 25% of their range. That's wild. Oh my god. Can you guys just get to it? I need to see the monkey army. Wait, what's this? What the f... What did they do to the icons? Dude, they completely changed the icons. But do you want to know the best part? Do you want to know how terrible Capture Age is? They didn't even update it! It's kind of cool, but like at the same time, bruh. This is going to be even more confusing. Wingard Ranger is insane. I told you, Crackety. I told you all. England got buffed. England and Byzantines got buffed. Why? Why? Said it first. Official recording show. I said it first. Checkmate. I don't know, man. Like, I love the changes, but I legit feel like England and Byzantines got buffed more than anyone else. What NDA? You know, like, you're not even allowed to legally say if there's an NDA. If there's an NDA on things. You know how NDAs work, right, Crackety? Do I need to phone Microsoft? Oh my god, no, we're not going back to Age of Thrones. This will definitely not happen in a real game of Age of Empires 4, right? I'm just saying, China with wall crawl. Wait, they changed all the icons. Okay, guys, why? I know in theory this seems cool to you, but A, it makes the game so confusing, and B, there is no world in which this, that, and that are clearer than this, that, and that. No, all the icons have changed. I don't know why. Like, especially, there is no way anyone is going to look at that and go, oh yeah, it's copulation. Do I look like I've got a blacksmith degree? Oh. I can kind of, like, I don't mind, like, this one's not too bad, but still, like, why even change it? But even the lumber, I don't understand why you change it from this. Unless you were changing forestry, which you haven't. In fact, like, in some ways, so I sort of get why they done it. So that you can clarify, you can tell the difference between the ages, the tiers, instead of relying on the pips. But I don't think it was necessary at all. Like, I'm just going to say what I told a certain developer when he was watching the game, wasn't sure, like, what, like, tier a unit was. Just look at the pips. The pips tell all. So Spirit Way on the way. Mass Horseman flanking. Got Spin coming out. Granaries are now set up. Actually disgusting. Yeah, I might just go and test some of these things myself if they're just like, because they are in test mode. Yeah, true, guys. Guys, what do you think? Red Bull Wololo should be on this patch, right? Give Marine Lord a reason to get his ass kicked. Give it rather an excuse to get his ass kicked. What takes down buildings? What, Spring Walls or Trebs? Walls are going up. So we got Mass Horseman. So I just want to clarify this, Cal. You wanted to do 2 TC Mass Horseman, but you didn't build mine work. Oh, archers. Oh, I know. I know. But hear me out. The English wall crawl strat is back. The English wall crawl strat is about to be broken. 11 tower range longbows that can snipe buildings, guys. 11 tower range is enough to outrange a castle, in case you guys weren't paying attention. Horsemen. They do more damage. Actually, no. Mathematically, they do less damage. No. Spring's got a loss of health, right? They used to be higher, I think. So I think you do more damage slightly with Veteran Sea Horsemen now. Well, I'm glad the Siege rework has revitalized the best parts of 2020. They're just testing right now. There's no way this is viable, right? Right? I mean, if they made it all infantry, it would be. But it's only melee infantry. Which is pretty much the biggest you could give to an HRE player. Pass swipe on the way. Pass guard switch is coming in. I'm curious to see these mangoes in action, though. I do think mangoes, from what they describe, should be dog crap now, so we'll find out. Imagine if he just tries to snipe the mangoes with the spirals. Alright, let's see this Pierce. Okay, that's actually not bad. The problem, though, is, like, it's very situational unless you can kite them in a weird way. I think it's going to be good against, like, Abbasis because they're Spearman, like, lap, right? They have layers. But against a lot of Civ, no. Okay, so these mangoes are kind of underwhelming, right? Like, am I the only one seeing him thinking, wow, that was not impressive? Wow, that was really not. We done it, boys! Mangoes suck! They need time. They need a lot of time. Bills? Wait. Does Incinerate Arrows work on English villages? Because if so... Oh, you meant the Spirals. You don't get the bonus damage, right? Oh, the reason they destroy them quick is because, like, it pierced through, though, right? I'm not fully paying attention to every single detail on this one. I was too focused on the mangoes. We're treating this as experimental. No, there's no way it affects the villagers, right? That would be broken. Someone action replay it? I think what that probably was is because villagers line up to build things, the Spring shots are piercing through. And because of how close they clip to each other, I don't know if you get stopped at hitting 2. I think you can hit more than 2 with a Springald. I'm trying to weigh up whether this is better or worse than old Springalds. This is still better, right? I don't know. I'm thinking about the year 2021 of our Lord and Savior Microsoft, and not sure. I think this is better because archers... By the way, like, something we didn't emphasize enough is archers can actually kill siege now in the late game. Because Incendiary Arrows gives them siege damage. They get free damage of siege. Alright, Spiral's moving in. Here we go, baby. Plowtown Central. Oh, wait. If you move, they miss, I think. It looks like they miss if you move. Oh my god! They have like 3 penetration! They can hit 3 units! Jesus Christ! Holy crap. I mean, thank god it's 15 base, but by the way, guys, you do know that you can blacksmith this. Dragovan is being a noob right now. He's not getting Steeled Arrow. This works on Springalds. Because Springalds have range damage now. So Blacksmith Tech should increase them. It says arrows and bolts, but I'm pretty sure it's going to increase because I think it's like now bolts is the idea. We'll find out. I mean, maybe we'll find out. Chinese players don't like building blacksmiths. Because that would make it too easy to win. Ah, true, Crackety. Yeah, but I think it's remained the same, right? So, but then now it's even better. Because now it like makes a difference. The +3 actually makes a difference. I don't know, guys. I've got a bad feeling about these Springald changes. I know he's testing things, but at the same time, it's 250 resources. Takes 20 seconds. For reference, 3 archers would cost you 240 resources. They move quicker, but their damage at this stage would be comparative, right? They hit for 7 damage without upgrades. So 3 of them would hit for 21. They do attack quicker. But obviously you have significantly more tile range on Springalds. This is weird, man. So archers should still be dominant in feudal. Springalds are now better in castle. And then I think archers are better again in imperial than Springalds. That's weird, right? Like I'm not being delusional, right? Like that is a very weird dynamic. Wait, can we get some English trebs? Sharon projectile good now, right? 17 powder is coming in, so this is the one that I said is pretty insane for certain civs, right? And there's the silk bowstrings. Wait, this is one of the civs where Serpentine's broken. Because you already have marching drills. You gain 30% movement speed? Oh my god. I think you can now kite Palace Guard with Yuan. Maybe not when they charge, but 1.58, you can actually kite them. Oh my god. No, what's this pleb build? Build more of these. Holy crap. So we've got the extra range coming from archers. Congrats, you're about to be upgraded to a longbow. Need more mangoes though, so we can turn them into human pizzas. How does that, like, how are we explaining that from a lore perspective that Serpentine Powder works? Is it like you shoot the gun and then it backfires and you set on fire and then you have to run really fast to put the fire out? Or are we saying that they shoot forward once and then shoot behind them and then, like, the physics pushes them forward? Because we've got to figure out something here. Oh my god, that one sprint shot. Guys, do not... No. Do not no-clip torch towards buildings when there's siege on the other side. Holy crap. This build. I'm just going to go with the BC mantra. If you let your opponent get to this much siege, you deserve to lose the game anyway. Get better. So, I think what we have here is a failure to excommunicate. You needed more hand cannoneers, sir. And then you can just kite. Playing siege? I don't know, man. I think hand cannoneers in staggered form could probably kill all this, though. Okay, they suck against Culverins. Like, really suck against Culverins. That's to be expected, right? It's the resistance of 80%, 90%, whatever it was. Yeah, 85% resist. Culverins also kind of suck in return, though, because Springles have 60% resistance. Oh, man. This has got me intrigued. Actually, we're casually watching this. Why are we even on that? We should be on this form of view, shouldn't we? Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Do I just, maybe I bump B in Anatan when we get a Showmatch going. We do like BO7. Oh, how much we pay for BO7? It's early days, it's probably gonna be like testing. Can you speed up? Yeah. You did some testing now? How is this not testing? I'm sorry. Oh, wait. I'm sorry. How is this not in any way testing? He built 20 Spriggles. If this is not testing, I hate what Season 9 is going to be. Oh, like knobs. Okay, got you. Well, they got nerfed. Pretty hard, right? We'll find out. You need to send your villagers in so you can test them on them. No? Oh, Jesus Christ. Please, no. I am going to uninstall this game if Nesta B's actually got buffed because everything else got nerfed. Why? 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 But they have no ranged armor, right? Oh, well. Okay. So, I am suddenly not happy. I don't feel like Nesta Bees have been appropriately nerfed, chat. Can we agree on Nesta Bees not being appropriately nerfed? Like, we watched the Mango, we're like, wow, that's kind of underwhelming. And now I just watched the Nesta Bees, and I want to headbutt my screen. So... You know? Feel like we got a bit scammered on that one. What are we waiting for? Oh my. Oh my. Okay, that was quicker than I was expecting. Good luck breaking that. So this was kind of my worry though, right? Is like Spearman plus Siege is now just stronger than it ever was. You have to build archers, but like the archers, if there's nest of bees, you just die. Like you're actually dying to them now, and there's not even nest of bees. Wait, why didn't you? Why haven't you got elite archers? Where's your incendiary arrows? What? Cow. Buddy. You chose Silk, but you didn't choose the siege damage against the ranged units that have range resistance? There's no helping you. Yeah, you forgot. You could have killed them if you had that. I mean, don't get me wrong, the nest of bees are still going to just shit on you, but... Jesus Christ. You know who would have remembered incendiary arrows? You know who wouldn't have forgotten incendiary arrows, don't you? Vodka. Oh my god. Alright. So, let's see. Who wants to play some games instead of just testing? Is B on? Because I don't think I've added him. You haven't read the patch notes yet. It's weird. It's wild. Wait, why am I on this scene? Wrong button. So we were quickly going to show off how broken this crap is. You guys ready? Cheats on. Sheets on. Don't want Black Forest pass. Get a bot to ruin. Yeah, you can be on hard. Have fun with that, mate. This is going to be broken. Alright. What's it we need? In a jiffy, and we probably need the resources one as well. This is going to be broken. Okay. So. Wait, was that right? Was it not in a jiffy? Crap, I can't remember the cheats. It's in it. I could have sworn it's in a jiffy. Oh, does it need a space? Why? And then we won Storger's board. I can't remember. What's the other one? Storger's board. I forget its name. I never remember this one. Is it Smorgas board? Yes, thank you. All right, there we go. So, attack. See. Don't know why I want more. Just lazy. White Tower, sure. Imagine building multiple TCs with cheats on XD. Alright, here we go, guys. So, just get the silk. Get moving, boys. We've got a mission to go on. Oh my god, dude. Not balanced. Oh my god. 78. Wingard range is at 2 minutes. OP, OP, OP. Wait, 11? Yes, 11. Because the silk strings. You get 2 extra tower range with that thing. Does it affect villagers? No, thank God. Actually, no, I'm upset. I would love to have seen the villager only build. That would have been incredible. 7 tower range villagers. Oh, you can Zeleport? Oh, thank you. I didn't know about that one. Nice. Thank you. Alright, here we go, guys. So, I present to you Wingard Rangers. Remember, this is a TC. Even if it was a castle, wouldn't give a shit. Do you see the problem? No? Let me make the problem more defined for you. Just gonna define that problem a little bit more for you guys. Oh! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Where's that scout going? Stop right there! Let me just go ahead and... The thing is about here is the spot. Let me just tell... guys, I'm not done yet. English wall crawl is a very important build. It requires artistical execution. Wait, what? I didn't know I'd done that. Why does it do that? That's a bit weird. Get out of my way. But wait, let me do you one better. It's 1,500, but $1,500 is $1,500. Anatime would do anything for 10. Imagine what he'd do for this. Watch the TC. 13 tower range. Look at the health on the TC. Oh no. By the way, you couldn't mango to counter this. Mangoes won't counter this. Bombards won't counter this. Nothing will counter this. Imagine a tower? Why imagine when you can have? Oh wait, we need something to trigger. One sec, let me just really get in there. That should do. That'll do, big, that'll do. Oh my god. No. That's a 7,000 HP structure. Now, admittedly, it's going to take time to get this many. Volley? Oh shit, I killed him. Oops. That's true though. Volley. So guys, here's what I need you to like consider. Bombards do not counter that. Mangoes do not counter that. Springles do not counter that. Nothing count. Like, yeah, trebuchets is the closest you have. So if you're another English player, congrats, you can counter this. But otherwise, these 125 HP longbowmen with 13 tower range are not counterable. Oh, God's sake. How much will they do to mangoes? So mangoes have, is it 85 resistance? So you'll still hit for about 2 damage, but then 3 of that damage is siege. And mangoes don't really have that much health, and they take a while to get in range. They have like 7 tower range. These guys have 13. By the time you're in range, they will kill you. You need a lot of mangoes. Horsemen counter that? How are you going to hit him on a wall? They have range resistance, but when you get in snare arrows, you get +3 siege damage. And siege damage ignores range resistance. They're different stats. Oh my god. What have they done? What? I'm not even sure why the bowstrings tech was needed. You know? Like, I don't think it was needed. Call me FFA on the... Oh, God. I don't think we have enough people for that. Let me check if we... You and Anna want to go a few rounds on the new patch? Question mark. Let's have a look. The English wall strat is going to be broken. Alright. Messaging B and Anna. Let's see if they're both up for it. Oh my god, though, dude. I can't even begin to... Does anything come close to that in terms of broken for this new patch? I don't think so. Holy crap. Alright, I just had to message the devs about that. Like, if that doesn't get changed... I mean, it takes time, right? It's going to take time to get there, but, like, you can honker and do that. And also, I'm not just thinking of the pro level. I'm thinking about the average player experience and how often that is going to be feasible. Because the average player is not going to play fast enough to even stop that, like, accruing 50, right? They will let it happen and die. And you can say they'll learn, but it's like, if that is the experience every game, they're not going to try and learn. They're going to leave. That is wild. Good God. So wait, does Anna and B have access to it? I think they both do. Messaging them now to see if we can get something rocking. You see that everywhere from plat to conk? Exactly. It's like... all it does is it now encourages the same BS that people have hated England doing for like the last half a year. Or even longer, actually, which is hunker down and don't come out. Alright. It looks like B is up for it. Let's check for Anno. Can do for a few bucks. No. Paper... Good old Anno. Always looking for the dollar. Gotta respect it. Alright, let me figure this out with them. Give me a sec, guys. Do we have the maps aren't loaded onto the to the pup, are they? As in mod maps? I don't think so. No. That is a very scarce number of maps. So we have the normie crap. What's the number? I know. If I had Drongo's bank account, maybe. Oh, dude. In an ideal world, my boy, in an ideal world, I wish I could pay the players what they'd like to have. But, I think I saw that the money came through, so really big shout. I think it was Camion? Let me double check. I didn't see the name on it. I think it's Camion. But yeah. Really big shout on that. Oh wait, did someone did someone dono through the stream directly? Sorry, my Streamlabs was closed. Let me double check. I didn't see who it was. I didn't mean to blank you. Did I miss it? Oh no, it came. I guess it got dono through somewhere else. Whoever that is, feel free to like salute. Thank you. But we obviously don't want to like drain it straight away. So. Sure. I'm seeing if I can get $3 a map. My thought is just like some of these are probably going to be really fast because there's going to be cheesy crap. You and Louis are playing for free right now. Are you like playing serious though, or are you like, you know? I think I even got you guys added. Okay. The alternative is we do the paid matches on Thursday, and then we catch some matches today. But like, Dragoman, are you actually going hard, or are you just experimenting? And also, Killvish, no, everyone doesn't use Berkshire over Wingard. Majority of high-level games are now Wingard. And once low-level players discover what you can do with the Wingard now, it'll be for them as well. No testing. Okay. Well, I know. What I'm weighing up is if you guys want to, like, play hard but experiment today, and then I put money on the line on Thursday. Does that work better for you guys? And then we can have, like, Dragavan, Anatan, B, Louis, maybe get some other people in on, like, a bracket system? Do you guys prefer that? Or do you just want the $3 per map today? That makes more sense, right? Yeah, you guys, dude, like, you guys are on one. I've got one guy saying he'll do anything for a few bucks, and I've got another one saying he goes hard and free. All right, no problem, Mano. Sorry, I kind of baited you there. All right, maybe I can get like 8 players wrangled together, and you guys can have a cool bracket, and then do like BO3s, BO5s, BO7. And then we'll put like, I don't know, we'll see 50, 80 bucks, something like that in there. All right, thank you. Appreciate the content, boys. Do promise once we start like earning some real money from streaming, I will be looking to do more sponsored events and whatnot. And yes, Pleco, I already know about the 13 Tower Wingard ranges. I literally just tested it, mate. You missed the entire test. We are going to be a little bit limited on the maps we can do, right? Unless, I don't know if Caillou has access and maybe he can upload some of his new maps. Same with Avali. Because the mod loader has like nothing in it right now. But, let me see. If we got Dragavan. There we go. Hopping some Louis versus Dragavan. Whoop, whoop. All right, guys. So what I'll do is I'll organize some show matches and whatnot. We'll either do like formatting, or we'll do like, you know, one-on-ones with close ATR matching on Thursday. I'll ask the players which they prefer. If they prefer a bracket system, obviously a bracket system will have a bigger bulk prize pool. The other will have a smaller one. Cavallo is like, I don't know if you've got access to this and if it's possible to upload some of your modded maps onto here, so we have some diversity in terms of type. But let's get ready to go. Did someone say they wanted a preview of Season 9 of Age of Empires 4? We got you covered. That's right. Live from the new... Actually... Sorry, I'm not going to do another game with that done wrong. I accidentally forgot. Oh, I don't have follow turned on here either. Sorry, guys. Let me just quickly fix this. Follow key is kind of crucial. Where is follow key, actually? It should be on the camera. Or is it unit selection? Crap. Where is it? Am I blind? Or is it not called follow? It should be under unit selection, surely. Or camera. Am I freaking blind? It's not an observable, I'm pretty sure. Sorry, guys. Give me 1 sec. I'll sort this and then we'll get into it. Where are you? I'm going to select hero, pan, blah, 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 blah. Ah! Why would it be on home? That's cringe. Boom. Got it. Season 9 on the horizon, but why wait to see all the epic changes coming to Age of Empires 4? We got you covered live from the PUP server. Louis MT of Team Elephant going up against one of the toddlers, Dragovan. Ottomans versus Abbasids. Okay, I'm excited, man. So much has changed, I don't even know where to begin. Ottomans got drastic changes. For a start, did you guys know they now have cavalry archers? Say, what? Wild amount of changes actually coming to the Ottomans beyond just that. We'll see what we're able to hold and show to you, because obviously we don't see the vizier point system, but that got a drastic overhaul, a lot of branches and changes, one of them being getting access to cavalry archers. But other side of it, Abbasids I think are kind of intriguing here as well. A civ that is really thrived off of archer composite bow strategies is now going to feel very buff, because with the changes we've just seen that are intended for Season 9. As it stands, feudal archer balls feel just as good, if not even more viable than before. But to add to the pain and the power, I actually now think that those same painful archer balls are going to remain more potent at the beginning of Castle Age, but also have a second wind in Imperial. So yeah, kind of a wild change, man. I think overall archers are some of the biggest benefactors of the changes. In particular, I also think Byzantines in English are das Oberbastard, yeah? I don't know why I went HRE German for that, but so much to explore. So much I'm excited for here. But opening up on Gorge here, I believe these guys are going to play several back-to-back, which is going to be cool. We're going to have more show matches coming in the coming days on the brand spanking new stuff as well, so definitely keep an eye out for that. But Eco Wing's going to be the choice. So Dragovan is going to be leaning into that economy side of things. Now, this matchup was interesting because it used to be that the Ottomans would react with 2TC to mirror the Abbasid 2TC. We're not seeing that. Louis, he dropped off for the one stone gathering to get the military school, but now he's going into the Sultani trade network. So tech up on the way for him. You could eventually trade long distance, but he's not going to do that anytime soon. I think Louis is just looking for an optimal castle timing here. So he isn't going to hang around too long in the feudal age. And that would make sense, right? Like, you're either going to mirror TCs, and it looks like he's going to do that now, or you just go for fast castle. So 2TC on 2TC. So probably going to see him drop that across on the deer. Also, kind of a cool thing here, Berry's base gathering rate got buffed overall across the board, while the Berry-related civs gathering rate increase got slightly nerfed. So playing an area like this is now more value on this patch than it was prior. Another interesting thing, actually, is although some things feel really good with the Abbasids, the Fertile Crescent build is a little bit weaker now. Remember, farms did get nerfed because now the ecotechs, like fertilization, horticulture, and whatever, give 10% instead of 15% gathering speed buff. my god, my keybinds. So, how complete? I do think these units are too good. Camelot is kind of smart here, right? Like, it's a very cost-efficient way of eradicating the spearmen, but then applying pressure other side of the map. And we can already see that there is an attempt to get a TC rolling here that's likely to be out on the deer. Actually love the shove here, so it might be that Louis is able to just drop the town center between, say, the berries and the tree line, so he doesn't have to play risky out onto the map. Okay, I'm rating this. I'm cooking with this. So Stone Gathering from Dragavan means we are now going to be rushing towards that second TC. Fertile Crescent was already taken. I love the fact that he's just laming the deer over here. So he's trying to strip some value away from his opponent. Sipahi are already getting queued up, and Sipahi are a solid answer to Camelarch's ability to chase them down, the fortitude to punish them as well. And at this stage in the game, because Dragavan is trying to go 2TC, there's no way in hell he can afford to build anything additional. So Sipahi is the perfect solution at this point in the game. I wonder if they're actually drafting as well. I'm going to have to double check them after this one. So if it feels like a real show match. TC coming down though. What do you guys think? Do you rate Ottomans higher or Abbas's higher? Ottomans 1, Abbas's 2. And I wonder like if you change the players in this, because obviously on like paper, Louis is very clearly the more capable of these two. But in this matchup, I think Ottomans feels pretty good as well. As long as you don't... I think now with the Great Bombard changes, I'm not sure if you want the game to go that late. So I think Camels are surprisingly effective, especially against Janissary. Janissary Mass doesn't exactly protect you against Camel Archers now, right? Like Gunpowder Infantry, so they're doing double damage to those. Spearmen are going to create the space, so it looks like the TC was not intercepted, was not disrupted, and meanwhile, Dragavan is going to play very condensed here. Second TC on the stone, so we are definitely going to be seeing free TC out of purple. Who benefits more from this, though? I think Louis just goes 2TC fast castle, right? And I quite like that build here. Free TC is a long drag for Dragavan. And if you're dragging on the age up, it's not something you can accelerate like another Civ can, right? You can't pull 20 villages to make it happen snappy. I'm curious to see if we get some of the new Ottoman points, right? There were some cool ones in there. I mentioned the fact you can now get horse archers, which is a really cool one. But outside that, there were some additional layers added in. One of them being you can actually spawn a Great Bombard even in Feudal Age. Don't think we're going to see that one here. I'm trying to remember what the other two were, because I think it was 4 in total. Let's have a look. Ottomans. Ah, that's correct. Yeah, so they can get their hands on a... they can get crossbow bolt emplacements instead of archer emplacements. And then the other one was the Pax Ottomana, which I actually think works really well with this build. Pax Ottomana allows you to increase your TC's production rate by 50% for 4 minutes. One offer. But with this type of build, it makes a lot of sense, and it will allow you to easily catch up with the Abbasids in the mid-game and actually eclipse them. So third TC now being dropped on the deer. We're finally getting a little bit more greed, which is what we want to see out of him. In the meantime, Louis is choosing to gun it, so we haven't got a castle rush, guys. You got archer ranges being dropped. The cool thing about playing a much longer feudal age, if that's the intent, is you can eventually get to those higher up ones like the Pax Ottomana that gives you the 50% increased production rate in TCs, which with a 2 TC build basically turns you into a free TC Civ. Instead, with the amount of people in gold, it's pretty obvious what the intent should be here. Wait, did they only change the icons for certain civs? Oh no, I think it's horticulture by default. Got it. So I see what they've done here. So they've done something really weird with the eco text, and you'll notice as the game goes on when you see these weird texts, is only tier 1 texts have the current eco symbol. Level 2 and level 3 have been differed from. So like fertilization is level 2 scythe tech. It just doesn't look like that anymore. Camelot in the meantime proving a nuisance. That extra 10 health coming in kicker. And we can very clearly see that Louis is trying to get towards castle as clean as possible. Survival techniques on the way in the meantime. Dragavan is just scaling past Camelot. I was like, okay, so Dragovan, serious set, right? Like, serious plays. You're going to try to beat Louis? He's like, yeah, serious, no memes. I'm stroking my chin about now. It's an interesting strat, though. It's not the worst of ideas in some circumstances. The circumstance where it's good here is if the intent out of Louis is to rush into men-at-arms on tech up, then Camel Archers is a perfect counter. But if Louis just continues to scale Sipahi while aging up, there is a rude end for these Abbasid camels in mind. That being said, Dragovan is starting to stockpile up. Now, if it is Mass Sipahi or Mass Knights, this is where Military Wing comes in kicker. Those 2 Camel Riders to kick you off will give you the front line you need. And they also counter cavalry perfectly. So looks like we're getting triple archery. Is this going to be the the cavalry archer build? I think it might be. And you are seeing that correctly, guys. You can get the cavalry archers in Age 2. Not that it's going to be in Age 2. Age 3 now on the way. 180 resources is a lot. Archers, so horse archers for the Rus are 120, right? I wonder, do these guys by any chance have the ability to fire on the go? Oh, no, there you go. So, yeah, when they fire twice. That's interesting. I don't think this is how the campaign version of the Ottoman unit functioned either. So we've got something brand spanking new. Also, apologies, I didn't see it earlier. A big shout out to Flodo Baggins for the resub, buddy. Appreciate you. So military wing now on the way. Take up completely on the other side. This initial Mango shouldn't be as impactful as it once was. Mangoes have been nerfed pretty substantially in my eyes. I'm actually more worried about the new type of Sprinals because I feel like we might be heading to a new generation of Sprinal spam. One that we've just not seen before in the last 3 years. Now, it is going to be about those Cav archers. I'm going to have to get used to calling them cavalry archers. I know they are that, and I want to keep saying horse archers. Moss being dropped behind this. Additional military schools are going to be coming in. Now, the only negative I see with this build is you are up against camels, and that's the thing I don't like. Right? Because camels will debuff you, and I'm assuming, because I haven't actually even checked them yet, I'm assuming cavalry archers are a full base damage unit. Which means that the camel unease aura has a maximum effect on them. I.e. 20% damage lost. Unlike when you, for example, debuff a Sipahi, where they're only going to do 10% less damage because they're attacking into a range unit. Oh, good stuff, that camel. Tech up complete. So both now in the extra age. And this is the unit. So here we go. Veteran cavalry archers, 105 HP, 10 base damage, and they burst attack. So 2 instead of 1. That's pretty sick. So that's 16 damage every 2.62 seconds with 4.5 tower range. You can actually just outrange camel archers and kite them. Well, these are the camel riders, but the camel archer over here, remember, it only has 3.75 tower range. It has almost 2 attacks at the same time, so like raw DPS, it should beat a cavalry archer. But the point is meant to be that you won't be able to get in range. And guys, they move at 1.75 movement speed. What? Wait, so this is just a better Rus horse archer in like almost every way. I think maybe horse archers have 12 base, but I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. So maybe from that perspective, like, not as good. But the movement speed, I rate really highly here. Camel Archer not able to get the pick there. Imam will be returning that back towards the Ottoman base. Meantime, Riders are at least able to block the other side of the map. Dragoman now setting up in the center with mass spears. But wait, what? I mean, mass spears doesn't work here. And mass cavalry feels ill-informed. Holy crap, he was expecting men-at-arms. I'm almost certain of it now, right? The camel archer should have been enough to deter Louis, though. Mass spears here, it's going to be more micro-intensive for Louis, but there's no real way you should be able to reach him. And the crossbows do have 5 tower range compared to the 4.5, but it's the front line that I'm worried about here. Now, if Louis just plays this right, his cavalry archers should never get touched, and the spearmen should just die. Spearmen that, remember, have 0 ranged armor, Thus, they're going to be taking 20 every 2.5 seconds from each of these cav archers. Not just them. I mean, damage ramifications of this, right? Like, just 3 of them to kill a villager easy peasy each time. And he is waiting for that opportunity. In the meantime, there's going to be a push in. Second group is now heading into the wood line. Dragavan. He needs to go right now. Sprions are going to be built on the ford here. In the meantime, though, it's going to be a dive towards that third TC. Villagers will have to shuffle away. And it seems that he didn't realize the cavalry archers never checked the gold. Instead, he sends it into the main. Dragavan, a little bit slow on the reaction. God, that attack speed is horrific. It's not going to stop him from getting some kills, though. So a nice little cheeky snipe down there. Takes 3 lives, able to back away. In the meantime, it looks like he performed a perfect blocker onto the berries. So no move in there. Meanwhile, Mango is going to need protection. And this ain't it. That's so many spears! Mango shot to the back of it. Oh my god, Mangoes are so bad now. Prepared, trying to keep it alive. Louis needs to get those shots out, though. The crossbows take it down. Spearman with the final tap, and Louis now in quite the bind here. Militarily outnumbered. Quality isn't going to matter for March, not with this many Spearmen. I mean, the only upside is, of course, crossbows don't counter Janissaries anymore. Janissaries, they don't take bonus damage from range. It's specifically from archers. So that's the upside, is that Janny spam should be able to stabilize him eventually. And the army has arrived home at the perfect time. Frontline of Spears is dead. Sapai can now ride in. The crossbows are going to get cleared up, and Louis will not die that easily. What happened to Donai versus Voldemar? They said they were going to be playing later, so we'll have to keep an eye out for that. But for now, I'm happy that we got some good old Louis versus Dragavan. And I love that it's not just a one-sided stomp. Louis was in a very tricky situation there. I think Dragavan maybe got a little bit overexcited with the dive. Didn't get any real damage done, but he doesn't need to. The damage is in a different form here, remember. Because he's in a situation where he's outscaling on the economy. Cav now able to get raiding, but Louis is going to have to strike. He's going to have to find a target here. Because status quo is going to be a status no for him. And this is indeed on the new patch. A preview of what's coming in Season 9. New cavalry. Spearman is a little bit of a problem, but I think if Louis starts just prepping Janissaries behind this, is very astute. And I'm going to fix that after this game. I keep pressing T to follow. So, Dragavan now leaning into camels is kind of cool here. If he goes for camel handling, I actually think Lou's in trouble. Lou's entire army kind of just gets slapped around by camels. You know, archers aren't going to get bonus damage against them, but they're returning bonus damage. And also on top of that, the camels are just so ridiculously tanky. There we go. Camel handling is going to be on the way. Remember, you can also get your hands on the camel rider shields to make the melee fight even more one-sided. Raid in and... Oh no! Dragavan, no reaction! I assumed he'd just garrison all the outposts, but no. Dragavan's lost his eco lead. And when you consider this, the military school effect, I'd actually say Louis is ahead. You have at least got the Golden Age to balance it out a bit, but it kind of doesn't compare at this stage right now. Add in the fact that the relic split did favor Louis, and you've got a situation where Ottoman's OP playing towards that late game. You see what I mean with horse archers? Horse archers need melees attacking them, because when you're able to kite like that, it's just a great unit to build into. We don't have the +2, and that's kind of crazy here, because it's a burst attack. This is going to be one of the most high-value units for range damage increases. Compare it to like Golems, for example, where they're one of the biggest benefactors of the melee techs because they attack twice. It's the same with these cavalry archers. Louis. Now just going into that mass Sipahi, mass archer ball. Makes sense, he needs it against the Spearman. I think the crazy and creepy detail is the camera rider spam. Dragavan is ramping up. Keep in mind also he's going to eventually get into that Golden Age 3, which is where the production rate is going to get out of control. In fact, I would be surprised if we don't get Military Academy soon, considering how much quicker it would make this to scale. Kind of crazy thing about Camel Riders as well is Camel Riders did get buffed at this point in the game. They're worse off in the late game, but in the mid game, where food is a bit more delicate until you set up the farms, they're more affordable. Remember, they retweet the cost, so it's more wood and gold now. Wood and gold, you have plenty to access in the early game. Stab comes in though. Spite overcommitting. Dragon now shoving forward. Double Mango. For those hits. Spears are clustered up. He's going to walk to the center here. Archers are now basically frontlining, and the Sipahi wrapping around the back, but the Sprills are going to be well protected here. Louis just wasting too much time trying to reach them. And Sprills, remember, they do not counter siege anymore. They counter infantry, specifically melee. So although they're not getting a great trade here, Archers and Janissaries don't have great health scaling at this stage in the game. They will still die quickly. Next side of it, Camel's still able to push away the Massipahi. And Dragavan now in a dominant position, finally getting his own mangonels. Okay, this is kind of wild, man. I mean, Louis, he was trying to play a raid game, and Dragavan's read is just so on point. Instead of playing into it and walling too much and reacting to this, he sends it down the center, understanding just how weak Louis' comp has to be for it to be this good at hitting flanks. And yeah, the counters to siege are going to be horsemen, and then late game, I think what you're going to see is the counter siege is actually, fun enough, going to be archers and crossbows. Because with Incendiary Arrows, the new Incendiary Arrows gives you +3 siege damage, as well as the normal damage increase you got before. And siege damage is pure. The new setup for siege is they all get range resistance instead of armor, but the problem with that is that range resistance doesn't work against siege type damage, as we've known for a while, because of course Joan, her ultimate counter is bombards, because they do siege damage. Ram's now being set up, so Dragavan is going to look to stick it to the second TC. Louis, I wouldn't call this an impressive army to react with. Mangoes are on the move. Sipahi get baited, and they just got sandwiched. Barely gets away there. HP not looking good for it, though. Mangoes completely whiffing. Remember, they don't track anymore. Honestly, I think attack ground is going to become a micro-intensive and required thing. Archer's standing still a bit too long there. Mangoes continue to shove them back. Splash damage has been nerfed substantially, down from about 0.875 tower range to 0.5. It's almost half of the radius that it was once doing. It's still good enough. Louis losing too much of the army. TC is down. Farms are now getting accessed, and by accessed, I mean demolished. Dragavan looks poised to take this first game between them. Hey, Louis on the main may be favored and talented, but Dragavan had the perfect read, the perfect beat on this. Cool idea by Louis to go into these cavalry archers, but I think maybe he leaned a little bit too hard into them. It is expensive, not just in terms of the 180 cost, but also the valuable vizier points you have to commit. And I have to wonder, you know, looking back at it, this is going to sound weird, but maybe Imperial Council would have been better. Maybe instead of going for the Imperial Armory, getting the extra vizier points and the accelerated release speed of those would have given him what he needed to get the win. Not lean hard enough into them. Horse archers is the future. Faye, please. Faye, please. Please stop. What are you doing? Stop. Do I need to say stop? Holy crap. Test server is so laggy. Okay, so game one. Let's see what they're going to get up to next. I think they're already in, actually. Holy crap. They didn't wait around. So game two, they're going to Atacama, which is... Wait, I forgot there's new maps. You were surprised when you made Cav Archers? It's intriguing against Camel Archers, right? But I like the idea because that movement speed. They are really fast. Yeah. I think he built too many of them, though. I get why, but it's like... Maybe half of what he built would have been enough. And then he preps for your main push. Like, your read to push hard was really good. But we've got English Ottoman, so he's doing it again. Although we're going to a brand new map. I've not seen this map yet. I don't know what to expect. Alright, let's go. So Atacama, this one's called. Did someone say official new maps? What up? Welcome one and all back to the Age of Empires 4 action. We are here on the test server for a preview of Season 9 with a brand spanking map slapped full of wood. On the west side, it is going to be Louis MT of Team Elephant in the orange, playing as the Ottomans. Dragovan, meanwhile, takes to the English in the purple to show us how OP Wingard Rangers can be, if we get that deep. Yo, this is kind of wild, though. Looking at Atacama, it reminds me a little of a map that Adney was making called Corpium. But that had fishing ponds in the corners. This one just has themic ponds. Kind of intriguing, though, right? More centralized wood lines. You got more centralized trade posts. You barely have any wood at the start of your base, actually. So we're going to see both players leaning hard into the center. What's intriguing is, in theory, this should favor the English, but the timings might be off because you're not going to have access to that wood necessarily straight away. You might find a situation where Louis is able to rush open with the Sipahi, and that ruins Dragovan's day. Yeah, kind of crazy, actually. You do start with quite a few straggler trees, so by my count, that's about... Is that 11? Sorry, 12. I think you get 12 straggler trees, which is actually substantial. That ends up being 1,800 wood in range of your starting TC. So that makes up for it. This map is wild, though. How many sheep are we talking about? Is it pretty sheep dense? I'd say it's about sheep average, so nothing too crazy there. I forgot to toggle that off. I think too many changes at the same time will break the game for a time. I am fine. Okay, so let me... Because this is a big patch, and we need to discuss that. Season 9 and what they are proposing is astronomical in changes. It has ripple effects and changes that you can't even begin to perceive yet that you will see over time. I am fine with this as long as they are rapid in their response to balance. That's all that matters to me. I think people, they're like, oh, damn, why are we not just changing one thing at a time? Because that's too slow, too boring. It doesn't bring people back. Weirdly enough, that's how it works. People want change. In the day and age we live with game development, people either want an insane level of granularity to make them feel like they still haven't discovered everything, or change. Even with that level of granularity, people prefer change. And Dota 2 is always a pristine example that I use for this. They want to feel like the game that they come back to 3 months later can feel drastically different. Now, there is a balance to it because barrier of entry is important. If you make too many changes and things are too unfamiliar, you do end up in a situation where, although you've created a level playing field, if people take too extended a break, they feel ostracized, they feel alienated. But I do think that taking these more drastic strides to try and adapt core elements of the game that are not fun, such as, for example, Springolds, is what I would take over a status quo that takes 4 times longer to fix. So, considering some of the issues we still have in the game around like navy systems and fishing and whatnot, and Springolds currently, as well as like the hyper late game, I actually prefer that they're at least taking a drastic step to try and accelerate fixing that problem. So anyway, Abbey of Kings on the way is a little bit surprising here. I didn't think that he'd play into Abbey of Kings, considering how exposed the starting spawn is. Council Hall to me felt like just an instinctive obvious. However, it does make sense when you peel back the shallow layer on this. The reason why this approach is really good is by going into Horseman with Abbey of Kings, you can out-rotate Sipahi and heal. So although Sipahi will beat you one-on-one with a Horseman, that's not how you're going to play this at all. Louis with 3 on the stone. Is it possible this is a 2 TC build on the tree line? He didn't go for military school, so that would be incredibly brazen. And there we go. It's just melee schools. Okay, thank God. Yeah, I was getting a bit worried this is some sort of 2TC, assuming his opponent's going to do 2TC. But the problem with that type of build is like the King's timing will still block you setting up a town center over here. It's a shame because like eventually a TC has insane value with a double deer stack, but he's at least made up for that instead by shoving the deer into his base. Now, last game we saw Louis try the new cavalry archers. I do not think you're going to see them this time. Cavalry archers are cool, and I think in the right circumstance, very powerful. That circumstance isn't up against the English, though, right? Lombos will just ruin your day. Not to mention the fact that, like, Horseman does seem very viable here. Instead, though, I think Dragoman is rushing Castle, and if I'm not mistaken, he's setting up a full proxy base here. No, with 2 villages, there's no way you build a King's Palace up here, right? That would be kind of ballsy, right? You probably never get scouted, considering your opponent has already discovered you're on the south side. I'm expecting Louis to spend most of the game leaning that way. God, that's kind of crazy to think about. That would be epic to see as well. So Rax is coming in. And in fact, we had the mirrored reaction here, right? He's getting naturally into Spearman due to the double military school. A little bit surprised to see Louis setting up so much passive production. I find usually players try for active production instead, but this might just be a castle rush. And I think we're getting confirmation now. 4 on the gold kind of lines up for that. The reason why you set up military schools when going for castle rush is because you'll very quickly start to reach a point where it's valuable. Whereas if you're playing a long feudal, this feels really underwhelming. It takes way too long for the initial units to get out, and you get more impact out of actively investing into military. So yeah, castle up. Possibly from both sides here. When's a rough date we can expect Season 9 to come out? Wasn't speculation mid-October? Wasn't that based on like previous seasons' runtime? Because we're probably looking at mid-October. It's obviously going to be after Wololol. There's no way they're going to have the grand finals of Age of Empires 4 played on an entirely new patch. It would be a cool way to market it. I wish they'd actually have a secondary show match to just show that off, but not expecting it. So Louis. Is he going to go for the standard? I really hope he doesn't. I think this is now actually overrated. This is good. Istanbul Imperial Palace with the additional options now around Vizier points. The fact that you unlock them so quickly. For the type of builds which Louis is thinking about in that last game, I think Imperial Palace actually makes 10 times more sense than Mehmed Imperial Armory. It's probably going to be Imperial Armory in this matchup, which kind of upsets me a bit, as there are things like trade bags that have high value later on in this game. No problem, Stefan. All right, so it looks like the king is going to be a little bit of a nuisance. Spearmen are arriving. You're seeing how awkward this is, right? Like, this is the value of being an aggressive player on this map. There is no wood that is safe next to your base. Even this tiny tree line is so far out. I think we might have found a good map for France. Our post is going to be rushed up as Louis just wants the age up. But Dragovan is now adding in the proxy base. Double racks on the north side. An archer range at home. He's looking to block the tech, but he's too late. Mehmed Imperial Armory is now on the way. I don't like the idea by Dragovan. I would have liked it if it was quicker, but this split play onto the north side feels off. I think if you open Lombos and then follow up like this, I get it. It's almost like he was too paranoid about Sipahi without scouting to see if Louis was even building them. Now he's going to find himself an age behind in a pretty ugly situation here. The only negative for Louis is the lack of long-term wood, but he's got enough trees to justify this still. Right? All he needs is the initial for the production buildings. It is going to be stables being dropped here. So mass lancers will be on the way. Dragovan, what is this build? He's like, I beat Vortex once with this type of thing. It's like, yep, well done, mate. I don't think this is that game, though. Oh, no. Entire age behind, nowhere near teching up. And he's building mass men at arms into what is presumably going to be lancers. This is a nightmare. That wasn't even an intended pun, but I'll take it. And no, the 2 villagers from Dragavan are not to scout trade. This is just Dragavan in a nutshell. It's kind of smart in a way in that like it's safer wood gathering because nobody should look up here. They're gathering as well on the flank, so he's really playing pocket resources, but that's not going to last much longer. The other awkward issue now is the moment Dragavan reveals that he's here, if he ever pushes in from north side, it's going to encourage Louis to check that area. And that's when the proxy base gets discovered, the 2 villages get discovered, the ripple effect of you gathering the deer over here gets discovered. It's not a great position to find yourself in. Dragavan is looking to push in with it now. Men-at-Arms. Oh, boy. Yep, Louis. He's actually going to find him on the way up here. So the Men-at-Arms are now seen. He doesn't have to engage with them. He can even cut their reinforcements if he wants, but it looks like he's going to keep running by. So Louis, you have to end the game so quickly here, man. 12 Men-at-Arms, 8 Spearmen. This is not a cheap army. 2,000 resources roughly into an army actually right now. Love the fact he's cutting reinforcements. Best thing he can do right now while he's trickling lances. Might even find the villages here. Louis, ooh, a little bit late there to turn around with the charge. Men-at-Arms at the choke point should be able to protect the Spearman. Trying to deter, but he doesn't care. Louis plows forward and gets the double kill on the villagers. Meanwhile at home, the outpost will be able to protect. Dragavan not able to get that foul strike he was looking for. And I think he knows that this is do or die now. Siege Engineering is on the way. If he cannot do any damage, a tech up will not save him. It will be too slow. And if you have to tech up with White Tower just to stay alive, you've kind of already lost this game. White Tower doesn't give you much value on this map as English unless you set up towards the central tree line. Trickle the troopers in here, Men-at-Arms. Not going to be able to be picked down before the Spearman can get in range. A tough situation. Dive comes in underneath the town center. Dragavan will be able to shift away. One of the villagers is going to get sniped down, but I think this is a firm hold. Spearman placement is also scary to dance around here. Dragavan, not many Spearmen to work with when he's up against mass lancers. On top of that, Louis realizing that Dragavan's going all in. So now, just by switching to Men-at-Arms, he can ruin everything. Right? Usually, the reason you don't want to go Men-at-Arms and opener here is because you're worried your opponent's mirroring the tech. And English Men-at-Arms are just better. Plus crossbows, right? But it's never coming. Longbow Mass not even going to be able to contest this. Looks like one of the Knights is going to go down, but double Men-at-Arms will clear this up. In the meantime, Knights are already cycling into the base, and Dragavan, without any farms to call his own, his safe food does feel quite limited here. That's a good question. Do Springle placements penetrate? No. So for those wondering what the hell that's all about, Springles got changed now so that they're no longer anti-siege. They're actually anti-infantry, and they pierce through multiple units. But you'd be able to tell if Springle Tower's done that because they'd have the pierce sign on their UI. You'll see what I'm referring to in 10 seconds. Dragavan. Kind of impressed he's actually winning that fight there, but the Knights aren't really here in mass. They've got the double Imam, so we'll start to see this boy getting healed up soon. Dive in on the Mango in the meantime. Repair crew is underwhelmed. Wait, was that bugged? I feel like he wasn't repairing at all. And here's the Springle we talked about. So it gets 15 base, 10 extra against melee infantry, and it has the armor-piercing icon there, which means that it will shoot a unit and splash behind it in a line. Or as I like to call it, the shish kebab tech. Pushback begins. Dragavan has at least done a good job of starting to save up resources here. The question now is whether you can hit the timing. It's 7 Knights. Louis has been prepping this perfectly. Because Dragavan keeps getting sucked into producing units, he's in an awkward situation where he might be able to get what he needs for Castle, but he probably is not going to get there. Because the reality is 7 Knights dive in when you're trying to go Castle Age. You can pull 20 villages, you're going to lose at least half of them. And if it's not a white tower, you've lost anyway. If it is a white tower, that's eco damage you can't fix. And more eco damage now coming in. Villagers are going to get chased away. One Spearman, second one finally arrived to try and protect this. But the double Knights are relentless. Louis has been pretty on point in just chasing the villagers with these dives, even when there's infantry in the way. Second wave now starting to arrive. Dude, this game is so discombobulated. I love it. Because the resources at home are like non-existent, you can't just hunker down, right? Like there wasn't enough trees to think about mass farms. So Dragonman had to take these risks out on the map, and Louis is now exploiting that. Dragonman. He needed more space. More than he's ever going to get in this game now. Louis is indeed now playing onto Relics, so another advantage coming his way soon. In the meantime, though, the dive is going to come in. And we have got the +1 ranged armor. No 2, but 1's good enough here. You can hang and play for a while. He's going to start to shift away, but that's it. GG gets called. Another situation in which Louis shows his dominance. But remember, that's 1-1 apiece. Dragonman actually opened this series with a win against the Ottomans, but it seems when Louis goes back to playing something a bit more atypical of this Civ, his dominance starts to shine through again. Oh. Well played, you two. So I think, are they hopping into another one? They are. These boys don't wait around. Ooh. Okay, these are two of the most drastically changed civs, I think. We might be seeing Farimba, and we might actually see Grenadiers. This is going to be cool. Hell yeah. Wait, do pub games not work for spectating? So if you don't watch them live, you're screwed? Oh no. Apparently, that's the case anyway. Alright, there we go. Double checking something. Okay. Oh, you know what we can do quickly as well? Is let me go ahead, and I'm going to remove the tech check. Yeah, move that to F12. So that it doesn't overlap with what I'm doing following. New infantry tech, who is stronger, English men-at-arms or Varangian? I would say English men-at-arms still. Because remember, it's like you get armor-clad, and you are just offsetting the extra melee armor and the extra damage of the Varangian. So at that point, it's just Varangian have 15 less health. Men-at-arms have always been better than Varangian in like equal numbers, I think. Alright, should we get ready to go? Oh, should we just pop up the score as well? I don't know how many they're playing, so we'll just leave that blank, but let me go ahead and do this. Fuck. Let's hit the fast forward until we're live. Nice. Oh, you know what? Because we're 1-1 apiece, let me put predictions up for you guys as well, you little gambers. Why can't you gamble? What is the piercing Springwall tech? MN94, the way that that works is Springwalls now penetrate behind them. So for example, if you had, let's say you had these, I'm trying to find the clearest example. Let's say you had these 3 villages like this, and you shot this one from this side, these ones would get shish kebab behind. So the bolts penetrate through to units standing behind the unit you hit. Wait, they don't even let you gamble on Twitch with the point system? Really? I didn't know that. Who would win? The new and improved Season 9 Marlians or the gigaed up and new improved Juji Legacy of Season 9? It's time to find out. One and all, welcome back to Age of Empires for action. We've got Louis MT in the blue, playing as the Zhuji that just received buffs to the Grenadiers and the Cavalry. On the other side, it's going to be Dragavan. Will he choose the trustworthy way of the cow? Or is it time for a Farimba Garrison resurgence? Let's find out. He's on the Malians in purple. Yeah, really cool one so far. 1-1 apiece as they're playing out some cool little matchups in the early phase. And great start, Dragavan. He knew exactly where Louis wanted to slap that Medigarden down. Not quick enough to block it again, though, unfortunately. Just a second off there. And that would have been sick if he kept that going. So, yeah, really good use of the Meditation Guard in here, right? You can get the 48 food plus the 25 gold. Probably about as good as it gets. He could have maybe clipped the gold here, got the food in the wood. But you want that bit of an extra juice in the food. And I think what we're probably going to see is maybe Louis playing a mill here? Surely not. That would be weird, right? Like, you won't be able to supervise that way. However, what would be sick is a second TC out on this deer and berry patch. That's wild. That's so cool to see. So you front the TC here, and then you build mill behind, which is really smart. And yes, we are in Dry Arabia here. The reason why I like that idea, by the way, is berries did get buffed for non-berry-based civs. So Bass's Deli Iabids got their gathering rate slightly nerfed, but everyone else got their gathering rate increased from 0.66 food a second to 0.69. Wonder, Dragavan, what's he got in store for us then? Because I thought maybe we'd just be seeing a rush for Farimba, because Farimba just got revamped, for those that don't know. They have drastically evolved the way that Farimba works. It now allows you to select a better version of one of your core units. You can either buff up your Javelins, you can buff up your Musafadi, or you can buff up, I believe it's your Donzos. So maybe now with this 2TC play coming from Louis, we might see Dragavan just play 2TC himself. Something that everyone's been dreaming of with the Malians, because they did get a buff on the previous patch, where now, instead of spending stone, they spend gold for a second town center. So Tech Up coming out. Louis in the meantime. I think we're just getting a safe TC, so he's just going to hunker down at home. I guess maybe he's worried about Dragavan intercepting that. Like, one really annoying thing is if you go for a second TC out here, Dragavan can grief it just by upgrading the scout, right? If you actually just drop a stables and rush that really cheap tech, one scout can easily take out 2 or 3 villages. I think we've got a castle rush. Yeah. He's not even interested in playing the Age. He even went out on the deer to get it quicker. So Dragavan is looking for the quickest rush possible. It's awkward because the second TC hasn't dropped yet, but he should have seen the mining camp, so he should know his opponent is playing 2TC and not rushing castle as well. If he was playing castle rush versus castle rush, that's usually where you'd actually favor the Zhuji because of the power of Shaolin monks. But that's where the Farimba would have been a good counter. Damn, it's kind of crazy. How do you guys vote in the end, by the way? 100% for Louis. The lack of faith. You guys haven't even seen the new Farimba yet. I'm actually curious just how big the stat boosters are going to be. And remember, the Farimba doesn't just buff, like, it's not now what the Farimba was, where it's like, oh, it's just one production building. When you make a choice of the new unit type, it buffs all the production buildings to build that better version of the unit. That's scaling. Something that Farimba struggled with, right? Farimba historically was a timing attack. You miss it, you lose the game. Now, with this change, what it provides is something that scales, and it scales effectively into the game. And there you go, confirmation in. Had to be, didn't it? So here you go, guys. You can get access to the Mansa Musafadi, the Mansa Javelineer, or the Freeborn Warrior. And in fact, if the game goes too late, you can come back and get a second upgraded version. Meanwhile, Louis is probably just going to go rush the Age as well, right? Shaolin Monastery still makes a lot of sense, even with the 2TC play. He's got enough food at home as well. Sheep count is 12. 12 plus the berries. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dragavan already drained down to just 4 sheep remaining. And it looks like he is going to be going for the Mansa Javelineers. That's interesting. So he's presumably expecting Louis to go for the Grenadiers, because the Zhuji just got buffed, guys. They get Zhuji get Grenadiers in Castle Age now. They don't wait for Imperial anymore. And those Grenadiers also got buffed. They're a lot more reliable for their opening attacks. Well, there's a good reason why you can't make Japanese Shinobi from Raxes, and that's because it would be broken. You could just win a game by flooding them to a ridiculous degree. And players are already doing that. So here you go, guys. It's going to be the enlisting of the Mansa Javelineers. So they have more movement speed, and they deal poison damage. Meanwhile, the Freeborn would have done... Wait, he cancelled? He saw something he didn't like. It was the walls! The walls made him double think it. So instead, we are going to be going into the Freeborn Warriors here, which, of course, gives you faster movement, and I think it's faster attack, movement, and then they have high pierce. And they also get bonus versus ranged. So they're also a way of countering Grenadiers then. The alternative, the final one, would have been the Musafadi. The Musafadi are just more bulky Musafadi, basically. I haven't seen these Freeborn at all. They're a brand new unit, though. So Javelin plus Freeborn. If he builds Raxes, you can build them out of that as well. But here you go, guys. So 1.38 movement speed. And they do get bonus damage against range. They have 5 ranged armor here. Oh, this is kind of crazy, actually. I don't know if this is the right call. I mean, we've got Shaolin Monks on the way. Yeah, it's pretty unique. I really like that. Fast unit. Has stealth as well. Base damage is still reasonable. It is weird that he's building Javelin and Freeborn, though. He's pretty much countering the same thing with both as the bonus versus ranged. I think Archers would have probably made a lot more sense for him. And then you can, like, prep Toxins down the row, right? Okay, moving in. Attacks will be pretty good as well, 1.38. Villagers will at least be safe. Tech up complete, and Louis immediately now going into the Knights. Dragavan doesn't have a solution to that yet. Man, I don't know if Freeborn was the call here. He had no reason to build them. Unless the plan is to now go Sofas, that would make sense, right? Because then you have Freeborn as a blocker to crossbows. But right now, it doesn't make much sense. It is the perfect counter to Chuginu. Your opponent's not building that, though. And I don't think it's even that great of a counter to Grenadiers, because Grenadiers deal siege damage. Looks like you'll at least be able to whittle away at these guys. Javelin's able to get the final punt out with the Lancer. However, I do think this Lancer can still trade quite well if Louis just target fires in and straight away goes after the Javelins. Now, remember, you want to kill the Javelins, not the Freeborn. The Freeborn can A, be kited, but the Javelins also have higher base damage. So when you're kiting, it means, very obvious reason we're seeing here, Javelins will just do more damage overall, even with the worst attack speed. Second Lancer now arriving. We have got double Shaolin Monk, so there's going to be a sneak out now towards those relics. Meanwhile, Dragavan, I don't think this works. This is... You've kind of just given your opponent a one-dimensional way of beating you here. He never has to transition off of Lancers to win this now. You have to. You have to go Donzos. Which would be smart, because like if you do Donzos, your opponent has to go into Chuginu. And no, Farimba no longer is the 5x speed. And these guys take 25 seconds to produce. Yeah, this just ain't it. An overextension as well. Dragavan, big mistakes being made here. He's trying to snipe Eco, but it's never going to be enough damage here. This is over. It's 57 economy to 40. Relics are starting to come home. And his army is nowhere near the point at which he can break defenses. What's the green thing at the bottom? What, these? That's for later on. And when you go to Imperial Age, you can unlock a second type. which I like. So the whole logic around Farimba has now been designed in a way to offer a different approach to Malians. Malians have been a Zerg Civ for a long time. Fulani has just emboldened that idea. They are a Zerg Civ. That is how they function. That's how they win. Farimba is not about Zerging. Farimba is about quality. And with that idea that you can get a second type in Imperial Age, they're trying to keep that idea. Like, yes, in the hyper late game, you know, you have less economy. Because remember, like, cows, like, with Fulani, is like having extra population space, right? But the trade-off is with that more limited population strain and balance between villages and military units, your military units will be better. Oh, a rough fight here. Animation at least there. And guys, this is the other thing, which was making this much harder. It's the Dudley horses. These guys have better attack speeds than you're normally seeing. Remember, these are the new form Lancers. I think it's about 150 resources for this tech. You can get it at Feudal Age, and it buffs all of your cavalry's attack speed by 20%. Dragoman refuses to build spears. This is wild. We've got Palace Guard now on the way as well. It's kind of funny because Dragoman has stopped Louis from trying out the new Grenadiers. Like, could you imagine trying to build Grenadiers against this composition? You'd have to be blind, right? So we probably are not going to get to see the new and improved Grenadiers today. Lancers now starting to dive in. So Dragoman, if it wasn't bad enough that you're over like almost 30 villages behind at this stage, it's about to get a lot worse when your own eco isn't even working. We've also got 4 relics already banked. I think the 5th one is even on the way home here for Louis. Yeah, hard to see a way in which this doesn't seem over. Sacred Site's now getting locked in as well. The benefits of not needing Fulani, guys. You can hide your cow everywhere. What is this layout? Oh, it's like he's setting up his own little kind of free-range cattle farm. I think we can all agree, for Malians, this is not the way. Alright. How does Dragoman win this now? We have got Musafadi getting added in. That is going to contest the Palace Guard well. However, there is still this teensy-wincy little pony to address in the room. 15 Lancers is a lot of pain. And they have got the 2 ranged armor, as well as the 2 melee tech now as well. Musafadi with enough can counter this, but I love this reaction by Louis. Springald is really smart here. You know, these Freeborn are going to be not as hindered with their 5 melee armor, or ranged armor rather, but Musafadi, only 110 health, no ranged armor to speak of. This is going to sting. And yes, Farimba is now basically the building you need to build to get access to these different unit types. Full stop, that's kind of it. That's all it does. Xiangnan Town on the way, so Louis is prepping for that farm transition. And, you know, I always say if you're around 80 to 90 economy, then farm transitions don't kill your game. They feel quite comfortable for China and GG. You can see we've reached that number. Dragoman. I feel like we've been here before. And I've got a feeling we might be here again. Squirrel Towers proving to be a nuisance. Knights get ready to march out. Springles in these choke points. Could be big. Can he get that spread though? The melee infantry line's not lasting long. That means Dragoman needs to get the hell out of here, but there's no escaping Lances. They rush right in. They rush right round and send him 6 feet down. GG gets called. An easy hold for Louis. The Farimba, not quite there yet. Although then again, if you're going to build double anti-ranged, you better be damn well sure your opponent has anything ranged for you to snipe. I mean, Dragaman, you did build the brand spanking new unit. You were like DD with the red button when the Javelins was probably a better choice, to be honest with you. You double counted range units that didn't exist. You were kind of fighting the spooky ghosts in your head, you know? I'm not sure if it's going to be good enough, but I like the idea behind Farimba. I think Farimba probably makes more sense with 2TC. So, that's the way I'd lean with that. Because you were trying to play a Zerg build, but like, if you go, I think if you go Farimba, it's not about Zerging anymore, it's about quality. Yeah. Does it actually say on the tooltip that it's still 5 times speed? Or did you just not read? I don't think it says on the tooltip anymore that it's 5 times speed. Yeah, it doesn't, like, look, it doesn't say anything about 5x speed. It's like, didn't really scam you. Next time I'll actually read anything. Yeah, probably like an advisable idea, mate. Oi, oi, oi. You guys doing more? Were you done? All right. Well played, buddy. Those are some entertain. You got a win. All right. That's not bad. That's not bad against Louis MT, the chosen prodigy kid. Not bad. Well played, mate. So let me have a look here. Okay. Cast a Crackety match. Is Crackety actually playing? He's just sitting there, shaking in his boots that I will judge him for whatever he does. Monka. Do we have anyone known actually playing? Well, Lash is playing some Nomads. Farimba doesn't even produce units anymore. No, it does. Farimba produces units. That's false advertising, mate. It does produce units. You just can't see it in the UI unless you're on the correct player. So it does work. That element is fine. It's just not 5x speed. It's only 1x speed. So you don't get this giga boosted production rate. Trying to weigh up if we keep going or if we call it there. If there's not really any other matches going on. I could maybe wrangle Anatan and B now, but I think what we'll do is we'll just figure out a format for Thursday, and we'll do something a bit more extensive. Maybe we do some we'll either do like maybe back-to-back show matches. I'll ask them what they want to do. If they want to do back-to-back show matches where we just match people up against people, so like one-on-ones, or if they prefer like a tournament bracket system. One thing I do want to check though is if I think I may do the one-to-one matches. Yeah, because of this, because this is bugged right now, chat. So you can't look at... You can't watch their games. So what I might do is I might figure out which players to pit against each other in one-on-ones. And then we'll do like some back-to-back modes. And I'll just explain it quite simply to them that like they'll have to wait until the other series finish. Got Recon nerding out with me about Age of Myth now. So I think, what do you think, guys? Do we end it then? Let's catch up. Does anyone on YouTube chat say anything? Love to have another special technology unlocked by this landmark? Maybe. Maybe someone that comes in the picture Imperial, so it really feels like it's for the late game. No, it's a peculiar one. I like that they've got a brand new unit. Maybe it would have been cool to have had like a brand new cavalry unit as well. To give them options. So, I think we might be a little bit strapped for options then, guys. Yeah. We'll call it. What we'll do, guys, no stream tomorrow because spend some time with the family. But I will be back on Thursday, and we are going to organize some show matches. I'm thinking either we do like an 8-player bracket, or we are going to do 3 different matchups at least. So maybe like a best of 7, best of 7, best of 7, something like that. Absolutely gigastack the day with content. And I think we'll see if players can just suck it up and accept it's going to have to be a rolling schedule. It's just the reality of it because we won't be able to, like, I don't mind doing I like doing the bracket systems because then I can go back and check their games afterwards a little bit later, which we would have done with the early show match, but obviously we're in the pub now. But we can't do that because there's something broken with the match histories. It's bugged. So we'll just, stockpile the action. So I think I'll probably talk to them and see if they're up for like BO7s at like $30 a pop. I think that's reasonable, probably, something like that. I'll figure it out. Who knows? Maybe we'll get them cheaper. But yeah, we'll do that on Thursday. We've got some new maps as well. We saw one of them today. Some new maps actually got added to the game, so we can check them out. I'm going to say goodbye to YouTube now. Thank you for tuning in, guys, and hopefully you'll join me again on Thursday. Toodles!